Chapter 390. When Yu Chenxi saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, astonishment flashed on his face. "Xiao Chen, you do not seem worried at all." Xiao Chen found a rock to lean on and took out a spirit herb for treating injuries from the herb garden from the universe ring. Then he took out a small knife and skinned it. He said, "There is no point in worrying. Even a martial monarch could not break through the huge waves. What can I do? I will just wait for another 2 years. I have enough medial-grade spirit stones to cultivate." To cultivators, the thing they should not be afraid of is loneliness. Some of those sages would be in closed-door cultivation for several years or even decades. So, when you think about it, it is not a big deal. After he skinned the spirit herb, Xiao Chen gently bit off a piece. Instantly, a dense medicinal energy flowed into his body. He used his essence to guide it, and the medicinal energy quickly flowed into the horrifying wound on his chest. Zizi. With the nourishment of the medicinal energy, the wound on Xiao Chen's chest gave off a numbing feeling. The festering flesh started wriggling and quickly formed a scar. The medicinal energy continued to permeate into his 2 broken ribs. New bones started to appear at the broken areas. Soon, they would be able to truly fuse back together. A 600-year-old jadeite needle fruit is indeed good stuff, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Just a small bite has such a huge effect. After I eat it, coupled with my physique, I should be able to recover in 1 night. After taking another bite of the jadeite needle fruit, Xiao Chen looked at Yu Chenxi and said, "Furthermore, I believe that you have a way to inform the Supreme Sky Sect. You might be able to leave earlier than I expected." Yu Chenxi was mildly startled. Xiao Chen had guessed correctly. He really had a way to inform the Supreme Sky Sect. Hence, she was not too worried. However, when Yu Chenxi saw Xiao Chen's calm and unconcerned expression and how he was even eating and talking to her at the same time, Yu Chenxi felt somewhat displeased. With a flip of his palm, a wound appeared on his palm. A small white bird slowly came out of his palm. Soon, its entire body came out and stood on his palm. The white bird was about the size of a sparrow. Rather than calling it white, it was more like an illusory color. As it stood on his palm, it looked like it had merged with the air. It was faintly discernible and looked very blurry. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "What is this?" Yu Chenxi smiled and said, "This is a hummingbird. Every disciple of the Supreme Sky Sect brings one with them when they go out on experiential training. Its body exists between reality and illusion. No barrier can stop it. With this message, the Supreme Sky Sect will send an expert to bring us out in 3 months at the latest." After Yu Chenxi wrote a piece of paper, she stuffed it into the hummingbird's mouth and tossed it high into the air. In the blink of an eye, the hummingbird flew a few hundred meters. Before the two's eyes, the hummingbird mysteriously passed through the obstruction of the huge waves and disappeared from their sight. Xiao Chen looked at the huge waves in the distance and muttered to himself, "Martial monarchs will not be able to break through these huge waves unless a martial sage comes. Even a martial sage will make a move for her." It looks like Yu Chenxi's position in the Supreme Sky Sect is not as simple as an ordinary genius disciple. Yu Chenxi slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Chen. He said, "No matter what, it is all thanks to you that I managed to obtain the daybreak flower this time. I, Chenxi, owe you a favor." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. 3 days later, with the help of the jadeite needle fruit, the wound on Xiao Chen's chest had completely healed. This kind of injury, which did not injure his internal organs, heart, or lungs, was no longer a threat to Xiao Chen's current physique. Even without the assistance of spirit herbs, he would recover in less than 10 days. With Bai's help, Xiao Chen removed the bandages. Secret treasures had the ability to recover automatically. The clear wind robes and the inferior-grade inner vest were already as good as new. However, the spiritual energy they contained had decreased, and their lifespan had decreased as well. After tossing away the bandages, Xiao Chen prepared to take inventory of the burial items that the Savannah King had left behind. The burial items of a future Emperor Wu would definitely be good. Coincidentally, Yu Chenxi had decided to absorb the energy of the daybreak flower to comprehend the morning sun incantation. Xiao Chen gave Xiao Chen some private space. There were 8 burial items of various sizes that the Savannah King had left behind. In this fortuitous encounter on Qianren Island, hundreds and thousands of cultivators would be very satisfied with just one burial item. If they knew that Xiaoqin had snatched all of them away, what kind of expression would they have? Xiaoqin tossed out the 8 burial items from his spatial ring in one go. He tossed them all to the ground and started to take inventory with an excited expression on his face. Among the 8 burial items, there were 3 secret manuals and 3 secret treasures. There were also 2 things that Xiaoqin could not figure out. Xiaoqin was most interested in secret manuals. He immediately picked up a secret manual and flipped through it. He read softly, Flowing Light Sword Art, a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique for swordsmen. There is a total of 15 layers. After reaching great perfection, it will allow the swordsman's dantian to produce a continuous stream of sword qi. This was a supreme cultivation technique for swordsmen. It could allow a swordsman to produce sword qi in their body. Xiaoqin had never heard of it before. He thought that it should be extraordinary. Furthermore, it was a cultivation technique tailored for swordsmen. Its value was immeasurable. To a swordsman, it was probably even better than an inferior-grade heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Unfortunately, Xiaoqin was a bladesman. A bladesman and a swordsman were 2 different branches. He could not practice it. If only it were a saber art. Although the Purple Thunder Divine incantation was strong, it was not tailored for bladesmen. It could not produce saber qi in the body. Xiaoqin felt somewhat disappointed. He casually handed the Flowing Light Sword Art to Bai. He smiled and said, "Bai, this is for you. When you have nothing to do, take a good look at it." Bai received the Flowing Light Sword Art and smiled gently. "Thank you, elder brother Xiaoqin. Bai is going to become even more powerful." Xiaoqin picked up the second secret manual and flipped through it again. When he saw the words on the cover, he slowly read, Firmament Body Tempering Art, Inferior Grade Heaven-Ranked Body Tempering Secret Manual. One's vital qi needs to reach 150,000 kilograms of force in order to cultivate it. This is an ancient sect. Xiaoqin's face lit up in joy. There was finally a secret manual for him to use. The Dragon and Tiger Body Tempering Art was only a peak earth-ranked body tempering secret technique. After Xiaoqin cultivated Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone, his strength reached 250,000 kilograms of force. There was no longer any possibility of improving it. Coincidentally, the Firmament Body Tempering Art could be used by Xiaoqin. As long as he could cultivate 25,000 kilograms of force, he would be able to cultivate it. With the help of the many body-tempering spirit herbs in his ring, this would not be difficult. Xiaoqin sorted out his emotions and continued reading. There were some notes and notes written by the Savannah King at the bottom of the cover. Only now did Xiaoqin discover that the Savannah King was a cultivator who specialized in tempering the physical body and became a martial sage. It turned out that when the Savannah King was young, his cultivation and talent were very poor. His cultivation of essence had been very slow. He barely managed to become an inferior-grade martial saint at the age of 30. Such talent would not even cause a ripple in the Tianwu continent. However, the proud Savannah King was extremely dissatisfied. Later on, the Savannah King had a fortuitous encounter and obtained this firmament body tempering art. After that, he made up his mind to cripple his cultivation and cultivate his physical body, using strength to prove his Tao. The firmament body tempering art was a body tempering cultivation technique of a mysterious sect in the ancient era. The outer disciples of that legendary sect could easily achieve more than 50,000 kilograms of force with a punch. The inner disciples could achieve more than 150,000 kilograms of force with a punch. As for the inner disciples, core disciples, and outer elders, they could achieve more than 500,000 kilograms of force with a casual punch. When they kicked out, the horrifying force would allow them to leap a kilometer in an instant. Furthermore, they specialized in vital qi. The sect had many martial techniques that used vital qi. The effects of using vital qi were no weaker than using essence. Xiaoqin closed the secret manual and muttered, "I did not expect there to be such a glorious sect in the past." A casual punch could achieve more than 500,000 kilograms of force. Even a martial monarch would not dare to receive it head-on. It looks like choosing to temper the physical body was the right choice. After putting away the secret manual, Xiaochen started to look at the third secret manual. He discovered that the third secret manual was a body-tempering cultivation technique that the Savannah King left behind. The cultivation experience of a half-step Emperor Wu. This is more precious than any cultivation technique or martial technique. For a long time, I have not had a true master to guide me. This cultivation experience can be considered as half a master. Xiaochen could no longer contain his joy. He said this excitedly as he put away the Savannah King's cultivation experience. Then, he continued to look at the remaining burial items. There were 3 extraordinary secret treasures. Among the 3 secret treasures, Xiaochen casually picked up the jade pendant. He discovered that it was similar to the jade pendant around his neck. It was also a defensive secret treasure. However, its defense was much stronger. Based on the spiritual energy fluctuations, it should be a peak inferior grade secret treasure. Xiaochen thought for a while before handing the jade pendant to Bai. He already had a similar jade pendant, so there was no need to do so. Xiaochen picked up the second secret treasure. It was a small sword the size of a palm. The blade was forged from an unknown metal. There were many talisman scripts carved on it. The spiritual energy on the sword was very dense, much denser than that of the jade pendant. The blade was very sharp as well. Xiaochen checked it and discovered that it was actually an inferior grade medial grade secret treasure. Xiaochen did not know what use this small sword had. He removed the spiritual sense left behind by the predecessor and branded it with his own mark. Xiao. When Xiaochen's spiritual sense filled the sword, the small sword in his palm made a cut on his palm with a so sound. Then, it slowly merged into his palm. Xiaochen did not feel any discomfort. When the sword merged into his palm, it felt like it was part of his flesh and blood, a part of his body. It was just that it had returned to him at this moment. When the sword completely entered his palm, the wound on his palm immediately healed. His skin glowed white, there was nothing wrong with it. However, Xiaochen suddenly felt a surging and strong energy leaping about in his right palm. This energy did not belong to him, but he could easily control it. With just a thought, Xiaochen could easily release it. He stood up and looked at a mountain in the distance. Then Xiaochen raised 2 fingers on his right hand and pointed forward. Xiao! The small sword in Xiaochen's palm carried a horrifying energy as it burst out of his fingers and shot towards the mountain a kilometer away. Chapter 391. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the small sword left his body, Xiaochen heard half of the mountain shatter. From the waist up, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain seemed to have completely shattered. However, it was not over yet. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared in the remaining half of the mountain. Countless rocks fell down. After a short while, the remaining half of the mountain was completely shattered. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain had actually been blasted to the ground by the small sword. Xiaochen was dumbfounded as he watched all this. He had not expected the small sword to be so mighty. He muttered, "Is this the might of a medial-grade offensive secret treasure? If caught off guard, it might even be able to kill a half-step martial monarch in an instant." The small sword whistled through the air. It no longer had any luster, looking very illusory. Then, it flew back to Xiaochen's palm. Strands of weak essence flowed from Xiaochen's body to his palm, slowly charging this small sword. It looked like it would be impossible for the small sword to recover its previous strength in a short period. However, since it was so mighty, Xiaochen did not need the small sword to attack continuously. This small sword can be considered my true trump card. I have to give it a name. Let's call it the palm sword. Xiaochen said softly. He casually chose a more realistic name. The smile on his face did not fade for a long time. The might of the palm sword was simply too great. This was the first time Xiaochen had the confidence to fight against half-step martial monarchs. He could not help but be happy. There was still one last secret treasure. However, it gave Xiaochen a headache. It was a heavy black helmet. Clearly, it was a defensive medial-grade secret treasure. Xiaochen weighed the helmet in his hand. When he saw the two horns on the helmet, he immediately lost interest. Not to mention its appearance, just the weight of this helmet was more than 100 kilograms. Unless one was a heavy armored knight on the battlefield or a barbarian warrior, no one would have a good impression of this helmet, no matter how strong its defense was. Casually tossing the helmet into the universe ring, Xianxia looked at the last two items. They were the same. It was a bright pearl. The light from the pearl was neither dim nor dazzling. It was very moderate. Xianxia sensed a vast and pure yuan energy that made his heart palpitate. His intuition told him that this was a great Tao. Among the funerary objects of the Savannah King, these two pearls were definitely the most valuable. Even a few secret treasures and secret manuals combined would not be as valuable as these pearls. However, the depressing thing was that Xianxia's knowledge was limited. He did not know what it was, so he could only toss it into a corner of his universe ring. Boom boom boom. At this moment, in a secluded corner of the Qianren Island, a peak that was also 3,000 meters tall began to crack. That mountain was so huge that when it shattered, it kept shaking. Even the ground was shaking slightly. Huge waves surged on the surface of the sea around Qianren Island, rolling up and down continuously. Xianxia looked over and saw a dazzling golden light in the distance. Countless tyrannical fist winds exploded. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain shrank at a visible rate under the frenzied fist winds. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, 10 punches. After 10 punches, the 3,000-meter-tall mountain was mostly shaved off. All that was left was a bare mound. When the light scattered, Xianxia's figure slowly appeared. Then he landed firmly on the ground. Xianxia had to use a secret treasure to flatten a mountain. However, Xianxia relied on his tyrannical strength to blast away most of the mountain. This gap was rather large. Furthermore, Xianxia was not the peak genius of this continent. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he was only ranked in the top 50. This made Xianxia feel a chill in his heart. If Xianxia was already so strong, how strong would the top 10 geniuses be? Xianxia withdrew his gaze and entered deep thought. He said softly, "There is still more than a year until the next 5-nation youth competition. I might have time to try it out." Xianxia had never doubted his talent. He also did not think that he was weaker than others. All he lacked was time. Compared to those peak geniuses, Xianxia had started too late. Even though he was trying so hard to catch up, he still had a large gap in cultivation. After Xianxia obtained the Daybreak Flower, it should not be surprising for her to break through to superior grade Martial King. Furthermore, this Xianxia was younger than Xianxia. If she already had such a cultivation, then wouldn't the other geniuses be peak superior grade Martial Kings or half-step Martial Monarchs? I have to advance to Martial King quickly. Xianxia felt a sense of urgency in his heart. This fortuitous encounter on Qianren Island is a great opportunity for me to catch up. After giving instructions to Bai, Xianxia found a desolate place on the island. He planned to enter closed-door cultivation for real. Xianxia took out the spirit herbs that could increase cultivation from the universe ring. He counted them carefully and found a total of 28 stalks. They were all 500-year-old and above spirit herbs. Xianxia was not in a rush to consume these spirit herbs. Instead, he continued to consolidate his cultivation as a superior grade martial saint. He nurtured the Qi whirlpool in his dantian, building a dam to prevent the flood from happening. After cultivating for 7 days, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He had already stabilized his cultivation as a superior grade martial saint. The purple Qi whirlpool was also nurtured until it was very resilient. The Qi whirlpool should be able to endure it now. It is time to consume these spirit herbs that can increase cultivation. Xianxia took a deep breath and chose a 500-year-old snow ginseng from the pile of spirit herbs in front of him. If a 500-year-old snow ginseng could completely absorb its medicinal energy, theoretically, it could increase a cultivator's attack power by 10 years. However, not many people knew the correct way to consume the snow ginseng. It was very difficult to ensure that the medicinal energy would not leak out during the process. Hence, it was difficult to achieve the effect of 10 years of cultivation. Normally, it would be pretty good to have 6 or 7 years of cultivation. 8 years of cultivation would be the peak. 9 years of cultivation would be extremely lucky. However, the Compendium of Cultivation had detailed records of these spirit herbs. Xiaochen knew how to consume this snow ginseng. Xiaochen held the snow ginseng in his hand and observed it for a while. Compared to regular ginseng, the snow ginseng was much stronger than ordinary ginseng. Compared to a regular ginseng, the snow ginseng was covered in a layer of frost. When he held it in his hand, he could feel a bone-chilling cold. Furthermore, it was much larger than regular ginseng. Xiaochen held the snow ginseng with one hand and heated it up slightly. The frost on the surface of the snow ginseng melted into liquid and seeped into the snow ginseng. This frost was the essence of the snow ginseng. Many people did not know this and lost a large portion of the snow ginseng's medicinal energy. Finally, Xiaochen infused his essence into the snow ginseng and mixed it with the frost liquid. Xiaochen's movements were very gentle and careful. As long as he damaged the skin of the snow ginseng, all the medicinal energy would immediately leak out. 10 minutes later, the insides of the snow ginseng had completely melted. It looked like the skin of the snow ginseng was wrapped in clear liquid. It was very plump and soft. Xiaochen smiled faintly and placed the root of the snow ginseng into his mouth. Then he used his teeth to bite off a root. The snow ginseng filled to the brim with spirit herb liquid found an outlet. Immediately, it gushed into Xiaochen's mouth like a gushing fountain. The medicinal liquid was cool and crisp. A fragrance assaulted the nose. It was incomparably delicious. Xiaochen's entire mouth was filled with this fragrance. All the medicinal energy was absorbed by Xiaochen. Boom! The surging medicinal energy flowed down his throat and quickly poured into Xiaochen's body. It was like a gushing river, surging through his meridians. Xiaochen's narrow meridians were filled to the brim with medicinal energy. Every time the medicinal energy flowed, he felt some pain. Xiaochen clenched his teeth and endured bitterly. Fortunately, Xiaochen's physical body was at small perfection. He had dragon tendons and tiger bones. His meridians were much stronger than those of regular cultivators. If other cultivators consumed this snow ginseng, they would not dare to swallow it all in one go like Xiaochen. Otherwise, there was a high chance that they would explode. The vast medicinal energy circulated through Xiaochen's meridians. The energy became increasingly ferocious and surging. Finally, it rushed towards the purple qi whirlpool in his dantian. Bang! Bang! The qi whirlpool was like a dam welcoming a ferocious flood. As the flood crashed into it, loud sounds came from Xiaochen's body. Under this intense shock, his internal organs trembled. Xiaochen's complexion paled as he felt intense pain. The vast medicinal energy crashed into the purple qi whirlpool continuously. The resilient qi whirlpool seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Although Xiaochen had expected the medicinal energy to be vast, when he truly faced it, the medicinal energy of the 500-year-old snow ginseng still surpassed his expectations. The space inside the qi whirlpool was already filled with medicinal energy. Furthermore, there was still a lot of medicinal energy pouring into the meridians outside. The situation was dire. If he could not digest this medicinal energy, the qi whirlpool might burst. Maintaining his calm, Xiaochen slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The qi whirlpool started spinning slowly under the control of his thoughts. Although the speed was not fast, the qi whirlpool finally moved. Immediately, a large amount of medicinal energy was absorbed by the qi whirlpool, making it even more resilient. Xiao! Xiao! As the qi whirlpool absorbed the medicinal energy, the purple qi whirlpool spun faster. In the end, it was as fast as when Xiaochen cultivated. Only now did Xiaochen heave a sigh of relief. His earlier efforts were not in vain. Otherwise, the purple qi whirlpool would have collapsed under the impact of the medicinal energy. As the qi whirlpool spun faster, the absorption of the medicinal energy became faster as well. Xiaochen could clearly feel his strength increasing continuously. All the pores in Xiaochen's body opened up, and a huge energy spread throughout his body. Even his blood could not help but surge. A 500-year-old snow ginseng could increase a cultivator's cultivation by 10 years after consuming it. It was impossible to digest all the medicinal energy in one go. In the end, it stabilized. On the contrary, Xiaochen took the initiative to slow down the rate of absorption. Stability was the most important thing. The faster his cultivation realm rose, the more stable he had to be. After a total of 7 days, Xiaochen finally completely refined the medicinal energy of the snow ginseng. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and 2 purple lights flashed in them. His pitch-black pupils became even more profound, unfathomable. Chapter 392. Xiaochen casually tossed aside the snow ginseng skin in his hand and took out another 500-year-old spirit herb. He muttered, "This is the 100-spirit fruit. Its effects are much weaker than the snow ginseng. It can only increase my cultivation by 5 years. However, 5 years is already pretty good." After consuming the snow ginseng, Xiaochen's qi whirlpool had grown several times larger. The amount of essence it could contain had increased by 50%. Furthermore, with his previous experience, consuming and digesting the 100-spirit fruit was not as dangerous as before. 2 days later, Xiaochen completely absorbed it. In the following month, Xiaochen consumed natural treasures that increased his cultivation. The amount of essence in his body had already increased to a horrifying level. Xiaochen's current essence was comparable to that of a medial-grade martial king. If he consumed all the spirit herbs, his essence would surpass that of a medial-grade martial king and rival that of a superior-grade martial king. After 1 month, Xiaochen held the final 500-year-old spirit herb in his hand. He frowned slightly and said softly, "Toward the end, the effects of this spirit herb are getting worse. Originally, this spirit herb could increase my cultivation by 10 years. Now, it can't even reach 5 years. This was a problem of resistance to spirit herbs. Xiaochen had encountered this before in the underground world. Because he had consumed too many spirit herbs, he had developed a strong resistance. Unless Xiaochen found spirit herbs older than 1,000 years, it would be difficult for his cultivation to increase explosively. Spirit herbs younger than 1,000 years were no longer of much use to him. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and smiled faintly. "I should be satisfied. Now, my total essence is close to that of a superior-grade martial king. Once I advance to martial king, the quality of my essence will increase significantly. At that time, those cultivators who have been martial kings for many years will not have much of an advantage over me." After consuming the final spirit herb, Xiaochen used only half a day to completely digest the medicinal energy. After another week, with the support of a vast amount of essence, Xiaochen naturally advanced to peak superior-grade martial saint without any obstructions. As Xiaochen's cultivation advanced, the number of minor meridians in his body expanded significantly. Now, there were only 2 minor meridians left for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. It was time to break open the other 2 minor meridians and gain the ability to cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. At that time, his cultivation realm and cultivation technique would advance at the same time. When a martial artist was breaking through a major realm, it would take a long time. This was because the advancement of a great realm often required not only the support of sufficient yuan qi, but also a trace of opportunity. Without the right opportunity, one would always be infinitely close to becoming a martial king. Lu Ryue had once told Xiaochen all her valuable experiences of advancing to martial king. Thus, Xiaochen deeply understood the importance of opportunities. Fortunately, he had the heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The advancement of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation could be considered an opportunity. After staying at peak martial saint for 2 days, Xiaochen made all his preparations. He started to try to open the 2 minor meridians. The pure and vast lightning-attributed essence formed a small cycle in the 9 major meridians in his body. Then, it slowly followed the complicated minor meridians and made a large cycle. Xiaochen was not in a rush to return this essence to his dantian. He stopped the essence in the middle of a major meridian. There were countless minor meridians around this major meridian, spreading out like tree branches. Xiaochen found the tightly shut minor meridian and ground the essence into a sharp awl. Then he slowly pierced it in. "See!" The minor meridian had just opened a little when Xiaochen felt a heart-wrenching pain. He could not help but take in a deep breath of cold air. However, Xiaochen did not stop. Pain was unavoidable when he forcefully opened a minor meridian. Xiaochen had already made preparations for this long ago. The minor meridian opened bit by bit. The intense pain caused the veins on Xiaochen's forehead to bulge. Beads of sweat flowed continuously. After working hard for a night, he finally managed to open a tenth of this minor meridian. After resting for a while, Xiaochen continued to work without stopping. Xiaochen did not have much time. Compared to the other genius cultivators, he had started much later. The difference in their cultivations had already left him far behind. Xiaochen needed time more than anyone else. The gains from this fortuitous encounter only slightly narrowed the gap between them. After all, those genius cultivators all had the backing of a large sect. They did not lack spirit pills, miraculous medicines, or natural treasures. Even if it was painful, arduous, or dangerous, Xiaochen had to persevere. He could not afford to slack off. After half a month, with Xiaochen's hard work, he finally managed to open these 2 minor meridians. The newly formed minor meridians were too weak. They were not suitable for the flow of essence and could not be used for cultivation. However, Xiaochen had made preparations long ago. Previously, he had picked several kinds of good spirit herbs for nourishing the meridians in the herb garden. After another 7 days with the nourishment of the spirit herbs, Xiaochen's 2 newly formed minor meridians were no different from the other minor meridians. He could now cultivate normally. The moon was as round as a plate, hanging high in the night sky. It shone down a quiet radiance. Xiaochen slowly got up from the stone block and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Then, he took out a golden spirit core from the universe ring. This golden spirit core the size of a basketball was the one he had killed in Savage Forest. It was the Golden Lion King with the bloodline of an ancient mutated beast. Xiaochen still felt that he was lacking something to advance to Martial King until he remembered the spirit core of the Golden Lion King. Only now did Xiaochen realize that he still lacked an extremely strong external force. When he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 6th layer, he would be able to use it together with the essence in his body to break through to Martial King in one go. The golden spirit core that had been lying dormant in Xiaochen's hand for more than a year was finally going to be put to good use. Advancing from superior grade Martial Saint to Martial King within 3 months was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Most people would not even dare to think about it. However, Xiaochen wanted to give it a try. When he felt the incomparably pure energy in the golden spirit core, he said indifferently, "I prepared for more than 2 months. I used spirit herbs to increase my strength, suffered a lot, and forcefully opened my minor meridians. All these were for this day." Xiaochen could only succeed. He could not afford to fail. Compared to those geniuses who had a sect backing them and a peak master, he did not have the capital to fail. Once he failed, he would forever lose the chance to catch up. The moon was round and full, the night was deep and quiet. Xiaochen found a place with relatively dense spiritual energy in the surroundings. He sat cross-legged on a huge rock. He crossed his hands, and the golden spirit core the size of a basketball floated quietly above his palms. The spiritual energy in the spirit core floated around, but it did not scatter. It was being guided by Xiaochen's spiritual sense. Xiaochen took a deep breath and slowly spat out a mouthful of white qi. This qi was like a sword and did not scatter for a long time. Success or failure, it all depended on this moment. When everything was ready, Xiaochen closed his eyes resolutely. The huge qi whirlpool in his dantian spun quickly. Xiaochen silently circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. The surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy quickly poured into his body. It flowed through his pores and into his meridians before returning to his dantian. Dida, dida, dida. The lightning-attributed essence liquid quickly formed and dripped into the purple qi whirlpool. The purple qi whirlpool was quickly filled with lightning-attributed energy. This was the first step of cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, condensing qi. It absorbed all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy into the dantian. However, it was not just absorbing it. It also had to be refined continuously, turning the spiritual energy into even purer essence. The purple liquid in the qi whirlpool also spun quickly. Xiaoqin was now using the secret technique of the sixth layer to refine spiritual energy. Hence, the speed was much faster than usual. As the cyclone rotated inside and outside at the same time, countless electric currents appeared out of nowhere in the surrounding air, crackling and flashing nonstop. In the dark night, it was like a tiny bolt of lightning flashing by. It illuminated Xiaoqin's face occasionally with a purple light. Boom! Suddenly, the two whirlpools stopped spinning at the same time. The purple liquid in the qi whirlpool exploded, and its color became even denser. However, the amount decreased by about half. Originally, the spiritual energy could fill the entire qi whirlpool. Now, only a small portion was left. This was because all the spiritual energy in the surroundings had been converted into essence. The time required for this was twice as fast as before. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's sixth layer is indeed powerful, Xiaoqin thought joyfully. If this is the case, my cultivation speed will be doubled in the future. However, this was only a small success. Next, he had to complete a minor cycle and a major cycle, completing an internal and external cycle. Only then would he be able to advance the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's fifth layer to the sixth layer. Xiaoqin took a deep breath and continued to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The dense purple liquid in the qi whirlpool quickly surged out, heading for the 9 major meridians in his body. Boo! Boo! The pure and dense essence flowed quickly in the 9 major meridians. It was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Xiaoqin found it hard to control it. What a fast speed! Xiaoqin was startled. The faster the speed, the higher the efficiency of his cultivation. This made Xiaoqin feel even more anticipation for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's sixth layer. However, at this moment, Xiaoqin had to be even more careful. If the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke free of his control, this breakthrough would end in failure. No matter what, the first minor cycle had to be completed successfully. Otherwise, the subsequent major cycles would be even faster. If he could not even handle a minor cycle, then he would not be able to control a major cycle. Xiaoqin sank his consciousness into it. His will was like a rein, firmly controlling this wild horse, not letting it break free of his control. Under Xiaoqin's control, the minor cycle finally completed a cycle with some difficulty. Boom, boom, boom. When the essence returned to the qi whirlpool started to circulate once again. A huge electric whirlpool appeared in the sky above Xiaoqin's head. That electric whirlpool did not circulate for now. It only appeared in the night sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared around it, illuminating the entire Qianren Island's night sky. Xianxia, who was chatting with Bai, noticed the strange changes in the sky. His expression immediately changed. He muttered, "This is a mysterious phenomenon. A mysterious phenomenon will only appear when a heaven-ranked cultivation technique advances. Could it be that Xiaoqin cultivates a heaven-ranked cultivation technique?" Chapter 393. When Bai saw the electric whirlpool that appeared out of nowhere, a grave expression appeared on her cute face. She was no longer the little spirit fox that did not know anything. Now that she had successfully transformed, she had started cultivating. Such a huge mysterious phenomenon would definitely be accompanied by great danger. She could not help but ask worriedly, "Elder sister Yu, will elder brother Xiaoqin be fine? Should we go and take a look?" Xianxia looked at Bai's charming face and thought to himself, this Xiaoqin is really lucky. He has a bad temper, but he still has a pretty girl following him so loyally. Bai, don't worry. He is now at a critical juncture. If we get too close, it will not be good for him. I believe he will succeed, Xianxia said with a gentle smile. When Bai heard this, she nodded her head and said, Bai believes that elder brother Xiaoqin will succeed as well. The mysterious phenomenon outside did not affect Xiaoqin at all. He was currently focused on the qi whirlpool. Originally, there was only a small portion of the purple liquid. After one small cycle, it quickly grew to half. With the help of the spirit herbs, Xiaoqin's essence base was already very vast. Now, with just one small cycle, it was like the Qi whirlpool was filled to half. This made Xiaochen very excited. A small cycle is already so powerful. I wonder what a great cycle will be like, Xiaochen thought to himself. Then, he controlled his essence to make a great cycle. This was the most crucial step in his breakthrough. Pu Qi. As he circulated his mental energy, the essence liquid in the Qi whirlpool shot out. It was so fast that Xiaochen could not react in time. If the previous small cycle was like a wild horse, then it was like a sports car. It was on a completely different level. This is not good. If this continues, I will not be able to control the flow of essence. When the essence becomes chaotic, not only will my breakthrough fail, but it will also result in serious internal injuries. Xiaochen's expression changed greatly as he thought to himself in fear. It was like a person who had been driving a carriage all year round was suddenly given a sports car. After getting used to the speed of the carriage, it would be very difficult to control the speed of the sports car. Calm down, I must calm down at this time. Xiaochen's extraordinary state of mind finally worked again at this time. His frightened and uneasy heart quickly calmed down. Xiaochen's mind suddenly lit up. He calmed down and finally thought of a way to deal with it. Actually, he had been thinking in the wrong direction from the start. It was simply impossible to suddenly control this surging essence. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer was completely different from the 6th layer. With such a huge leap, Xiaochen believed that no one could grasp it in one go. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that no one could cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation? Obviously, that was not the case. What he needed to do now was not to completely control the flying vital energy, but to control the direction of its flow. He allowed it to smoothly follow the route of the 6th layer and complete a great cycle. Given this, Xiaochen suddenly felt enlightened. Every time his essence soared, he would not be able to withstand it. Every time the essence was about to go down the wrong path, his will would turn into a gentle force and push it back to the right path. However, while it sounded simple, it was actually very difficult. This was because the speed at which the essence circulated was simply too fast. If he wanted to grasp the right timing every time, it would be very taxing on his mind. He could not afford to be careless. Rumble. When the essence completed a great cycle, the huge electric whirlpool above Xiaochen's head also started spinning quickly, sucking in all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy within a kilometer. Lightning flashed and clouds churned for a kilometer. The flickering electric light illuminated the sky above Qianren Island like it was daytime. Under Xiaochen's careful control, a great cycle was almost completed. During this time, the essence nearly went through the wrong meridian several times. However, Xiaochen managed to pull it back in advance. Xiaochen felt his heart beating several times faster than usual. The process was simply too dangerous. Bang! The essence finally gathered in the dantian and exploded in the Qi whirlpool. The surging essence liquid fluctuated for a long time before it stopped. The purple liquid slowly piled up, and soon, the Qi whirlpool was filled to the brim. Xiaochen felt a swelling sensation. After the purple liquid filled the Qi whirlpool to the brim, it actually forcefully expanded the Qi whirlpool. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer, completed. Xiaochen thought excitedly in his heart. Then, he opened his eyes and 2 beams of purple light flashed in the night sky, illuminating everything within a kilometer. Before Xiaochen could react, the horrifying electric whirlpool in the sky entered his right eye with a "so" sound. This sudden change stunned Xiaochen. However, he did not panic. This was because the Purple Thunder True Fire had absorbed all the energy in the whirlpool, not leaving a single drop behind. Xiaochen was not in a rush to test the might of the Purple Thunder True Fire. He closed his eyes again and continued to circulate the Qi whirlpool. The golden spirit core in his palms spun quickly. The pure and vast golden spiritual energy, which was even stronger than a superior-grade spirit stone, was being absorbed by Xiaochen. The golden spirit core shrank at a visible rate. Xiaochen absorbed all the spiritual energy in one go. He wanted to make use of this final external force to break through the restraints of a martial saint in one go and become a martial king. When Yu Chenxi saw the whirlpool disappear from a distance, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Xiao Chen's cultivation technique had advanced successfully. However, his expression turned grave after that. A strong aura came from Xiao Chen's body. That energy was extremely vast and it was still rising continuously. Yu Chenxi frowned slightly and said sullenly, "Could this fellow be thinking of using this opportunity to break through to Martial King? This is too crazy." As the golden energy continued to pour in, the energy gathered in his dantian became stronger. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the barrier in front of this energy. This is the final hurdle to breaking through to Martial King. I have to break through it in one go and shatter it. No one can stop me from advancing to Martial King. Xiao Chen thought to himself and increased the speed at which he absorbed the golden spirit core. Break! When the golden spirit core was completely absorbed, Xiao Chen shouted loudly. He used this tyrannical energy to circulate all the essence in his body and charge at the barrier. Kasi! A crisp sound came from Xiao Chen's body. The barrier in front of Martial Saint was completely broken through without any obstruction. A huge energy instantly filled his entire body. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's body soared into the air. He was truly flying. He did not use the gravity spell to fly. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. After 2 months of hard work and countless hardships, he finally stepped into the Martial King realm after putting his life on the line. Roar! Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged. It was like he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. Even his blood seemed to be burning. Is this the strength of a Martial King? Feeling agitated, Xiao Chen could not help but let out a long roar. His roar was like thunder, reverberating around Qianren Island for a long time. He actually succeeded. Yu Chenxi's eyes were filled with astonishment. In 2 months, Xiao Chen broke through from superior-grade Martial Saint to Martial King. Ordinary people might not be able to achieve this in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen used only 2 months to do so. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It looks like I did not misjudge him. He is definitely the kind of person that first martial uncle is looking for. Xiao Chen collected his emotions and looked around. When he saw Yu Chenxi 1,000 meters away, he smiled faintly. A strong fighting spirit immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. His aura soared into the sky and pressed down on Yu Chenxi. Yu Chenxi smiled gently and said in a low voice, "Do you want to fight?" Coincidentally, my morning sun incantation has made a breakthrough. I have not had a suitable opponent to test it on. Boom! An aura even stronger than Xiao Chen's soared into the sky. Yu Chenxi's figure flashed and he quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. Seeing Yu Chenxi soar into the sky, Xiao Chen smiled gently. The fierce purple flame in his right eye formed a huge whirlpool. It seemed like it sucked in the heavens and earth. Shoo! Xiao Chen shouted and a purple flame spewed out from his right eye. The purple light flickered and dyed the night sky green. Everywhere the purple flame passed, it seemed like even the air was burned to ashes, leaving behind a huge black void. What a strong flame! A trace of astonishment flashed in Yu Chenxi's eyes. However, he did not panic. He clenched his fists tightly and a boundless energy gathered. His aura soared continuously. When Yu Chenxi's aura reached its peak, she shouted and punched ferociously. A dazzling light burst out from his fist. It was like the morning sun breaking through the night sky, completely dispelling the surrounding darkness. Boom! The tyrannical fist wind struck the incoming flame violently. When the two forces clashed, they did not give way to each other. A shockwave spread out in all directions. Some of the taller mountains in the surroundings were struck by the shockwave and shattered, filling the night sky with rubble. Xiao Chen did not expect a casual strike from the Purple Thunder True Fire after the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 6th layer would have such might. Even Yu Chenxi's Morning Sun Fist could not break it. Xiao Chen thought joyfully. The Morning Sun Fist was one of the few fist techniques famous for being tyrannical. A regular inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique could not compare to it in terms of pure strength. The two forces clashed for a long time before they slowly scattered. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Glittering Wuxia. A dazzling purple saber chi appeared from nowhere. The dense light on the saber chi was like a piercing aurora in the night sky. This was the benefit of advancing to Martial King. His essence was even denser. The quality of his essence was double that of a martial saint. Only at this moment did Xiaochen bring out the true might of the Wuxia saber technique, an ancient martial technique. What a surging essence! The amount of essence he has should be no weaker than a regular superior grade martial king. Xianxia squinted his eyes. When the purple saber chi was 1 meter away from him, he punched the tip of the saber chi. Ding! Xiaochen's delicate and fair palm did not seem to be made of flesh and blood. When the saber chi struck it, it gave off a melodious sound. Chapter 394. Kasi. The purple saber chi was like a saber blade. It shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The two exchanged another 10 moves. Xiaochen discovered that even though he had advanced to Martial King, the gap between him and Xianxia had not shrunk. It looked like with the help of the daybreak flower, Xianxia's strength had increased qualitatively. Like before, Xianxia did not need to use his state. Who? After an hour, Xiaochen sheathed his saber and stopped fighting. The situation was the same as before. If this were a battle to the death, Xiaochen would have used all his trump cards: the palm sword, the 8th move of the Wuxia saber technique, and the blue dragon chi. It would have been easy to force Xianxia to use his state. It would have been 50-50. However, these were all Xiaochen's trump cards. There was no need to expose them. Congratulations, in 2 months, you managed to advance from a martial saint to a martial king. I'm afraid you are the only one with such a shocking speed. Xianxia landed beside Xiaochen and laughed softly. His voice was melodious and pleasing to the ear. Xiaochen said softly, "It's nothing. After using so many spirit herbs, it would be inexcusable if I did not break through." This person was as humble as before. He spoke so casually. However, a regular cultivator would not be so bold even with so many natural treasures. At this moment, Bai rushed over. When she saw Xiaochen, she smiled joyfully and said, "Elder brother Xiaochen, you have become stronger again." However, Bai did not slack off. "Elder sister Yu said that I am now an inferior grade martial king." Xiaochen looked at Xianxia doubtfully. He did not dare to believe Bai's words. He remembered that before she came, she was only a superior grade martial saint. How could she improve so quickly? Xianxia nodded and said, "I did not lie to you. Bai is indeed a martial king. Her heart-nourishing universe sword technique gives me a headache. Furthermore, she has condensed a sword heart. If she goes to the Great Jin Nation's drifting snow sword pavilion, there will be many supreme elders fighting to take her in as a disciple. I am a good friend of the drifting snow sword pavilion's young pavilion master. If you are interested, I can let Bai enter the inner sect." Xiaochen had heard of the drifting snow sword pavilion before. It was a peak sect famous for swords. There were many experts in the sect, comparable to the Supreme Sky sect. When Xiaobai heard that, she said softly, "Xiaobai is not going to the sword pavilion. I just want to follow behind elder brother Xiaochen. In the future, when I become powerful, I will help elder brother Xiaochen beat up bad people. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, Bai has her own place to go. Let's forget about the drifting snow sword pavilion." When Xianxia saw that the two were not interested, he did not raise the suggestion. It was already late at night. After the few chatted for a while, they took their leave. Dong, dong. As Xiaochen closed his eyes and cultivated, he suddenly heard footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw Xianxia standing not far from him. "White-robed bladesman, can we speak for a while?" Xianxia asked quietly as he looked at Xiaochen under the moonlight. After glancing at the sleeping Bai, Xiaochen nodded slightly. Then he headed off into the distance with Xianxia. The two stopped at the periphery of Qianren Island. The sea breeze blew from afar, gently caressing the two. It felt very comfortable. Xiaochen casually found a clean spot and sat down. Then he asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Xianxia took a deep breath. Then he seemed to have made up his mind. He said seriously, "In a few days, the supreme elder of my sect should be here. At that time, I would like to invite you to return to the great Jin nation with me. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and said calmly, You want me to go to the Supreme Sky sect with you? Yu Chenxi nodded and said, That's right. Right now, the cultivators of the world are facing a rare golden age. All sorts of geniuses are emerging. There are countless outstanding people. If you go to the great Jin nation, you will have a better understanding of this golden age. That is the dreamland of all genius cultivators. In the past year, I have traveled all over the boundless sea. Even that place pales in comparison to the great Jin nation. Since ancient times, there are many spirit veins that have never been scattered. There are many martial techniques left behind from the ancient era. There are countless strong sections. The competition there is more intense than anywhere else. If a cultivator does not go to the great Jin nation, they will never know how narrow their vision is. A fervent look flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. Clearly, he yearned to go to the great Jin nation that Yu Chenxi mentioned. That was also the place he had to go after leaving the great Jin nation. From the first time Yu Chenxi invited him to exchange moves with her, to the time when she asked for his help on Qianren Island, Xiaochen had thought that this girl would not approach him for no reason. Now, she finally stated her purpose. She wanted to invite him to join the Supreme Sky sect. It looked like her position in the Supreme Sky sect was not simple. However, Xiaochen had his own thoughts. Joining a large sect meant that he would have to choose a side in advance. However, how strong was the Supreme Sky sect? Was it worth choosing a side now? Before he had a better understanding, Xiaochen would not make a decision so easily. Xiaochen muttered to himself for a while before asking, With your talent and strength, you should be able to rank among the top of the younger generation in the great Jin nation, right? When Yu Chenxi saw that Xiaochen seemed to be interested, he smiled and said, I can definitely rank among the top. However, I am still a distance away from the top. However, with the daybreak flower, I should be able to close the gap. If Yu Chenxi, with his demonic talent, could not rank among the top, then the competition in the great Jin nation had reached an extremely intense stage. Yu Chenxi continued, The peak powers of the continent have been searching for geniuses from all over the world. Have you ever wondered why Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao are on such good terms with you? Xiaochen asked interestedly. Yu Chenxi kept Xiaochen in suspense. He smiled gently and said, The power behind them is also a peak sect of the continent. They are one of the true players of the continent. As long as you come with me to the Supreme Sky sect, you will know everything. When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but laugh. This baffled Yu Chenxi. He asked, What are you laughing at? Xiaochen got up and patted the dust off his body. He smiled gently and said, I am laughing at your poor persuasion skills. Since you want me to join the Supreme Sky sect, why did you not tell me the benefits of joining? Instead, you blabbered on and on. What is the point of that? Yu Chenxi suddenly understood. He said, Right, I forgot to mention that. The Supreme Sky sect has all sorts of immortal-grade medicinal pills and countless spirit herbs that are more than 1,000 years old. There are even many heaven-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques, and Xiaochen interrupted Yu Chenxi and patted her shoulder. Then he smiled and said, Miss Yu, this must be your first time persuading someone, right? Yu Chenxi was stunned for a while. Then she asked, How did you know? No, the sky is about to brighten. You should sleep early. Don't disturb my cultivation. After Xiaochen spoke, he turned and left. As Yu Chenxi watched Xiaochen leave, she felt a headache coming on. She stomped her foot angrily. During this experiential training, she had met many outstanding talents from various places who came to curry favor with her. She had seen at least 50 people like Jin Wuji, if not 100. However, she did not fancy any of them. She had finally found someone she liked after much difficulty. Who knew that he would be so difficult to deal with? Furthermore, none of those people were like them. When Yu Chenxi saw Yu Chenxi, she was very polite and submissive. Jin Wuji did not care about her attitude at all, treating her like an ordinary person. Yu Chenxi even started to doubt her own charm. It looks like I will not be able to complete the mission that first martial uncle gave me, Yu Chenxi said with a drawn-out sigh. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone down, the three of them woke up. After breakfast, Yu Chenxi came over and started talking about last night's topic. Xiaochen, I am very sincere. In the next 5-nation youth competition, even the people from the boundless sea and the ancient desolate land will be participating. This will be the grandest competition in the history of the Tianwu continent. You should have thought of participating before, right? However, the intensity of this competition is much higher than before. If you had not become a superior grade martial king, you would not have made it into the top 100. You should join the Supreme Sky sect. Only a peak sect like the Supreme Sky sect would know about fortuitous encounters. Only a fortuitous encounter can allow your strength to soar in 2 years. After struggling for an entire night, Yu Chenxi finally thought of a pretty good condition. After he spoke, he looked at Xiaochen in anticipation. Xiaochen was about to reply when his strong spiritual sense suddenly felt an overwhelming energy flying over. The elders of your sect should have arrived, Xiaochen said softly as he looked at a huge wave in front. When Yu Chenxi heard this, he quickly looked over. He saw a towering wave a kilometer away, stretching for 50 kilometers. It was like a rolling door, slowly rolling up from the bottom to the top. Then, it left the surface of the sea and soared into the air. An old man walked over calmly on the surface of the sea. Undulating, monstrous waves rose from the ground as the old man walked over quietly. There were no energy fluctuations from the towering waves. The surface of the sea was calm as the old man walked over quietly. Even a martial monarch could not break through the huge wave. When seen from a distance, it looked like a huge wave gate was lifted up by a formless energy. Is this the power of a sage? Just by raising his hand, he can easily overturn the seas and rivers, changing the world. When Xiaochen saw the old man walking over slowly, he did not show much astonishment in his eyes. There was only shock, a deep shock. This was a true expert, the people who stood at the peak of this world. Today, Xiaochen finally got to see their true faces. Boo! Boo! The old man was a kilometer away earlier. Now, he was already on the island. Even though he only took a few steps, he surpassed the limits of distance and arrived in an instant. First martial uncle, why are you here? When Yu Chenxi saw the old man, he revealed a joyful expression and quickly ran over. The old man smiled faintly. Then he looked at Yu Chenxi and said, "You have no idea how anxious we were when we received your message. If not for the sect needing someone to stand guard, your Grand Master would have come personally." Yu Chenxi stuck out his tongue mischievously. He smiled and said, "It is not like I can't get out. I am just temporarily trapped. You are all too anxious." Chapter 395. Yu Chenxi gave Xiaochen a meaningful look and quickly whispered a few words into the old man's ear. After the old man heard this, he looked at Xiaochen with great interest. His gaze seemed to see through all the disguises in this world and see through Xiaochen. Xiaochen's eyes narrowed as he sensed the other party's vast mental strength. He instinctively wanted to use his divine sense to block it. However, when Xiaochen thought about how the other party was a bona fide martial sage intending to check on him, his spiritual sense might not be strong enough to block it. Even if he succeeded, it would only attract the other party's interest, and he would use other methods to achieve his goal. Hence, Xiaochen simply gave up on resisting. He would just watch. It was too difficult to keep all his secrets from a martial sage. Xiao. The old man withdrew his gaze and revealed a thoughtful expression. He muttered to himself, "What a strange kid, I can't see what his martial spirit is." "Uncle Master, what do you think of this person? What do you think of my taste?" Yu Chenxi asked expectantly. The old man nodded and smiled, reaching inferior grade martial king at the age of 18. With such a cultivation talent, he can only be considered an outstanding talent in the great Jin nation. However, he has grasped 2 states at the same time. Just this point alone makes him a genius. There's another important point, Yu Chenxi asked with interest. What else? The old man nodded and said, "I'll talk to him myself later." In short, you didn't misjudge him. He is the kind of person this old man is looking for. Yu Chenxi immediately smiled happily, but then he said helplessly, "This fellow doesn't seem to be moved by force or persuasion. I talked for a long time, but he didn't show any signs of agreeing or refusing." The old man leisurely smiled and softly said, "He is a smart person. I will go and talk to him." Xiao Chen and Xiao Bai were about 200 meters away from the old man. Logically speaking, at such a close distance, he should be able to hear the conversation between Xianxia and Xiao Bai very clearly. But for some reason he couldn't hear a single sound, and when he looked over, the figure of the other party seemed a little blurry. In this way, it was impossible to guess what the other party was talking about by mouthing. Just as he was thinking about something, the old man and Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and cupped his hands in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, saying, "Junior Xiao Chen greets Senior. May I know your name?" The old man sized up Xiao Chen from a close distance. When he saw that Xiao Chen did not show any change in his expression when he saw him, the old man praised him in his heart. "I don't dare to claim my name. I am Gu Ying, an idler of the Supreme Sky Sect. If you don't mind, you can call me Senior Gu." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior Gu. Otherwise, I would have to stay on this deserted island for more than a year." Gu Ying waved his hand and said, "It can't be considered a help. It was just something I did along the way. If I guessed correctly, you should have only started cultivating for 2 years, right?" The moment Gu Ying said this, not only did Xiao Chen feel astonished, but Xianxia, who was behind Gu Ying, was even more astonished. Could this be the crucial point that first Martial Uncle mentioned? To be able to cultivate to Martial King in 2 years? His talent was truly horrifying. Xiao Chen also did not expect Gu Ying's eyes to be so sharp. He could even see this. Xiao Chen could only nod and admit it. Gu Ying smiled faintly and said, "You are a smart person. I will not beat around the bush. The continent is in the midst of a once-in-a-thousand-years golden age. The peak powers are all looking for geniuses. Without understanding the Supreme Sky Sect, it is wise not to choose a side. However, I have to warn you. Before the next 5-nation youth competition, it is best to choose a side. That will be your last chance. Take it. This is your reward for helping Xianxia." Gu Ying tossed over a golden medallion. Xiao Chen caught it and took a look. The words, "Supreme," were written on the front of the medallion and "Haotian" were written on the back of the medallion. The golden medallion seemed to have a miraculous power. When Xiao Chen held it in his hand, he felt a faint warmth. There was an indistinct, gentle energy coming from it. It instantly calmed one's state of mind, allowing one to completely relax. Seeing Xiao Chen catch the medallion, Gu Ying smiled and said, "I'll take my leave first. In the future, when you come to the Great Jin Nation, you might as well come to the Supreme Sky Sect. This old man will do his best as a host." Xiao Chen put away the medallion and performed a cupped fist salute. "Senior, please take care." In the distance, Gu Ying carried Xianxia, moving a kilometer with each step. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. As Xiao Chen stared at the two's footsteps, he muttered, "According to legend, every move of a martial sage can affect the laws of heaven and earth. It looks like the legend is true." Gu Ying carried Xianxia in the air, moving a kilometer with each step. "First Martial Uncle, why didn't you tell him about joining the Supreme Sky Sect?" Xianxia asked Gu Ying, feeling suspicious. Gu Ying smiled gently and said, "It's fine. Just accept the Haotian medallion. You are a good lass, but your thoughts are too pure. Otherwise, you would not have been so angered by this brat that you could do nothing about it." Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and smiled at Bai. "Bai, it's time for us to go." The two of them walked quickly towards the huge wave. Not long after they left, the huge wave slowly sank back down. The entire Qianren Island was sealed up by the huge wave once again. It would reopen in 3 years. However, not many people would return by then. On the calm surface of the sea, Xiao Chen and Bai chatted as they walked. With their current cultivation, it was no longer difficult for them to walk on the water. Bai said softly, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, I have already practiced the flowing light sword art to the 5th layer. In the future, I will no longer be afraid of the bad guy, Bai. So, elder brother Xiao Chen, please don't treat me as a burden." When Xiao Chen saw Bai's slightly red eyes, he was stunned. The current Bai was no longer the little spirit fox who did not know anything. Her thoughts had started to become more meticulous. She already had her own thoughts about some of his actions. Xiaochen rubbed Bai's head and smiled gently. How can Bai be a burden? In the past, she helped me pick many herbs and saved my life a few times. Now, she has become even stronger than me. After a pause, Xiaochen looked at the calm sea in front of him and muttered, However, I owe you too much. If I let you get injured again, I will not be able to bear it in my heart. When Bai was born, Xiaochen separated her from her mother. Although the situation was urgent back then and he had saved her from the hands of the Tang clan, he still had his own selfish motives. However, he still had his own selfish desires. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed on a secret demonic cultivation technique to his mother as compensation. Outside Whitewater City, the little fellow did not hesitate to go berserk to save him from the hands of Hua Yunfei and Duanmuking. Then, for Xiaochen's sake, she dragged her exhausted body through savage forest. In the dangerous savage forest with many ferocious spirit beasts, she snatched food from the tiger's mouth and snatched medicinal herbs to help Xiaochen survive the most dangerous period of his life. From that moment on, Xiaochen swore in his heart that he would no longer treat Xiao Bai as a pet. He would also not let her get hurt because of him. After Bai transformed into a human, the guilt in Xiaochen's heart became even stronger. He did not dare to let Bai take any more risks. Therefore, in his heart, he had never seen Whitey as a burden, not even in the slightest. Bai's eyes were somewhat moist. She said softly, Is that true? Elder brother Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled and said, Really? Even truer than pearls. Let's go. Let's compete to see who reaches Green Wind Island first. If you get there first, I'll treat you to a feast and good wine. Bai stopped crying and smiled. She said, Bai runs very fast. Elder brother Xiaochen will definitely not be able to catch me. Boom, boom. Just at this moment, an unending wave suddenly surged up a kilometer away from the two. The wave was a kilometer tall and surged ferociously. An undercurrent immediately surged up on the calm surface of the sea and quickly surged towards the huge wave. In the blink of an eye, the huge wave instantly grew another kilometer. Aside from martial sages, no one else could achieve such a feat. Xiaochen showed a helpless expression. A sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Unexpectedly, he ran into two martial sages in one day. Before martial sages, the two had no chance of survival. However, the other party did not attack. Clearly, there was still room to turn the situation around. Xiaochen looked up and saw that there was no one around. He shouted, I wonder which senior is here? Why are you blocking this junior's path? Pooh, pooh. Suddenly, soft footsteps came from behind the two. Xiaochen turned his head to take a look. Xiaochen saw two blurry figures slowly appear in the distance. It was a man and a woman, both dressed in white. Only when they got closer did they see their appearances clearly. The man looked to be in his 30s and had an incomparably handsome face. There was a faintly discernible demonic aura on his face, and his eyes were deep and filled with endless temptation. This was a man that would drive all women crazy. Xiaochen had never seen such a handsome and elegant man before. He brought out the charm of a man to the extreme. The woman also looked to be in her 30s. However, she was pretty and had smooth skin. She looked extremely charming. When she walked with the man, they looked like a perfect match. The expression in the two's eyes was very familiar to Xiaochen. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Bai. Suddenly, he was startled. This man and woman looked very similar to Bai. Xiaochen had a guess in his heart. Bai grabbed Xiaochen's arm tightly and hid behind him. She said in a soft voice, Elder brother Xiaochen, why do I feel that these two people are very familiar? Naturally, you are my daughter. How could you not be familiar? The handsome man in white smiled gently as he looked at Bai. The beautiful woman at the side smiled at Xiaochen and said, Little friend, thank you for teaching me the secret technique and for taking care of my daughter for so long. Bai looked at Xiaochen and asked, Elder brother Xiaochen, is what they said true? Xiaochen's expression turned grave. He had not expected such a scene. After a long time, he nodded and said, Bai is real. They are your parents. Since the other party could tell him the secret of the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation and they looked so similar, their identities could not be faked. Chapter 396. The only thing that Xiaochen had doubts about was how the other party found him. Bai's eyes were filled with curiosity. He looked at the two of them, looking very excited. The sense of familiarity and closeness that came from their bloodline caused Bai to lose his initial panic. Xiaochen took a deep breath and did his best to remain calm. He asked, "How did you find me?" Bai's parents exchanged glances. Finally, the white-clothed man said, "Let me tell you. Bai's mother knows your identity. After she successfully transformed, she went to the Myriad Fiend Palace to look for me. From then on, I sent people to the Great Qin Nation to look for news of you. However, you seem to have offended some big powers and went into hiding. The people I sent could not find any news of you. It was only until 3 months ago, when you defeated the noble clan heirs at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, that we heard news of you again. After that, news of your battle with Xianxia at the Green Wind Islands spread out. That was when we found out where you were." It made sense. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiaochen did not bother to hide his movements. As long as a power wanted to find him, it would not be difficult. With his doubts cleared, Xiaochen threw caution to the wind. He said, "What do you want? Just say it. Kill me or torture me. After all, I cannot resist." "Do you want to kill elder brother Xiaochen? Bai forbids you from harming him." When Bai heard Xiaochen's words, he immediately stood in front of Xiaochen anxiously. The white-robed man and the beautiful woman looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "Why would I kill you? You saved my wife's life and helped my daughter transform successfully. I can tell with a glance whether or not you've enslaved her. How can I, and Zixuan, not distinguish right from wrong?" This person's words gave off a very magnanimous feeling. He stood quietly on the surface of the sea, not emitting the aura of a martial sage. Xiaochen's expression relaxed slightly. Clearly, he had not expected such a situation. He had taken in the other party's daughter as his pet. Originally, he thought the other party would punish him. Even if they did not kill him on account of him saving Bai's mother, they would definitely beat him up. From the looks of it, not only would they not kill him, they would even take care of him. This confused Xiaochen. Bai's mother looked at Bai and smiled. "We will not do anything to you. We just want Bai to stay in the Myriad Fiend Palace. If her identity is discovered in the human world, she will be an anomaly." And Zixuan continued, "With your strength, it is far from enough to protect her. Staying in the Myriad Demon Palace is the safest." Xiaochen lowered his head and entered deep thought. The other party was Xiao Bai's parents. Logically speaking, they had the right to take Xiao Bai away. He did not have many requests to refuse. However, he still felt somewhat reluctant to send Xiao Bai away so quickly. For a long time, he had been alone, with Xiao Bai accompanying him. To Xiaochen, Bai was no longer a pet but a true companion. After she left, his path as a cultivator would be even lonelier. Bai will not leave. Bai transformed into a human after much difficulty so that she can stay by Xiaochen's side and cultivate to help him beat up the bad guys. When Bai heard that Zixuan wanted to take her away, she quickly walked behind Xiaochen and spoke timidly. When Zixuan heard this, his expression changed slightly. He sized up Xiaochen, and the expression in his eyes started to change. An indistinct killing intent spread out. Xiaochen immediately felt a horrifying pressure. He could not understand what was going on. He raised his guard and prepared to retreat at any time. When Bai's mother saw the situation, she pulled Zixuan gently and whispered something into his ear. Only then did his expression improve. When Xiaochen heard what Bai's mother said, he could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that Zixuan thought that Xiaochen was toying with his daughter. That was why Bai said such things. However, no matter how much of a scoundrel I am, I will not make a move on a little girl, Xiaochen thought gloomily. However, Xiaochen could understand why his parents were so worried. It was time for him to say something. Xiaochen pulled Bai to the front and smiled gently. "Bai and your parents should leave first. I will go to the Myriad Fiend Palace to visit you in the future. With my current strength, I am indeed unable to guarantee your safety." Bai's eyes were somewhat moist as she said, "Elder brother Xiaochen, do you not want me anymore?" When Zixuan and his wife saw how attached Bai was to Xiaochen, they did not know what to do. Especially when they saw the little girl crying, they did not know what to do. Xiaochen advised softly, "You have been by my side for a long time already. However, your parents have never interacted with you. This is not fair to them. Isn't Bai very sensible?" When Bai heard this, she entered deep thought. Clearly, she was moved by Xiaochen's words. However, she still hesitated and felt very uneasy. At this moment, Bai's mother walked over and gently held Bai's hand. She smiled and said, "Bai, your strength is still very weak. Xiaochen will always have to split his attention to protect you. This will affect his cultivation. You don't want that to happen, right?" When she said this, Bai lowered her head. She thought to herself, "That's right, I am indeed too weak. I can't even defeat some strong demonic beasts." Although Xiaochen did not say that she was a burden, there were some things that did not need to be said. For a long time, it was indeed Xiaochen who had been protecting her. She rarely helped Xiaochen anymore. When Bai thought of this, she raised her head and asked, "Then, if I go to the Myriad Fiend Palace, will I be able to become stronger?" And Zixuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "You are my daughter. Naturally, your talent will not be bad. As long as you go to the Myriad Fiend Palace, you will be stronger than me one day." Bai turned around and asked Xiaochen if this was true. After she received a positive answer, she finally agreed to go to the Myriad Fiend Palace. What will come will come. Even though Xiaochen was reluctant, he still made up his mind. He removed the spirit blood jade from his chest and handed it over to Zixuan. Zixuan received the spirit blood jade and took a look. Then he handed it back and said softly, "Keep it. There will be a chance for us to meet again in the future. I know you truly care about Bai." After Zixuan spoke, he took out a jade medallion and handed it to Xiaochen. He said, "This is the Myriad Fiend Palace's Heavenly Fiend Medallion. In times of danger, it can summon an ancient fiend emperor's clone to protect your life. If you do not need it, you can come to the Myriad Fiend Palace to look for me. I will agree to a condition that is not too excessive." After receiving the medallion, Xiaochen felt somewhat speechless. These martial sages seemed to like giving medallions to others. He actually received 2 medallions in one day. "The 2 of you will take your leave. Bai will take her leave as well. In the future, when you go to the Myriad Fiend Palace, don't be a little drunkard." Xiaochen smiled gently and said goodbye to everyone. As Bai watched Xiaochen leave, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She made a vow in her heart. "After 2 years, I will definitely become stronger. I will not be a burden to elder brother Xiaochen." After saying goodbye to Bai, Xiaochen was truly alone. In the future, he could only walk the path of cultivation by himself. Xiaochen brandished the lunar shadow saber in his hand and smiled faintly. "That's not right. I forgot about you. I still have the lunar shadow saber. No matter what, my saber will always be by my side." There was still a long way to go. He had to walk it himself. Xiaochen sorted out his emotions and continued his journey to the Green Wind Island. Just as Xiaochen was about to reach the halfway point, 2 sharp killing chi came from a group of reefs in front. They shot towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen's gaze paused and he looked forward. When he saw the appearance of the 2 people, he could not help but feel it was strange. He said, "Wu Shangxuan and Yang Wen, why are the 2 of them together?" Xiaochen remembered that Wu Shangxuan had personally killed a few of Yang Wen's companions in the treasure room on Qianren Island. Now, the 2 of them were together. Unexpectedly, they had become companions. "Xiao! Xiao!" Wu Shangxuan and Yang Wen quickly flew towards Xiaochen. Soon, they landed 100 meters in front of Xiaochen. Wu Shangxuan rubbed his chin, which was still slightly misaligned. A dark look flashed on his aged face as he said ruthlessly, "I said it before. As long as we wait here, we will meet this brat sooner or later. Yang Wen, do you believe me now?" Yang Wen smiled faintly and did not deny it. He looked at Xiaochen and said, "Hand over the box you obtained from the treasure room and the spirit herbs you obtained from the herb garden. Then I can let you off today. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving here alive." Xiaochen squinted his eyes and revealed a faint mocking expression. As long as they had a common interest, they could stand together so intimately. This was interesting. However, Did these two people really treat him as a piece of meat on a chopping board? Wu Xiangshuan revealed a murderous intent on his face. He said coldly, "Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. After that, we will split his spatial ring." Kill. After Wu Xiangshuan spoke, he stomped heavily on the surface of the sea. The huge force caused the calm sea to surge. Bang! Yang Wen's eyes turned cold. He did not waste any more words. He stomped on the surface of the sea and shot forward. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he looked at the two people with startling auras. There were no fluctuations in them at all. A fierce purple flame burned continuously in his right eye. Soon, a huge flame whirlpool formed in the boundless space in his right eye. Xiao Chen shouted, and the surging purple flames surged forward. Boom! When the two of them were less than 20 meters away from Xiao Chen, a huge purple flame suddenly soared up in front of them. It was 10 meters long and 100 meters tall. The blazing purple flame flickered with a dim light. Its high temperature caused the surface of the sea to boil. Steam rose up and spread out, forming an overwhelming mist. Wu Xiangshuan's and Yang Wen's expressions changed greatly. Just a moment ago, the boundless surging sea was before them. In the next moment, it seemed like only the huge purple flame remained in the world. It filled their vision, shocking them. Retreat! The strange and strong purple flame startled the two of them. They could not understand what was going on. They executed their movement techniques to their limits and quickly retreated. When the purple flame landed, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared on the sea where the two of them were originally standing. Countless amounts of water vapor rose from the surface of the sea. The deep pit only appeared for an instant before the surrounding seawater quickly surged over. Chapter 397. A huge whirlpool formed on the calm surface of the sea. It sucked in all the surrounding water. The whirlpool spun continuously, growing faster and faster. In the end, a huge pillar of water rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. It was an incomparably terrifying sight. Wu Xiangshuan and Yang Wen exchanged glances. They could see fear in each other's eyes. 3 months ago, although the Xiao Chen was very strong, he was still slightly weaker than them. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's casual attack, without even drawing his saber, caused such a huge commotion. His strength clearly surpassed any of them. Damn it! This fellow has matured. We have to do our best to take him down today. Otherwise, we might die here, Wu Xiangshuan said with a cold expression. At some point in time, a black dagger had appeared in his hand. Yang Wen also took out a pair of gloves from his spatial ring and slowly put them on. There were barbs and hooks on the gloves. There was also a spiritual light flickering on them. Clearly, it was a secret treasure. When Xiao Chen saw the actions of the two, he smiled faintly and slowly walked forward. The flames in his right eye started to gather once again. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of purple flames shot out like cannonballs. Everywhere they passed, the air burned. A vacuum appeared, dark and gloomy. Bang, bang, zoom, zoom, zoom. The two of them continued to jump up and down on the surface of the water, dodging the incoming purple flames. The waves on the surface of the sea surged and surged continuously. From time to time, pillars of water would shoot out in all directions. Occasionally, some unlucky fish would be carried into the air by the waves. However, they were immediately roasted by the high temperature, leaving only their skeletons. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Wen shouted and leaped into the air. A strong force burst forth from the gloves as he punched. Yang Wen punched the purple flames flying at Xiao Chen. When the horrifying fist wind struck the purple flames, there was an intense explosion. Shockwaves surged and a 100-meter-tall wave immediately appeared on the surface of the sea. It looks like 70% of the purple flame's strength is equal to the peak strike of a superior-grade martial king, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Since that is the case, there is no need to continue testing it. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A dazzling purple light quickly appeared on the saber blade. Wu Xiangshuan turned into a black line and passed through the water screen. Just as he was about to catch Xiao Chen off guard, He suddenly felt a boundless killing intent surging toward him from above. With a horrified expression, he hurriedly raised his head to look, only to see a dazzling purple aurora, so piercing that it hurt his eyes. Ding. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xianxia took half a step back. He held his dagger in front of him and blocked Xianxia's descending attack. His experience saved his life at the crucial moment, preventing him from being split into two halves by the saber. However, the huge force from the dagger numbed Xianxia's wrist. He nearly lost his grip on the dagger. When Xianxia saw Xianxia's calm expression but his eyes filled with killing qi, his heart turned cold. He quickly used his left hand to support his wrist. "Can you block it?" Xianxia snorted coldly. He lowered his right hand, which was holding the saber hilt. The purple qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly and a boundless essence liquid poured out. With the aid of the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer, Xianxia's strength instantly increased by 20%. Bang! This force knocked Xianxia's body into the sea, sending him flying. His dagger also flew out of his hand. How many spirit herbs did this fellow eat? Why is his essence so surging? It is even stronger than a regular peak superior grade martial king. Xianxia vomited a mouthful of blood. He was horrified as he thought to himself, Xianxia actually crushed me in terms of essence. Although Xianxia's cultivation technique was only medial grade earth ranked, he had cultivated it for decades. However, Xianxia, was only in his teens, yet he could suppress Xianxia in terms of essence. Boom! Suddenly, there was a piercing sonic boom. It was Yang Wen taking advantage of this opportunity to fly over. Xianxia turned around and brandished his saber. His movements were swift and fluid, and the saber landed on his opponent's glove. Dang! Ding! Ding! The sharp saber gave off sparks as it struck the glove. However, the glove was not damaged at all. Most of the surging essence had been dissipated by the glove. Yang Wen smiled sinisterly. "My glove is an offensive peak inferior grade secret treasure. You do not have the ability to break it. Don't regret giving me the opportunity to get close." Shio. In a flash, Yang Wen arrived less than a meter from Xianxia. His right fist punched at Xianxia's chest. The barbs and spikes on his fist could be seen clearly. This made one tremble in fear. If one was struck, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. When cultivators fought in close combat, long weapons like sabers and swords would lose their usefulness. They would not be able to block the opponent's attack. The longer one was, the stronger one was. The shorter one was, the more dangerous one was. This was the principle. Xianxia tilted his body to the side and dodged his opponent's attack. Then he quickly retreated. Just as his opponent was about to get close again, Xianxia brandished his saber. However, that strange glove managed to dissipate most of the force from Xianxia's attack. Yang Wen took advantage of this opportunity to get close again. Hu Qi! This repeated a few times. In the end, Xianxia could not shake off Yang Wen's attack. Xianxia, who had recovered his essence, took this opportunity to join the battle. He turned into a black beam of light and occasionally used his sharp dagger to harass Xianxia. With the two of them working together, they finally suppressed the imposing Xianxia. They forced Xianxia back. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated a kilometer. Xianxia regained some color on his face. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Brat, the people that I, Xianxia, target have never survived. You will not be an exception. I will trample you to death later. You actually dared to kick me. How reckless." Right after Xianxia spoke, in the time it took for a spark to fly, Xianxia caught onto Xianxia's carelessness and kicked him. Kasi. Xianxia kicked Xianxia's chin again. Xianxia sent Xianxia tumbling in the air. Blood dripped continuously from his chin. This is a good opportunity. Yang Wen's eyes lit up in joy. He could not help but increase the speed of his fist wind. Xianxia had just sent out a kick. When he pulled it back, he would be wide open. He would not be able to dodge or retreat in time. Xianxia could not dodge this punch. However, he did not intend to. With a thought, the jade pendant on his chest flashed with light. A thick essence barrier surrounded Xianxia. Kasi. The gloves with barbs and iron spikes only paused on the surface of the Yuan Qi barrier for a second before they broke through it and continued forward. It looked like this jade pendant was as it said, it could only block a peak medial grade martial king's attack. It could not block a superior grade martial king's attack. However, if it could slow down the force of his opponent's punch, Xiao Chen would have achieved his goal. After all, he still had a peak inferior grade defensive inner vest. The sharp glove struck Xiao Chen's chest. However, there was no bloody mess or hole in his chest as Xiao Chen expected. It only knocked Xiao Chen back 10 meters. After that, he was fine. How can this be? My gloves are extremely sharp. Even a peak superior grade martial king cannot block them, Yang Wen said in shock. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and brandished his saber. He pressed forward and said, "You are not the only person in this world with secret treasures." Yang Wen recovered his wits and smiled. "As long as you let me get close, as long as your essence is not stronger than a martial monarch's, no matter how strong you are, my fist will be able to neutralize it." "Is that so?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and a red light flickered on his forehead. The dazzling purple saber instantly gave off a red light. It was the state of massacre infused into it. Cut, cut. Before Yang Wen's incredulous gaze, Xiao Chen's saber chopped the glove on his right hand in half, causing it to fall to the ground. Xiao Chen could no longer neutralize the surging force. When the saber qi swept out, it opened a horrifying wound on Yang Wen's chest. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xiao Chen followed up with another attack. He executed the killing move of the Wuxia saber technique. After advancing to Martial King, the strength of the Wuxia saber technique had increased several-fold. The might of a peak earth-ranked martial technique was truly unleashed. The divine Wuxia tree descended from the sky with a surging aura, carrying the force of lightning. Yang Wen could not dodge in time. The divine tree shook him, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Then he fell to the sea. Xiao Chen did not give Yang Wen a chance to get up. He rushed forward and swung his saber 3 times, ending this person's life. Then, Xiao Chen casually removed this person's spatial ring. Then, he turned his gaze to Wu Xianxia, who had turned into a black beam of light fleeing into the distance. "Xiao Chen, the next time you meet this old man will consign you to eternal damnation. I will make you die a tragic death." Xiao Chen leaped into the air and said indifferently, "You no longer have that chance." Wuxia breaks the heavens. A beam of light alternating between purple and red appeared on the saber. It quickly elongated. In the blink of an eye, it extended a few thousand meters above the sea. Everywhere the beam of light passed, huge waves surged up on both sides of the sea. It looked very horrifying. But there was a miserable cry. At the end of the beam of light, Wu Xianxia clutched the bloody hole in his chest. His eyes were filled with horror. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Xiao Chen slowly walked over on the water. By the time he arrived before Wu Xianxia, the other party was already dead. Xiao Chen removed the spatial ring on his hand. Xiao Chen did not even bother to look at the other party's corpse. He sheathed the lunar shadow saber and resumed his journey to the Green Wind Island. The setting sun looked like blood as it reflected on the vast sea. The 2 corpses floated quietly on the surface of the sea. Soon, there would be nothing left of them. The ferocious fish would devour them. After killing 2 peak superior grade martial saints, Xiao Chen's emotions did not fluctuate much. Before he advanced to Martial King, he could already kill superior grade martial kings. Now that he was a martial king, his cultivation had increased significantly. His strength had increased in all aspects. Killing 2 ordinary peak superior grade martial kings was nothing. A cultivator's strength was determined by the purity and quantity of essence. After that, it was determined by the cultivation technique, the martial technique, and the state that they comprehended. Xiao Chen was not lacking in any of these areas. He relied on a large number of spirit herbs to increase his essence to that of a peak superior grade martial king. His cultivation technique was a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. However, his opponent only cultivated a medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. As for his martial technique, it was a peak superior grade earth-ranked ancient martial technique. Chapter 398. As for states, there was no need to even mention them. The vast state of thunder infused with holy might and the state of massacre, which was above ordinary states, completely suppressed the other party. With Xiao Chen's current strength, aside from the peak geniuses of some sects, he would be undefeatable. As long as a half-step martial monarch did not appear, Xiao Chen would be undefeatable within the martial king realm. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen opened Yang Wen's spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He counted more than 20,000 inferior-grade spirit stones and 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones. It looked like this person had gained a lot on Qianren Island. 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones was not a small sum. However, all of this now belonged to Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen put away the spirit stones, he fixed his gaze on Wu Xiangshuan's spatial ring. This person was ruthless and crafty. In the main hall of Qianren Island, at least 80 treasure seekers had died at his hands. When Xiao Chen thought of the dozens of bloody corpses at the entrance, he felt a chill in his heart. I wonder how many things are in Wu Xiangshuan's spatial ring. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation as he sent in his spiritual sense. See! Piles of spirit stones flashing with azure light dazzled Xiao Chen. Even though he had prepared himself, he had not expected this person to be so rich. Xiao Chen did a rough count. This person had more than 15,000 medial-grade spirit stones and more than 200 of the extremely rare superior-grade spirit stones. There were countless inferior-grade spirit stones. There were also many secret treasures and all sorts of martial techniques and cultivation techniques. He must have obtained them from other cultivators. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. He said indifferently, relying on the evil path is not the right path. This person had so many resources, but he could not advance to half-step martial monarch. This was the best proof. This was also a warning to Xiao Chen. If a person's heart was twisted, they would not be able to reach the peak. The busy harbor of Green Wind Island appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen placed the spirit stones into his universe ring. He quickened his pace and rushed toward the Green Wind Island. After setting foot on the island, Xiao Chen immediately rushed to his inn and inquired about the whereabouts of Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao. Young hero, your friend left a month ago. Before he left behind a letter and asked me to give it to you. When the waiter saw Xiao Chen asking, he quickly took out a letter and handed it to him. Since he left a month ago, it meant that Kim Taeho had been waiting for him for more than 2 months. That was enough. Xiao Chen smiled gently and received the letter. Then, he rewarded the waiter with an inferior-grade spirit stone. The waiter immediately left happily. Opening the envelope, Xiao Chen read it carefully. After a while, Xiao Chen finished reading the contents. There were not many words in the letter. The gist of it was that the dispute between them and the Black Dragon Triad had been settled, and both sides had taken a step back. They could not wait for him to deal with this matter for the time being. At the end of the letter, Kim Taeho invited Xiao Chen to visit the Great Tang Empire when he had the time. At that time, Xiao Chen would receive him properly. Regarding Kim Taeho's invitation, Xiao Chen was somewhat interested. The strongest sect in the Great Tang Empire, the Beast Taming Abode, was famous. He had wanted to go and take a look for a long time. The Beast Taming Abode was the only sect that systematically tamed high-ranked spirit beasts. According to rumors, they even tamed rank 9 and rank 10 spirit beasts. The Beast Taming Abode was very famous in the entire continent. The founder, Mao Yanan, was also the only cultivator who did not have the strength of a martial emperor but could compete with one. After putting away the letter, Xiao Chen called the waiter to prepare a room and hot water. After that, he took a comfortable hot bath and put on his clothes. Then, he ordered a sumptuous meal and started eating. After living on a deserted island and in closed-door cultivation for the past 3 months, Xiao Chen felt somewhat bored. Now that he had taken a bath and had a sumptuous meal, he felt that it was a wonderful thing. Waiter, give this lord 2 jars of wine and 5 kilograms of beef. The faster, the better. Don't. Just as Xiao Chen finished eating and was about to pay the bill and leave, a stout man came up from downstairs. He was 2 meters tall and carried a huge axe. He looked boorish and ferocious. Most people would tremble in fear when they saw him. This was by Li Shi, whom Xiaoqin had forced out of the herb garden. Xiaoqin had not expected to see him here. Bai Lishi looked around and saw the white-robed Xiaoqin. His expression could not help but change, and a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He took out the giant axe from his back and swung it at Zhang Xian without any hesitation. Ding! Xiaoqin did not draw his saber. Just as the huge axe was about to hack down, the tip of his saber struck the axe's edge, giving off a dull sound. A huge force came from the saber. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin was unable to block it. He was forced back 3 steps and only stopped when he pushed his heels against the wooden boards. This axe seems to be quite famous, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Bai Lishi's physical body should be stronger than his. However, Bai Lishi was not ridiculously strong. Even when Xiaoqin used some skill, he could not neutralize the force. This could only mean that the problem was with the axe. However, Xiaoqin did not think too much about it. At this moment, he had no intention of fighting with this person. Even if he was a martial king, his chances of defeating Bai Lishi were not more than 50%. Xiaoqin could only say that he did not fear this person. After all, Bai Lishi was a famous cultivator. Furthermore, he had substantiated his physical body. His combat prowess was much stronger than cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Seeing that Bai Lishi intended to make another move, Xiaoqin said sullenly, "Bai Lishi, if you still want spirit herbs for tempering the physical body, go ahead and chop down with this axe." When Bai Lishi heard this, his eyes flickered. After hesitating for a long time, he did not chop down in the end. Dang! Bai Lishi casually placed the axe on the floor, and the huge restaurant trembled. He sat down and said, "This old man forgot. Brat, you cultivate the physical body as well. You must have picked a lot of spirit herbs for tempering the physical body. Hand over all the spirit herbs for tempering the physical body, and I will not kill you. I Bai Lishi always keep my word." Xiaoqin sat down across from Bai Lishi. He smiled gently and said, "Sorry, I need those spirit herbs for tempering the physical body. So I cannot give them to you." Bai Lishi's expression turned cold. He raised his huge axe and said angrily, "Brat, you dare to trick this old man?" Just as Bai Lishi was about to erupt in anger, Xiaoqin said leisurely, "I do not have any spirit herbs. However, I do have a heaven-ranked body-tempering secret manual that the Savannah King passed down." Bai Lishi's expression suddenly changed. He quickly put away his huge axe and asked with a bewildered expression, "Are you talking about the Savannah King's firmament body-tempering art?" Xiaoqin smiled gently and tossed out the firmament body-tempering art. When Bai Lishi saw it clearly, he immediately put it away. Unexpectedly, it really is the firmament body-tempering art. I thought that the Dark Church's people had snatched it away. Unexpectedly, you managed to find it. Bai Lishi's expression filled with shock. A fervent look appeared in his eyes. There were very few cultivators on the continent that cultivated the physical body. Naturally, cultivation techniques for tempering the physical body were even rarer. Even if there were, they would be low-ranked cultivation techniques. Finding a high-ranked cultivation technique was harder than ascending to heaven. For so many years, Bai Lishi had only cultivated an inferior-grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. He had already cultivated that cultivation technique to its peak long ago. There was no way for him to improve it any further. When Bai Lishi saw that Xiaoqin really had a heaven-ranked body-tempering cultivation technique in his hands, his excitement was easy to imagine. Bai Lishi's hand unknowingly moved to the handle of his axe. He withdrew his killing chi and thought to himself happily, "This brat took the initiative to come to me. When I kill him, I can vent my anger and obtain body-tempering spirit herbs and secret manuals. This is killing many birds with one stone." Xiaoqin took a sip of tea and looked at Bai Lishi. He said softly, "Put away your axe. If I want to leave, you will not be able to stop me. If I was not confident, would I take the initiative to sit across from you?" Bai Lishi calmed himself down and said, "What do you want? Just say it. I have to obtain that heaven-ranked body-tempering secret manual." Xiaoqin said casually, "You have to be willing to give it to me first. Have you sold that 1,000-year-old snow ginseng?" Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, You should have said so earlier. I am keeping it. This is for you. Hand over the body tempering secret manual. What Bai Lishi cultivated was the physical body. This 1,000-year-old snow ginseng could only increase a cultivator's cultivation. Although it was very precious, it would not be of any help to him. Hence, Bai Lishi tossed it over straightforwardly. Xiaochen smiled and said, "You are too naive. You want to exchange one snow ginseng for a heaven-ranked secret manual? That is barely enough. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Bai Lishi snorted coldly and smacked the table heavily with his right hand. A huge force came from his palm and the wooden table immediately shattered. The table did not shatter. Instead, it truly shattered, turning into countless wooden shavings. Bai Lishi's control over his strength had clearly reached a certain level. Bai Lishi raised his huge axe and hacked at Xiaochen's head with lightning speed. However, just as the sharp axe was about to break Xiaochen's head, Bai Lishi stopped what he was doing. The instant the table shattered, Xiaochen pointed 2 fingers on his right hand at Bai Lishi's throat. A 3-inch-long short sword spun rapidly under Bai Lishi's neck. That 3-inch-long short sword looked plain and unadorned. However, Bai Lishi could feel a frightening energy from it. Bai Lishi did not doubt that if he made a move, that short sword would immediately pierce through his throat. Even though his physical body had been tempered to the point of being as tough as steel, it would not be an exception. Xiaochen said coldly, "You can try. Let's see if your axe or my flying sword is faster." Bai Lishi's expression did not change as he said, "Brat, don't be too greedy. If I guessed right, you should have taken away the Savannah King's burial items. This small sword should be one of his burial items as well, right? The firmament body tempering art that you gave me should be a copy as well. Using a copy to exchange for a 1,000-year-old snow ginseng is a sure win for you. If you are too greedy, have you thought about the consequences if I spread the news that you obtained the burial items?" Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Go ahead and say it. I can also spread the news that you injured me. You snatched away all the burial items. I have close to 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones. You can try and see who can spread the news faster." Bai Lishi's expression turned sullen. His right hand grasped the handle of his axe tightly. He said coldly, "What exactly do you want?" The atmosphere between the two was very strange. One held his axe and pressed it against the other's head. The other controlled a secret treasure and pressed it against the other's throat. Chapter 399. As long as both sides had a single thought, they would immediately perish together. Those whose minds were slightly unstable would most likely be defeated in this battle. When the people in the restaurant saw Bai Lishi and Xiaochen fight, they all left. When they saw the strange situation, they all fled as far as they could. Bai Lishi was infamous. If he was in a bad mood, he might even destroy the entire restaurant. If he continued to stay here, he would be in deep trouble if he were to be accidentally injured in the fight. Xiaochen's expression did not change. It was like he did not see the dangerous axe above his head. He said indifferently, "It is very simple. It is impossible for you to use the snow ginseng to exchange for the secret manual. Even if the secret manual is a copy, it is not possible. Speaking of which, I was the one who tossed the snow ginseng to you. It is mine. You are using my things to exchange for it. Don't even think about trying to gain something without risking anything." When Bai Lishi heard this, he felt very angry. To think that this fellow was so shameless. If he had not tossed the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng at him for no reason, would he have been forced to leave the herb garden early? If he had not left the herb garden, he would have obtained at least a few good spirit herbs for body tempering. If he was lucky, he might even have obtained the burial items of the Savannah King. Now, Bai Lishi was trying to bite back at him, saying that he was trying to gain something without risking anything. This was simply too shameless. Bai Lishi said ruthlessly, "You are ruthless. I will add another 2,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Is that enough?" Xiaochen remained silent. After a while, he said, "If I bring this firmament body linking art to the ancient Desolate Lands auction house, I believe it will fetch at least 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Bai Lishi's hand trembled. He nearly could not resist hacking down. This fellow looks delicate and young, but he is too arrogant. What did 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones mean? Bai Lishi did not even have that many medial-grade spirit stones. If he did not kill others for treasures or have any fortuitous encounters, he would have to work hard in the ancient desolate land for 5 or 6 years. Bai Lishi took a deep breath and did his best to suppress his violent heart. He said, "Add another 2,000. Is there any more?" Xiaochen looked calmly at Bai Lishi. He said indifferently, "At least 5,000. If there is no more, then forget it. I will sell it myself. Otherwise, you can bet that you can avoid my flying sword before the axe hits me. However, I have to warn you in advance that this artifact of mine is a peak low-rank offensive artifact. Its speed is so fast that even I do not have the confidence to avoid it." Bai Lishi's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Ever since he became famous, he had never been forced into such a miserable state. Furthermore, the other party was a junior. Every single one of his words hit the nail on the head, preventing the other party from shedding all pretenses of cordiality. The feeling of being stifled was simply indescribable. But the elementary heaven stage body refining secret manual was too important to him. It was the key to whether he could advance further. Corroborating one's Tao with the physical body was extremely difficult. Bai Lishi was able to cultivate from an ordinary person to a peak superior grade martial king. This proved his talent. His innate talent and bone structure weren't bad, and he only lacked a higher level secret manual to go a step further. However, Xiaochen just happened to grasp his Achilles heel, causing him to be helpless and helpless. "Xiao!" Bai Lishi withdrew his huge axe. His coarse face looked extremely horrifying. After he calmed down for a long time, he said, "You win. I will add another 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. I will use the remaining medial-grade spirit stones to purchase spirit herbs and other things. However, I can tell you a piece of information." Xiaochen withdrew his small sword from Bai Lishi's throat and thought to himself, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones, and a piece of information in exchange for a copy of a heaven stage secret manual. This was more or less the price Xiaochen expected. If Xiaochen continued squeezing him, Bai Lishi would probably go crazy. A heaven stage cultivation technique might seem very expensive, but Xiaochen's was a body-refining cultivation technique. In reality, it would not fetch a high price. This was because there were too few cultivators who corroborated their Tao with the physical body. This was not a cultivation technique that could be sold for a high price. Hence, the moment Xiaochen saw Bai Lishi, he made up his mind to rip him off. Only with Bai Lishi would he be able to maximize the value of this copy of the secret manual. The two of them found another table and sat down. Xiaochen said indifferently, "Speak. What information is worth 2,000 medial-grade spirit stones?" Bai Lishi said sullenly, "Information about a medial-grade secret treasure. Do you think it is worth it?" Xiaochen felt excited. He immediately felt interested. Needless to say, he already had a deep understanding of the effects of secret treasures. The clear wind robes increased his speed in all aspects. Even now, he still had it. The windwalk shoes allowed him to be as fast as a martial king when he was still a martial saint. The defensive jade pendant had helped him in many battles. As for the peak inferior grade inner vest that he just obtained, it had saved his life once. The palm sword in Xiaochen's hand also gave him the confidence to fight against Bai Lishi. Without these secret treasures, Xiaochen's strength would decrease by about 10%. His movement technique would decrease by at least 20%. This showed how important secret treasures were to him. However, now that he was a martial king, several secret treasures could no longer keep up with his growth. For example, that jade pendant could only defend against the attacks of a medial-grade martial king. Now it was useless. The windwalk shoes could increase Xiaochen's speed by 20% when he was a martial saint. However, now that he was a martial king, it could barely increase his speed by 1 grade. The inferior grade inner vest had suffered heavy blows from the greedy dream wolf and Yang Wen. It was unknown how long it could last. Of the secret treasures that Xiaochen had, the only ones that were useful were the palm sword and the clear wind robes. Medial grade secret treasures were very tempting to him. Xiaochen put down the teacup in his hand and said interestedly, "Tell me more about it." Bai Lishi said, "You should have heard of the demon battlefield in the ancient desolate land before, right? Most of the secret treasures still circulating in the continent came from there." Demon battlefield? Xiaochen had heard of it before at the auction in Shihe City. The secret treasures auctioned at that time were obtained by cultivators who risked their lives in the demon battlefield. Bai Lishi continued, "With your strength, there should not be any danger in the periphery of the demon battlefield. However, it would be dangerous in the inner region. If you want to go to the core region, I can only wish you good luck." Xiaochen frowned slightly and said sullenly, "What do you want to say? Just say it." Bai Lishi laughed loudly and took out a piece of paper. He wrote down an address and drew a map. Then he handed it over and said, "Medial-grade secret treasures normally only appear in the inner region of the demon battlefield. The medial-grade secret treasure that I am talking about can be found in the periphery. Of course, there is some danger. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your ability." Xiaochen received the piece of paper from Bai Lishi and took a look. With the words and the map, the location was clear. Bai Lishi took out boxes of medial-grade spirit stones. Finally, he took out the snow ginseng. He said, 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and information about a medial-grade secret treasure. That should be enough, right? Xiaochen put away the piece of paper and swept everything under the table into his universe ring. Then he smiled faintly and said, "That should be enough. Hand that thing over." Bai Lishi said expressionlessly. Xiaochen took out a secret manual from the universe ring and placed it on the table. Then he turned and left. Bai Lishi's face was filled with excitement. His eyes burned with passion as he grabbed the secret manual and quickly flipped through it. He said excitedly, "It's true. It's true. The firmament body tempering art. Haha. I, Bai Lishi, have finally found a heaven-ranked cultivation technique." Soon, Bai Lishi flipped to the last page of the secret manual. After he saw it clearly, his expression changed greatly. He raised his huge axe and charged at Xiaochen. "Bastard! How dare you lie to me? Why is there only a 6th layer? A heaven-ranked cultivation technique has at least 12 layers. Where is the remaining half?" Xiaochen, who had already reached the staircase, turned around and smiled. "Naturally, it is in my hands." Bai Lishi stomped heavily on the wooden floor and hacked down at Xiaochen's head with his huge axe. Just by relying on the strength of his physical body, his speed reached Mach 3. Ding! Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. The two states quickly merged. Thunder and massacre merged. A purple and red light flickered on the saber. When Xiaochen executed drawing the saber, his speed instantly reached Mach 3. He blocked Bai Lishi's heavy axe in midair, not giving way at all. Along with a heavy sound, a terrifying force spread out from the two people's weapons. The entire roof of the restaurant was immediately blown away. Fortunately, the other cultivators had foresight. Otherwise, they would not have had a good time if the shockwave hit them. Seeing Xiaochen block his furious strike, Bai Lishi was mildly astonished. He said angrily, "Brat, what exactly are you thinking? I already gave you the thing, yet you are still trying to trick me." Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber and said calmly, "Don't treat me like a 3-year-old child. Do you think you can get a secret treasure just because you say so? If it is that easy to take, why don't you take it yourself?" Bai Lishi said, "If I were not in a rush to Qianren Island, I would have taken the secret treasure long ago. How could it be your turn to take it?" Xiaochen's expression remained calm. There were no fluctuations in it. He said indifferently, "Who cares? What do you say? After I obtain the secret treasure, I will give you the remaining 6 layers. I advise you not to make a move. If I am in a bad mood and burn the latter half of the secret manual, your spirit stones and snow ginseng will all go to waste." Bai Lishi felt extremely frustrated. He had been completely tricked by Xiaochen in this transaction. However, the crucial thing was that he could not do anything to this brat. No matter what, this fellow would always be able to take advantage of him. Every time, Xiaochen would hit his weak spot. Damn it! Bai Lishi cursed ferociously. Then he hacked the restaurant a few times with his huge axe. A horrifying force spread out and the entire restaurant collapsed, turning it into rubble. Xiaochen casually walked on the wide streets of Green Wind Island. Bai Lishi followed behind him with a depressed expression. Hey, isn't that the white-robed bladesman? The one beside him looks like Bai Lishi. What's going on? Why are they together? Indeed, I remember that the white-robed bladesman tricked Bai Lishi a few times on Qianren Island. How strange. Given Bai Lishi's temper, nothing happened and they ended up together. I heard that the two of them fought at the Heavenly River restaurant earlier. In my opinion, it is very likely that Bai Lishi could not do anything to Xiaochen. Now, Xiaochen was somewhat famous on Green Wind Island. Furthermore, Bai Lishi had been famous for a long time. Hence, when they walked out, many cultivators immediately recognized them. Chapter 400. Xiaochen's heart was as calm as an ancient well. There were no ripples at all. He smiled and automatically filtered out these words. Bai Lishi clearly could not take it anymore. He was originally angry, but when he heard these words, he felt even more sullen. Finally, when he heard someone say that he could not do anything to Xiaochen, he could not take it anymore. He exploded, "What are you shouting about? Do what you are supposed to do. Shut up." Seeing Bai Lishi's ferocious appearance, the others quickly shut up, afraid of trouble. However, after Bai Lishi left, more discussions resounded. Bai Lishi could not do anything about this. He could only suppress his anger. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. After the restaurant collapsed, Bai Lishi started fighting with Xiaochen. However, even after hundreds of exchanges, he could not take down Xiaochen. Bai Lishi had to admit that with Xiaochen's current strength, he could already contend against him. So, he could only agree to the other party's request. After Xiaochen obtained the secret treasure, he would ask for the second half of the firmament body tempering art. Hence, Bai Lishi followed him. Bai Lishi said angrily, "I say, brat, are my words that untrustworthy? Why would I lie to a junior like you? Can't you just give me the second half?" Xiaochen did not even turn his head. He smiled faintly and said, "Trust you? Do you think that your reputation is good? Do you want to ask someone?" Seeing that Xiaochen intended to ask someone, Bai Lishi quickly stopped him. He was very clear on his reputation. If he let Xiaochen ask, wouldn't that be giving him a slap in the face? Although I, old Bai, have killed more people, I am not as clean as you, Bai. My voice is a little unpleasant to hear, and my temper is a little irritable. However, this old man has always been open and aboveboard. If I say I did not lie to you, I did not lie to you. Xiaochen waved his hand to stop Bai Lishi from continuing. He said calmly, "Don't say anything. After I successfully obtain the medial grade secret treasure, I will give you the secret manual. The more you say, the more I suspect you." As Bai Lishi cursed, Xiaochen quickly headed for the island's harbor. Since Xiaochen made up his mind to obtain the secret treasure, he decided not to linger and set off immediately. The secret treasure would not just sit there and wait for him to obtain it. If someone else got it before him, he would suffer in silence. After they left the city and walked along the road, there were many cultivators who recognized the two of them. There was no lack of strange discussions. This was especially so for the words, "white-robed bladesman." Bai Lishi could not help mocking Xiaochen. "Look at how many people call you the white-robed bladesman. It seems like you take this title for granted. How can you be called a bladesman?" Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he asked interestedly, "In that case, tell me why I cannot live up to the title of bladesman." Bai Lishi smiled coldly and said, "Although you have a sharpness in your heart, this sharpness has not formed into your saber intent. Without saber intent, how can you be a bladesman? Go to the ancient desolate land and see what kind of people the 10 great bladesmen are. Then, you will know what a bladesman is. Not to mention that it is too far away, just take the bloody bladesman Sun Guangquan that you met. He took more than 20 years to obtain this title. As for you, you are still very inexperienced. You probably cannot even feel Sun Guangquan's saber intent." Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. He did not refute Bai Lishi's words. Bai Lishi was right, Xiaochen was not a true bladesman. In the somewhat decaying Heavenly Saber Gate, Aside from martial techniques and tempering the mental state, there were all sorts of martial techniques related to the saber. Xiaoqin had not learned anything about the cultivation of a bladesman. It was as Yun Kursen said, the heavenly saber pavilion no longer had bladesmen. There were only cultivators who used the saber. When Bai Lishi saw Xiaoqin remain silent, he continued smiling, "How is it? Brat, I was right? However, don't be discouraged. I am acquainted with old Sunday. I will ask him to exchange pointers with you another day. I will let you experience his saber intent. I guarantee that you will successfully cross the threshold of becoming a bladesman. However, you have to give me the second half of the firmament body tempering art first. At the very least, you have to give me the third layer. How about that?" Xiaoqin laughed hoarsely. This Bai Lishi really did not deviate from his profession. He was concerned about the firmament body tempering art. After a few words, he changed the topic back to that. Xiaoqin was probably going to be annoyed along the way. "Brat, don't remain silent. Let me tell you, with the help of the bloody bladesman, the time you need to comprehend saber intent will be greatly reduced." Seeing that Xiaoqin ignored him, Bai Lishi called out continuously from behind him. This continued all the way until Xiaoqin reached the harbor. Xiaoqin had not expected a burly man like Bai Lishi to be so talkative. No matter how good Xiaoqin's mental state was, there was always a fly buzzing behind him. It was very annoying. Most importantly, he could not kill this fly with one slap. Helplessly, Xiaoqin stopped walking. He said, "Old Bai, we are already at the harbor. Can you stop for a while?" When Bai Lishi saw Xiaoqin's frustrated expression, he laughed happily. "What's wrong? Are you feeling annoyed? Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. You bastard, how badly did you cheat me at the restaurant? Years of savings, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and news of a medial-grade secret treasure. In the end, you only obtained half a secret manual. Furthermore, it was just a copy. If I can't beat you to death, I will annoy you to death. If you are annoyed, then take out the other half." Xiaoqin finally saw what it meant to be a scoundrel. Furthermore, Bai Lishi was a man. He was truly impressed. "Do as you please. If you do not obtain the secret treasure, I will not give you the other half of the firmament body tempering art." The Green Wind Island's harbor was very busy. With one glance, countless merchant ships could be seen. The merchant associations of various nations were all here. The entire harbor was also filled with people. It was very crowded. However, most of the merchant ships were heading out to the boundless sea. Xiaoqin searched for a long time but could not find any returning merchant ships. Bai Lishi said from behind, "Brat, stop looking. The merchant ships returning from the boundless sea will only appear at night." Xiaoqin felt suspicious. He asked, "Why?" Bai Lishi looked at Xiaoqin with disdain. He said, "Young people do not understand. This is the rule of the Green Wind Island's harbor. There are too many ships. In the past, there were often incidents of merchant ships heading out to sea and returning to the harbor colliding and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Hence, the two ships are managed at different times." Xiaoqin glanced at the thousands of huge merchant ships in the harbor. He somewhat understood what Bai Lishi meant. The world here was different from his previous life. The merchant ships were too big and there were too many of them. Without a convenient way to command them, it would be very difficult to manage them. Xiaoqin looked up at the sky. The sun was setting in the west. It was already dusk. It would not be long before it turned dark. "I'll just wait for a while." Xiaoqin found a place with fewer people on the shore of the harbor. Then, he sat down and took out a book from the universe ring to read. This book was the introduction to secret treasures that Xiaoqin had obtained in the past. There were too many people in the harbor. Xiaoqin would not be able to cultivate. However, he could not waste too much time. Taking some time to understand the different types of secret treasures, as well as the famous secret treasures, would be a good thing. "Brat, what's so good about books? Let's talk about tempering the body. I can tell that you have already cultivated the body to a certain level." Bai Lishi chased after Xiaoqin like a shadow. He placed his huge axe on the ground and sat down beside Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with Bai Lishi. No matter what Bai Lishi said to him, he would quickly change the topic to the firmament body tempering art. Along the way, Xianxia had experienced this many times. I can see that your physical strength is only about 100,000 kilograms of force. There is still a lot of room for improvement. How about this? Give me the 7th layer of the firmament body tempering art. Just the first layer will do. I can help you increase your physical strength to 25,000 kilograms of force. Indeed, after saying that, Bai Lishi changed the topic. Xianxia smiled faintly to himself, not intending to continue the conversation. Even if Bai Lishi's offer was very tempting, Xianxia ignored it. He focused on the secret treasures in the book. Time slowly went by. Just as the sky turned completely dark, Xianxia suddenly heard footsteps approaching. That person did not hide his aura at all. He locked onto Xianxia and walked over. Xianxia put away the book and quickly got up. Bai Lishi's reaction was no slower than Xianxia's. He turned around at the same time. That person had a sword hanging at his waist. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very handsome. His aura was extremely sharp. His aura was like a sharp sword. Xianxia looked suspiciously at this person. He muttered to himself, "Why is Jin Wuji still here?" Bai Lishi whispered, "It seems like that person from the Heavenly Sword Gate. He looks very powerful. Is he your friend?" Bai Lishi's words were clearly filled with mockery. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I am not." Jin Wuji, who was less than 100 meters away, heard Bai Lishi's words clearly. Although he was angry at this person's mockery, he knew this person's identity and did not want to say anything. Jin Wuji focused his attention on Xianxia. He said sullenly, "Where is Yu Chenxi? Has he left yet?" Xianxia frowned slightly. Why does this Jin Wuji's tone sound so aggressive? I don't remember offending this person. However, when Xianxia heard Yu Chenxi's name, he connected the dots and made some guesses. He smiled helplessly to himself. It looks like my first trouble has arrived because of her. Ignoring Jin Wuji's tone, Xianxia replied calmly, "I obtained the Daybreak Flower and left with the upper echelon of the Supreme Sky Sect." Jin Wuji's expression changed slightly. He asked in astonishment, "You helped her obtain the Daybreak Flower?" Damn it. Originally, I should have helped Yu Chenxi obtain the Daybreak Flower. Unexpectedly, this brat messed up my plan once again. After a while, Jin Wuji did his best to calm himself down. He thought to himself, in the end, this person has some friendship with Su Xiaoxiao. There are many people here, so I'll let him off for now. Remember this. No matter what you did, a white-robed bladesman like you is not someone you can dream about with Yu Chenxi. Don't seek trouble for yourself. In the future, don't let me see you and Yu Chenxi together. Jin Wuji's expression turned sullen. He continued in a cold voice, "Otherwise, the Heavenly Sword Gate will make it hard for you to move in this world. Don't offend someone you cannot afford to offend." Who do you think you are? You have spoiled my plans time and time again. Don't even look at your own status. Chapter 401. Jin Wuji snorted coldly and cursed in his heart. Then he slowly turned around and left. He did not even look at Xianxia. Bang! There was a loud sound. Xianxia was expressionless as he kicked Jin Wuji's back from behind. This kick contained a total of 150 tons of force. After a few muffled sounds, a few bones in Jin Wuji's back broke. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Jin Wuji's face was filled with pain. He pushed himself off the ground and tried to stand up. Bang! How could Xianxia give Jin Wuji the opportunity to stand up? He stomped down heavily again. Tut. Jin Wuji's handsome face came into contact with the ground again. This time, it was even more intense than the previous kick. Jin Wuji's face was swollen and blood flowed from the corner of his lips. Clearly, his internal organs were significantly injured as well. He was in a very sorry state. Jin Wuji struggled on the ground, trying to struggle free. However, Xianxia's right foot carried more than 100,000 tons of force. It was like a stabilizing force holding Jin Wuji in place. Jin Wuji could not use any of his abilities, State of Metal, Peak Inferior Grade Martial King Cultivation, high-ranked sword techniques of the Heavenly Sword Gate, no matter what. No matter how Jin Wuji struggled, he could not stand up. Instead, as Xianxia increased his strength, The more he struggled, the more pain he felt. Xiaochen looked at Jin Wuji on the ground. His expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Didn't your master tell you not to show your back to the enemy when you threaten them? But, Xiaochen, you have eaten a leopard's gall. How dare you sneak attack me? I am the final disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate's vice sect master. You offended me. You are dead for sure. Even Su Xiaoxiao will not be able to save you." Jin Wuji lay face down on the ground and let out miserable cries. His words were filled with boundless essence. His voice was sharp and seemed to be in a frenzy. It attracted the attention of many people at the port. Instantly, countless cultivators gathered around to watch the excitement. Strange, why is the white-robed bladesman fighting Jin Wuji? Unexpectedly, Jin Wuji could not retaliate at all. Indeed, he is, after all, one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. Is this all he is capable of? Even if he was sneak-attacked, he should not end up like this. However, he has the backing of the Heavenly Sword Gate. This white-robed bladesman would not dare to do anything to Jin Wuji. The Heavenly Sword Gate is one of the top sects in the Chu nation. There are many martial monarchs in the sect. Any one of them would be able to deal with him. Yes, but he dared to trample on Jin Wuji ruthlessly. Not everyone has that kind of courage. When the surrounding crowd saw Xiaochen stepping on Jin Wuji, unable to move, they were all astonished. Jin Wuji was one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. Jin Wuji had just finished speaking when Xiaochen stepped on the back of Jin Wuji's head. Furthermore, Xiaochen had held back. Otherwise, he would have crushed Jin Wuji's head. When Xiaochen saw Jin Wuji in such a sorry state, he could not help but feel bored. How could such a person make it into the top 100 of the 5-nation youth competition? This was truly disappointing. Jin Wuji did not even raise his guard. Furthermore, he dared to threaten an opponent of similar strength to him. Did he really think that the words, Heavenly Sword Gate, would allow him to humiliate him? This was simply too laughable. Xiaochen watched as the merchant ships returned to port one by one. He shook his head and released his foot. Then he casually kicked Jin Wuji's body and lifted him up. Xiaochen casually kicked Jin Wuji as though he was kicking a pile of trash. He did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Seeing that a few merchant ships had already entered the port, Xiaochen said to Bai Lishi, "Let's go." Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "I discovered that your temperament is finally to my liking. Such a brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth should be ruthlessly trampled on a few times. Only then would he feel better. Otherwise, he would not know his own capabilities. However, speaking of which, are you just going to let him off like this? Are you not afraid that he will seek revenge on you in the future?" Xiaochen said calmly, "It does not matter. It is the same whether I kill him or not. His accomplishments will not be very high. There is no need to kill him and completely offend the Heavenly Sword Gate." The Heavenly Sword Gate was a sect with a sage. They also had many martial monarchs. If Xiaochen offended the Heavenly Sword Gate, killing Jin Wuji or not would result in a completely different outcome. Xiaochen was still able to distinguish the severity of the situation. As long as he did not kill Jin Wuji, he could still endure the revenge of the Heavenly Sword Gate. However, if that Jin Wuji did not know his place, Xiaochen would not mind killing him. The Haotian Medallion and the Heavenly Fiend Medallion would be sufficient to help him deal with these problems. Bai Lishi was somewhat speechless as he said, "You brat, I thought you did not care about the Heavenly Sword Gate. Since that is the case, why did you make a move?" Xiaochen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and smiled faintly. "How many times do you think he will show his back to me when he is defenseless? Since the opportunity is right in front of me, if I do not make that move, I will be letting myself down." Bai Lishi was stunned at first. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, brat, you are awesome. You have a trace of my demeanor back then. Who cares what high-ranked sect it is or how many major characters they have backing them? So be it. What do you mean by a gentleman taking revenge 10 years is not too late? Since there is an opportunity in front of you, you should vent your anger. Otherwise, if you keep it bottled up in your heart, you will get sick sooner or later." Just at this moment, the sound of something breaking came from behind. An extremely sharp killing chi surged towards Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen's right hand remained on his saber hilt, maintaining his guard at all times. He immediately felt this killing chi. Ding. Xiao Chen turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly blocked the incoming sword. The two states merged on his saber, the power of massacre and the power of thunder burst out. Xiao Chen used his full power, not holding back at all. The moment he came into contact with Jin Wuji's sword, he knocked it away. Jin Wuji's face was swollen and his long hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. When he saw his sword knocked away, he was astonished. He could not help but vomit another mouthful of blood. Caught off guard, Jin Wuji was stomped on by Xiao Chen. Then he was stomped on heavily. His internal organs were already injured. It was already very difficult for him to send out another attack. Xiao Chen raised his lunar shadow saber and placed it on Jin Wuji's neck. He said indifferently, "Jin Wuji, are you that eager to die?" When Jin Wuji heard this, he laughed loudly. "Trash. Do you dare to kill me? So what if you severely injure me? You have no sect or power. Even the Bloody Bladesman does not dare to kill me. What can you do to me? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why aren't you making a move?" "It is all because I fear the revenge of the Heavenly Sword Gate." A ruthless look flashed on Jin Wuji's face. He said in a cold voice, "If not for Su Xiaoxiao, I would have killed you long ago. You would not have the chance to be so arrogant today. If you have the guts, then kill me. Just wait for the Heavenly Sword Gate to kill your entire family. Today, you have already thoroughly offended me. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Jin Wuji's expression turned sullen. When he saw the saber that Xiao Chen placed on his neck, he did not show any fear. He is really reckless, Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, with Xiao Chen's saber pressed against Jin Wuji's neck and death approaching, even if Jin Wuji had the Heavenly Sword Gate behind him, he should not be so confident. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of Jin Wuji's gaze. He saw a white-robed swordsman standing on the bow of a merchant ship returning to port. He had an indistinct smile on his face as he looked at the three of them quietly. That person's aura was completely withdrawn. There seemed to be a surging sword intent in his body, wanting to gush out. He was like a treasured sword that had not been unsheathed. Jin Wuji smiled and said, "This is my first senior brother, the final disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate's sect master. He just returned from experiential training in the Boundless Sea. He is a martial king and is undefeatable. Don't think that you are undefeatable just because you had a fortuitous encounter." It looked like this person was the source of Jin Wuji's confidence. No wonder he had stayed here for 3 months. He must have been waiting for this person. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Interesting. He is much stronger than trash like you. However, no one can save you today." Boom. Just as Xiao Chen was about to use his saber to kill Jin Wuji, a powerful sword shot out from the merchant ship. Everywhere it passed, it kicked up huge waves on the surface of the sea. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. The sword chi gathered on the sword did not scatter at all. It gathered at the tip of the sword. Space was like layers of white paper stacked together as the sword pierced through it. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. The sword intent on the sword was stronger than he had imagined. Furthermore, it was incredibly fast, reaching Mach 3 in an instant. If Xiao Chen still wanted to forcefully attack, he would have to face this sword head-on. Xiao Chen thought quickly and quickly made a decision. He sheathed his saber and retreated, dodging this sword. But although Jin Wuji had said it casually, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. He could feel his heart beating faster. It was several times faster than usual. He felt a lingering fear and could not help but kneel on the ground with a pew tong sound. That sword quickly spun around. It did not stab into the ground as it had done earlier. Instead, it spun around in the air and continued to stab at Xiao Chen. This is the Heavenly Sword Gate's Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique. It is a secret technique of the Heavenly Sword Gate. Aside from the sect master's inheritor, no one can learn it. Ding Fengqiu is here. No wonder this Jin Wuji was so bold as to sneak attack. It turns out that his first senior brother is here. This white-robed bladesman is in trouble. Ding Fengqiu entered the top 100 of the 5-nation youth competition a year ago. His talent is considered top-notch in the Great Jin Nation. Now that another year has passed, his strength will definitely increase explosively. When the many cultivators saw the sword flying in the air, they quickly figured out the origins of this sword technique and the identity of the person who executed it. Boom, boom, boom. Xianxia did not intend to waste too much time with the flying sword. If he did, he would fall into the other party's grasp. So, he took 3 steps back. The enormous yuan qi on the sword had blasted 3 huge craters in the place where he had been previously. One could imagine how powerful the sword control technique was. Chapter 402. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique is indeed interesting, Xianxia thought to himself. It was hard to imagine that a sword could move so fast and be so mighty once it left the hands of a cultivator. Furthermore, it could kill from a distance. From the very start, Xianxia was undefeatable. However, in the end, swords were controlled by humans. Xianxia turned his head and looked at the white-robed swordsman standing at the bow of the warship with a relaxed expression. A fierce purple flame burned in his right eye. Boom! The flame in Xianxia's right eye quickly turned into a purple whirlpool. With a thought from Xianxia, the purple thunder true fire containing the origin energy of the purple thunder true fire immediately spewed out. Looking from a distance, the purple flames surging and roaring looked like a huge coiling dragon. It gave off a faint purple light and howled like thunder. The white-robed swordsman, Ding Fengqiu, frowned slightly. He quickly formed hand seals with his right hand and the flying sword attacking Xianxia flew out with a xiu sound. The flying sword pierced through the dense purple flames and returned to Ding Fengqiu's hand. Break! Ding Fengqiu shouted as he held the sword in his hand. A 30-meter-long sword qi rose from the sword. The sword qi was like a pillar surging forward. In an instant, it chopped the purple flames in half. Ding Fengqiu pierced through the purple flames filling the sky. He held his sword and leaped over, landing on the shore of the harbor. First senior brother, help me kill him. When Jin Wuji saw this person, he immediately rushed over joyfully. Ding Fengqiu smiled faintly and ignored Jin Wuji's words. He looked straight at Xianxia. His gaze was like a sharp sword shooting at Xianxia. What a sharp sword intent, Xianxia thought to himself. He is only a medial-grade martial king, but the quality and quantity of his essence are equal to mine. It even seems to be slightly stronger. It looks like the other party is the genius swordsman that the Heavenly Sword Gate nurtured with all their resources. The spirit herbs that he consumes are much more than others. Bai Lishi whispered into Xianxia's ear, "You are probably not a match for this person." Not only did he comprehend sword intent, but his essence is even purer than yours. He should have just returned from the Boundless Sea's deep-sea battlefield. That is when his killing qi is at its strongest. Without Bai Lishi saying anything, Xianxia could already feel it. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly merged the states of thunder and massacre. On the snow-white blade, purple and red lights alternated, looking very strange. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Xianxia's eyes. He did not show the slightest bit of fear. He had long since wanted to find a true opponent to test his strength. Without a doubt, this Ding Fengqiu before Xianxia was a suitable candidate. Ding Fengqiu looked at the 2 beams of light on the saber and revealed a look of interest in his eyes. He smiled gently and said, "Interesting. Unexpectedly, you comprehended 2 states, massacre and thunder. I wonder how many strikes you can block?" Xiu. The sword in Ding Fengqiu's hand trembled and gave off a melodious hum. In the blink of an eye, he attacked at lightning speed, pointing his sword at Xianxia's forehead. The sword gave off a dense red light. Unexpectedly, Ding Fengqiu had comprehended the state of massacre as well. Dang! Xianxia swung his saber gently and deflected Ding Fengqiu's sword strike. He pushed off the ground and activated the windwalk shoes and the blue dragon cloud soaring art at the same time. Xiao Chen's speed immediately increased explosively. He moved like a roaming dragon beside Ding Fengqiu and sent out 9 saber strikes at lightning speed. Dang! Ding! 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 Ding Fengqiu's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so fast. However, he did not panic. He moved in a strange manner and his body moved according to Xiao Chen's saber techniques. Although Ding Fengqiu was slower than Xiao Chen, he was not at a disadvantage. Clearly, this was an excellent movement technique. When the weapons clashed, countless sparks flew. The two states of massacre clashed intensely with each other as they made their moves. A horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the harbor. Many cultivators felt a huge pressure. It was like a sword or a treasured saber was hovering above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. It was very frightening. Berserk wind sword dance, wind from all directions. Suddenly, Ding Fengqiu shouted and infused another state into his sword. It was the berserk state of wind and a horrifying sword technique followed. Strong howling winds blew from all directions. Every gust of wind seemed to contain a powerful sword intent. The sword intent merged with the state of massacre and the strong wind. The moment Ding Fengqiu used this move, he caught Xiao Chen off guard. This was especially so when the two states merged. In terms of essence, it immediately suppressed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen broke Ding Fengqiu's attack with his saber. Then, his figure flashed in the air. His figure wavered and in that instant he split into 9. Then, the 9 figures split into 9 again. This was the high-rank technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Now that Xiao Chen had advanced to Martial King, he had sufficient essence to execute it twice. Immediately, 81 figures of Xiao Chen appeared in the air. A boundless strong wind blew. Every one of Xiao Chen's figures executed Wuxia transforms to qi at the same time. Instantly, countless purple saber qi filled the air. Dang! Ding! Ding! The unending chain of saber qi and the sword qi hidden in the strong wind gave off melodious sounds as they clashed. The sounds resounded continuously above the harbor. With the support of the strong wind, Ding Fengqiu's state of massacre immediately surged even faster. The area it covered expanded rapidly and the state of massacre also turned berserk. Boom! All the figures merged back together. After Xiao Chen broke the wind from all directions, he also brought out his state of thunder to its limits, clashing with Ding Fengqiu's 2 states. When Bai Lishi saw that the two of them showed signs of fighting to the death, he immediately felt impatient. If this continued, they would have to fight for at least half a day. Bai Lishi's 2-meter-tall stout body used pure force to bounce off the ground. In an instant, he arrived between the two of them. Bai Lishi hacked his axe at Ding Fengqiu. It was unknown how much force the axe carried. When the axe chopped down, space seemed to distort. It was hard to imagine that this was caused by pure force. Bang! Ding Fengqiu's sword technique struck the axe and gave off a loud sound. A formless shockwave surged out, forcing the two of them to retreat a few steps before they could stop. I say, brat, I just stepped on a piece of trash from your sect a few times. Is there a need to go all out? Bai Lishi placed his huge axe on the ground and laughed loudly. When Jin Wuji, who was at the side, heard this, he could not help but become enraged. He scolded, Bai Lishi, who are you calling trash? Who do you think you are? Bai Lishi laughed loudly. What a joke. After being stepped on like a dead dog, you still dare to say that you are not trash? With your appearance, you want others to not target you, Xianxia? Who do you think you are? You are just a piece of trash. If not for the title of Heavenly Sword Gate, I would be able to kill a bunch of trash like you with one slap. You! Jin Wuji was so angry that his complexion turned purple. His fingers trembled as he held his sword, wanting to charge forward. Ding Fengqiu stopped Jin Wuji. His face sank as he said coldly, Have you not embarrassed yourself enough? Get down. Jin Wuji's complexion turned ashen. He felt very upset in his heart. From the moment this Xiao Chen appeared, he had continuously spoiled his plans. At this moment, Xiao Chen had embarrassed Jin Wuji even more. It was like Jin Wuji was his nemesis, suppressing him. Ding Fengqiu pulled Jin Wuji down and sheathed his sword. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, Not bad. It looks like there is another worthy opponent in the next 5-nation youth competition. Live properly and don't die prematurely. Next time, you will not be so lucky. After Ding Fengqiu spoke, he pulled Jin Wuji towards the Green Wind Island city. Seeing that the battle was over and there was nothing else to see, the crowd slowly dispersed. Many of them had not expected Xiaoqin to be so strong. Even Ding Fengqiu, who had made it into the top 50 in the previous 5-nation youth competition, could not take him down in a short time. Bai Lishi looked at Xiaoqin and had an expression of pity on his face. He said, "Brat, don't show such an expression. He only used 70% of his strength at most. At most, after 500 moves, the situation would be in his favor." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "How much of my strength do you think I used? He might have a chance of defeating me. However, he would not stand a chance of killing me." After Ding Fengqiu and Bai Lishi had gone far away, Jin Wuji asked in dissatisfaction, "First senior brother, why did you not kill him? He humiliated me like that. If I did not kill him, I would not be able to vent the hatred in my heart." Ding Fengqiu said calmly, "With Bai Lishi by his side, the price of killing him would be too high. It is not worth it for a small matter like yours." The sky had already turned completely dark. The number of ships returning to the Green Wind Islands harbor gradually increased. The two of them casually found a merchant ship that passed by the ancient desolate land. After Xiaoqin handed over the spirit stones, they walked to the deck. There were many fatigued cultivators on the deck. These people were all very strong. The most crucial thing was that Xiaoqin could feel a heavy killing qi from them. This was the same as Ding Fengqiu's. The only difference was that Ding Fengqiu had infused this killing qi into his state of massacre, allowing him to control it well. However, these people could not control it freely. Clearly, they had not comprehended their own state of massacre. These cultivators did not intend to remain on the ship. They walked off the bow in groups of 2 or 3. They should be preparing to head to the Green Wind Island to rest for a while. Soon, all the cultivators on the deck had left. Only Xiaoqin and Bai Lishi remained on the deck. Xiaoqin thought of something and asked, "Bai Lishi, earlier you said that Ding Fengqiu came from the Boundless Sea's deep sea battlefield. Are the cultivators on the deck the same?" Bai Lishi nodded and said, "That's right. Since they went to the Boundless Sea for experiential training, they would definitely go to the deep sea battlefield. However, due to the difference in strength, the people who just left were definitely not of the same level as Ding Fengqiu." "Battlefield? What kind of battlefield is it? Can you explain it more clearly?" Xiaoqin asked interestedly. In the earlier fight with Ding Fengqiu had only used the state of massacre to block the might of Xiaoqin's 2 merged states. Clearly, Ding Fengqiu's comprehension of the state of massacre was much higher than Xiaoqin's. Hence, Xiaoqin was somewhat interested in this deep-sea battlefield. Ding Fengqiu should have tempered his state of massacre there. Bai Lishi muttered to himself for a while before saying, "The deep sea and shallow sea battlefield can be said to be a war between humans and demons. The deep sea is the main camp of the demonic world." Chapter 403. Every demonic calamity starts in the deep sea. There is the largest spatial tear in the world there. That spatial tear cannot be completely sealed. Hence, there is an endless supply of demons in the deep sea. The war has never stopped. Xiaoqin's expression changed greatly. He said in shock, "How can there be such a horrifying thing? How come I have never heard of it before? There is no news of it at all." Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "This is very normal. The last demonic calamity happened only 10,000 years ago. Based on the pattern, the next demonic calamity will only arrive in a few thousand years. As long as the seal in the deep sea does not break, no strong demons will be able to escape. Based on your appearance, you should be thinking of going to the deep sea battlefield to train yourself. If you want to understand more in advance, I can tell you everything I experienced in the deep sea battlefield in detail." Xiaoqin glanced at Bai Lishi and asked suspiciously, "You have been to the deep sea battlefield before?" Bai Lishi glared at Xiaoqin and said, "What's wrong? From your tone, it sounds like I can't go. Let me tell you, not only did I go, but I went to the 3rd grade battlefield." It looks like psychological methods are effective, Xiaoqin thought to himself. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "In that case, tell me in detail. What is a third-grade battlefield? How big is the battlefield? Does the difference in grade mean that the enemies are different?" Bai Lishi shrugged and smiled. "Don't try to be smart. Although I look stupid, psychological methods are useless against me. If you want to hear more information, use the firmament body tempering art. Just the first layer is enough. I risked my life to obtain it." Xiaoqun could only helplessly give up. He had expected this fellow to do something like this. He shook his head and turned to leave, heading for the ship's hold. Xiaoqun could not be bothered with Bai Lishi, who was shouting loudly behind him. After spending 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones, he managed to obtain a good room in the ship's hold. Inside the bedroom, Xiaoqun sat on the bed and took out the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. He muttered, "The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng should be able to help me stabilize my cultivation as an inferior-grade martial king." A 1,000-year-old snow ginseng could increase a martial artist's cultivation by 20 years. However, that was before Xiaoqun consumed large amounts of spirit herbs. At this moment, his body's resistance to medicine was already quite high. In addition, his foundation was already very strong, so this 1,000-year snow ginseng should only be able to raise his cultivation by 10 years. However, this was already pretty good. The 500-year-old snow ginseng did not even have 20% of its effect on Xiaoqun. 10 years of cultivation would be sufficient to stabilize his cultivation as an inferior-grade martial king. Xiaoqun, who had experienced consuming the snow ginseng once before, was much more familiar with consuming it now. The cold energy of the snow ginseng was infused into the herbs. Then, essence qi seeped into the herbs and slowly stirred them. Xiaoqun was not in a rush. He carefully refined the herbs for an hour. After that, the solid herbs in the snow ginseng turned into liquid. Then, Xiaoqun placed the snow ginseng in his mouth and bit down on a stem. Instantly, a cooling liquid flowed out of the snow ginseng and into the air. When the entire medicinal liquid entered Xiaoqun's abdomen, a strong medicinal energy immediately appeared. It turned into a gushing river in his meridians. Xiaoqun felt his entire body heat up. His complexion turned scarlet and his qi and blood surged, flourishing to the extreme. It felt like his entire body was on fire. The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng had exceeded Xiaoqun's expectations. The medicinal energy was a little excessive. Xiaoqun sank his consciousness and quickly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already reached the 6th layer. The speed was 3 times faster than the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer. There was no comparison at all. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation quickly absorbed the energy in the medicinal liquid. As the medicinal energy poured in, the purple qi whirlpool became more resilient. Although it did not expand, its endurance increased. The quality of the extracted essence increased as well. The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng's medicinal energy was vast. It exceeded Xiaoqun's expectations. He spent 4 days before he completely absorbed the medicinal energy. After that, he used another 3 days to clear the first minor hurdle of Martial King, advancing to peak inferior grade Martial King. From start to finish, he used a total of 7 days. When Xiaoqun opened his eyes, he clenched his right hand tightly. He immediately felt a surging energy gathering in his palm. Peak inferior grade Martial King. Only like this can I be considered a true Martial King. Xiaoqun said with a joyful expression, "I just advanced to Martial King. The quality of my essence is still unstable. Only when I become a peak inferior grade Martial King can it be considered completely stable." Now that he met Ding Fengqiu again, Xiaoqun was confident that he would not be weaker than him in terms of essence. Xiaoqun got up and pushed open the door. He slowly walked to the deck of the merchant ship. He had not come out for 7 days and wanted to get some fresh air. Bai Lishi was bored as he sat on the deck. This merchant ship did not carry any other cultivators. Hence, there were only Xiaoqun and Bai Lishi. When Bai Lishi heard footsteps, he quickly turned around. When he felt Xiaoqun's aura, he said in astonishment, "You advanced to peak inferior grade Martial King?" Xiaoqun smiled faintly and said, It is all thanks to the help of that 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. I managed to save half a year. Bai Lishi had a pained expression on his face. He said regretfully, the snow ginseng was originally a rank 7 spirit herb. It is extremely rare for it to reach 1,000 years of age. A regular big sect would not bear to give 1,000-year-old snow ginseng to their genius disciples. Bai Lishi sighed and continued, if an elder needs it, he will definitely give it to the elder first before giving it to his disciple. Brat, you're really lucky. Unexpectedly, you monopolized all the fortuitous encounters on Qianren Island. In the end, you even tricked this old man's 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Xiaochen said softly, don't worry. As long as we obtain the secret treasure, I will give you the second half of the firmament body tempering art. Actually, you do not have to follow me. After I obtain the secret treasure, I will give it to you. Bai Lishi said, Brat, you are so cunning. It would be strange if I believed you. I would not feel at ease if I did not follow you. When Xiaochen saw the scene in front, he interrupted Bai Lishi and said, that's enough. The Thunder King Valley is in front. When the two looked up, the towering Thunder King Valley appeared before them. Bai Lishi was very tactful and did not say anything. The merchant ship slowly sailed into the Thunder King Valley. The instant the ship entered the valley, the sunlight above them disappeared. Thick, dark clouds cast a shadow on the deck. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless lightning churned as thunder roared in the sky above. Xiaochen could clearly feel the might of the supreme thunder. The huge painting of the Thunder King in the valley looked the same as before. Its face was clearly visible. It looked like it would leap out of the valley at any moment. With his previous experience, Xiaochen had placed the Lunar Shadow Saber in the Universe Ring before he entered the Thunder King Valley. Although the Lunar Shadow Saber trembled in the ring, it would not leap out. Xiaochen looked up and saw boundless thunderclouds in the sky, stretching out for 500 kilometers without end. Hey! Suddenly, Xiaochen's expression froze. He looked at the towering mountain peak and saw several figures. There were many people on both sides of the mountain peaks. That should be the closest to the immortal will of thunder. Why would there be people there? Xiaochen felt curious. He slowly extended his spiritual sense up. Under the roar of thunder, Xiaochen's spiritual sense seemed somewhat timid. Normally, Xiaochen could teleport his spiritual sense a kilometer with a thought. However, at this moment, he could not move an inch. He was very careful. No matter how hard Xiaochen tried, his spiritual sense refused to move forward quickly. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he could only let it be. After 1 hour, Xiaochen's spiritual sense arrived at the top of the mountain and recorded the situation in his mind. There were about 100 cultivators sitting cross-legged on both sides of the mountain peak with their eyes closed. Most of the cultivators had a sword by their side. Every cultivator had a different aura. However, without exception, they were all half-step martial monarchs. Xiaochen even discovered several martial monarch experts sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed on a few of the higher slopes. Boom! Just as Xiaochen was about to take a closer look, the immortal will of thunder in the sky suddenly shot down a bolt of lightning at Xiaochen's spiritual sense. Under the illumination of this bolt of lightning, the dark sky became as bright as day. The expressions of the cultivators sitting with their eyes closed changed, and they opened their eyes at the same time. Under the rage of thunder, Xiaochen was startled. He wanted to withdraw his consciousness from his spiritual sense. However, he discovered that this strand of spiritual sense was no longer under his control. It froze in the air, unable to move. It's over. The spiritual sense is connected to my mind. It fears lightning the most. If it strikes me, I will not be able to recover for at least 3 months. Xiaochen thought in horror. In the past, even if his spiritual sense was blocked, he could immediately sever his mind. However, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Xiao! Just as the lightning was about to touch Xiaochen's spiritual sense, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky and pulled the lightning back. After dodging a calamity, Xiaochen quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. When his spiritual sense returned to his sea of consciousness, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Lishi, who was beside Xiaochen, also felt the strange situation above his head. His expression changed greatly as he said in a soft voice, "Brat, are you seeking death? How dare you mess around in Thunder King Valley? If you want to die, that is your own problem. Don't drag me down with you." Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, I won't do it again in the future." The half-step martial monarchs on the summit all had suspicious expressions. Unexpectedly, the lightning that the will of thunder sent out could be withdrawn. This was the first time they had seen something like this. The merchant ship finally left Thunder King Valley. The blazing sun shone on the deck once again. Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi both heaved a sigh of relief at the same time, feeling relaxed. Bai Lishi said angrily, "Brat, what did you do earlier? I felt like there was a sharp sword hanging above my head. If it had fallen, I would have died." Xiao Chen turned his head back to look at Thunder King Valley behind him. He said, "I only saw some people at the summit and felt that it was strange." Bai Lishi said, "What is so strange about that? Those are the strong cultivators who go up there to temper their states. If you have the guts, you can go up there as well. I remember that you comprehended the state of thunder as well." Chapter 404. Xiao Chen muttered, "The immortal will of thunder. It looks like this is a good thing. I can give it a try in the future." Bai Lishi said, "It has survived for 1,000 years. Naturally, it is a good thing. In the past, there were even martial sages who tried to obtain this immortal will of thunder. However, they all failed in the end." There was nothing to see on the deck. After Xiao Chen chatted with Bai Lishi for a while, he returned to his room and continued cultivating. 7 days later, Xiao Chen was cultivating on his bed with his eyes closed. A series of knocks startled him awake. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and placed the remaining medial-grade spirit stones in his universe ring. Then he got up and opened the door. At the door, Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Brat, we have arrived. Get off the ship." Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He said, "Why did the ship collapse? That doesn't make sense." The ancient desolate land was very far. Xiao Chen estimated that they would not even be able to cover half of the distance in 7 days. Bai Lishi said, "Brat, you are unlucky. The ship you chose is a merchant ship of the Great Chu nation. As soon as we reach the port of the ancient desolate land, we will have to change course. We will have to walk the rest of the way ourselves." The two of them walked out of the ship's hold. There were already many cultivators on the deck. With Bai Lishi in front, no one blocked the way. Xiao Chen followed behind him easily. "Where is the demon battlefield? How much further do we have to go?" Xiao Chen immediately asked after they left the port. Bai Lishi spent most of his time in the ancient desolate land. He was very familiar with the situation here. He explained, "We are going to the first stop in the ancient desolate land. It is also the city at the southern edge, Underworld City. As for the demon battlefield, we are still far away." Xiao Chen stopped and looked at the silhouette of a city in the distance. He muttered, "It is too much of a waste of time to walk there. Since we are already in the ancient desolate land, we have to travel at full speed." Bai Lishi said, "You can't be thinking of flying over, right? I cultivate the physical body. Before I reach Martial Monarch, I do not have the technique to fly. Furthermore, the journey is very long. Flying will exhaust a lot of essence. The most important thing is, when did I tell you that this is already the ancient desolate land? After Underworld City, we will reach the true ancient desolate land after walking for another 50 kilometers. No matter what, we have to go to Underworld City first. There is a specialized flying relay station there. We can ride a spirit beast to reach the demon battlefield." To think there is still such a long distance? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It seems like this. And Xiao Chen's Lishi is that there will be. However, Xiao Chen still had a solution. A silver warship shot out from his right eye and said, "Come on up. You just need to point the way. I will bring you along." When Bai Lishi saw the silver warship suddenly fly out, his eyes filled with shock. He said, "This is a flying-type secret treasure. I have seen it in the ancient desolate lands auction before. Without 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones, it is impossible to buy it." Xiao Chen jumped onto the warship, and Bai Lishi followed behind. With a thought, the silver warship moved like a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the clouds. Under Bai Lishi's guidance, Xiaochen drove the silver warship at full speed. In an hour, they arrived above Underworld City. After traveling for 50 kilometers, they did not see the expected ancient desolate land. Instead, a boundless lake appeared before Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt suspicious and asked, "Didn't you say that after 50 kilometers, we will reach the ancient desolate land? Why is there only a lake? I don't see anything else." Bai Lishi said, "Don't be surprised. This huge lake is the ancient desolate land. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the imperial capital was destroyed, and the 9 dragons fled. The surrounding land for 5,000 kilometers sank. After that, it rained for 10 years, forming this unprecedented huge lake, the Heavenly Extermination Lake. A lake formed by 10 years of heavy rain. How large is this lake?" Xiaochen thought to himself. If this was a map from his previous life, it would be 10 times the size of China. Bai Lishi continued, "However, the ancient desolate land that most people speak of refers to the many islands of various sizes in the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The demon battlefield that you are going to is on Boulder Island." Xiaochen piloted the silver warship and flew through the clouds. Occasionally, there would be people riding on flying spirit beasts or flying in the air. Occasionally, there would be a few gazes with ill intent staring at the two of them. After all, the value of a flying secret treasure was extraordinary. It was enough for many people to make a move on it. However, most of the gazes only glanced at the two of them before quickly turning away. This was especially so when they saw Bai Lishi. No one dared to have any designs on the silver warship. Xiaochen even saw a few people quickly change directions when they saw Bai Lishi fleeing into the distance. Xiaochen smiled and said, "I couldn't tell, but you are quite a deterrent here. You managed to scare people away without doing anything." Bai Lishi said disapprovingly, "I have some reputation in the south. However, when I get close to Desolate City, I am nothing. When you get there, you better not show your flying secret treasure. Otherwise, if someone powerful wants to snatch your things, no one will be able to stop them." "Where is Boulder Island in the Heavenly Extermination Lake? Is it near the core?" Xiaochen asked. He knew nothing about this ancient desolate land. He could only place his hopes on Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi said, "Not really. However, Boulder Island is rather special. Although there are no permanent residents, there are many cultivators on the island due to the demon battlefield. Furthermore, most of them are martial kings. Sometimes, half-step martial monarchs will come." Following that, Bai Lishi introduced Boulder Island in detail, giving Xiaochen a better understanding. Boulder Island was about the same size as Qianren Island. There was only a small city on the island, Boulder City. The other places were occupied by strong demonic beasts. This was an island suitable for experiential training. There was a formation left behind from the ancient era in the center of the island. Through the formation, cultivators could enter the mysterious demon battlefield and hunt demonic beasts to obtain secret treasures. "We have arrived," Bai Lishi suddenly said as he pointed to an island below. Xiaochen focused and landed a kilometer away. Then, he recalled the silver warship into his right eye and jumped down with Bai Lishi. Xiaochen landed firmly on the ground without making any sound. There was a simple and crude city in front of him. The city walls were short and dark. It looked like a desolate and dilapidated city. It could not even be compared to Mo City. However, the dozen or so guards in front of the city gate would make you throw these thoughts out of your head. These guards were actually inferior-grade martial saints. The strongest one was even a martial king. Furthermore, every one of them had an extremely strong aura. Their right hands were on the weapons at their waists. An indistinct killing chi lingered. Such a lineup was comparable to what Xiaochen had seen in Shiha City. In fact, it was even stronger. Boom! A loud sound came from behind. The ground could not help but tremble. Naturally, Bai Lishi had landed as well. "Damn, brat, you are already jumping from a kilometer. Are you trying to fall to your death?" Bai Lishi cursed as he walked forward with an unhappy expression. A height of a kilometer would definitely not injure Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi was merely grumbling. Xiaochen said indifferently, "Are we going to the demon battlefield now or entering the city first?" Bai Lishi asked, What's the date today? The 9th. Bai Lishi walked forward with large strides and said, "Let's enter the city first. The entrance to the demon battlefield will only open when the moon is full. We are still far from that. You can make some preparations. Every time, there are more than 1 or 2 cultivators who die in the demon battlefield." Xianxia did not have any say in this. He could only listen to Bai Lishi and follow him to the city gates. Occasionally, there were cultivators rushing about on the main road. These people were not weak. At the very least, Xianxia had not seen any cultivators below Martial King. The cultivators on this island were different from the cultivators that Xianxia had met in other places. Aside from their overall strength, they all had a dense killing qi. Occasionally, a ferocious glint flashed in their eyes. With one look, Xianxia could tell that they were fugitives. Entering the city, you will have to pay 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. You will have to pay 3,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The leader of the city guards looked at their cultivation. Xianxia had to pay 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. As for Bai Lishi, he had to pay 3,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Although he was surprised at the high entrance tax, Xianxia was a newcomer and the people here were not simple. He could only obediently pay 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and took out a black medallion. He showed it to the leader and said, "Rank 4 member. You are exempt from the tax. Go on in." After entering the city, Xianxia asked depressedly, "What is that medallion? Why don't I have to pay the entrance tax?" Bai Lishi put away the medallion and smiled proudly. "Ancient Desolate Pass. Originally, you could have applied for it in Underworld City. Although it is only the lowest rank, it would be able to waive 10% of the entrance tax." Ancient Desolate Pass. Xianxia muttered to himself. However, he still could not understand it. He only understood after Bai Lishi explained it to him. In the ancient desolate land, there was an organization recognized by all the powers, the Heavenly Extermination Union. Cultivators in this organization could apply for a medallion. This medallion was the Ancient Desolate Pass. With the Ancient Desolate Pass, one could accept and issue missions in the Heavenly Extermination Union. Cultivators relied on the number of missions they completed to increase their rank. The lowest rank for the Ancient Desolate Pass was rank 1 and the highest was rank 9. The higher the rank, the more benefits one could enjoy in the various cities of the ancient desolate land. For example, entering the city, purchasing items, taking on missions of a higher rank, seeking protection, and so on. Bai Lishi continued, "The origins of this Heavenly Extermination Union are very mysterious. Even now, it is still a mystery as to who is behind it. However, to ordinary cultivators, it does not matter. Obtaining an Ancient Desolate Pass is a good way to integrate into the ancient desolate land." As the two spoke, Bai Lishi led them to the largest restaurant in the city, the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Xianxia asked for a superior room. Unexpectedly, he had to pay with inferior grade spirit stones. Silver banknotes from the outside world were useless here. After resting for a night, Xianxia tried to find out more information in the restaurant. After all, he could not go to Bai Lishi for everything. If he asked too much, the other party would bring the topic to the firmament body tempering art. This would be very annoying. There were many cultivators entering and leaving the restaurant every day. It was very convenient to ask around. Chapter 405. After paying some inferior grade spirit stones, the waiter would be able to provide a more complete version of the information he had heard. It turned out that this demon battlefield had already been closed for more than 100 years. This time, it had only reopened 2 years ago. After that, the number of cultivators coming to Boulder Island increased. From the waiter's words, Xianxia knew that the demon battlefield was rumored to be an ancient battlefield. During the ancient era, a startling war had happened there. The result of the war was a crushing defeat for the humans. Countless cultivators died at the hands of demons and demonic beasts. The last human martial emperor used his supreme strength to split the space of the battlefield, forming the demon battlefield. Countless human cultivators died there. The various secret treasures of the ancient cultivators were buried in the battlefield. Later on, during the Tianwu dynasty, someone used a formation to open a door to this space. He discovered that it had already become a small world. Countless demonic beasts and demons thrived there. All sorts of ancient secret treasures could be found everywhere. It was a place where fortuitous encounters and danger coexisted. There was still much more information that the waiter did not know. After all, he had never been to the demon battlefield before, so he had no way of knowing the details. After Xiaochen gave the waiter another 10 inferior-grade spirit stones, he sent him off. He thought to himself, "It looks like the information I obtained is not complete. I have to find a cultivator who has been to the demon battlefield before to understand the situation." "Ha, brat, don't overthink. Since I agreed to go with you, why are you still worrying?" Bai Lishi said with a laugh as he walked down the stairs and sat across from Xiaochen. Xiaochen raised the wine cup on the table and took a sip. He smiled helplessly and said, "I hope you can be relied on." Bai Lishi drank a large mouthful of wine and wiped off the alcohol on his lips. He said, "Don't ask about that messy information. Just look at the map I gave you. Don't enter the core region. Aside from demonic beasts and demons, just be on guard against human cultivators. I'll be honest with you. In the demon battlefield, most of the cultivators actually died at the hands of humans." Xiao Chen's heart sank. It seemed that the situation was much worse than he had imagined. Not only did he have to face unknown demonic beasts and demons, he also had to be on guard against sneak attacks from humans. This medial-grade secret treasure was much harder to obtain than he had imagined. For the next few days, Xiaochen was active around the small city. There were many demonic beasts outside the city. This was a suitable place to practice martial techniques. Before he went to the demon battlefield, he would be able to maintain a state of excitement. 6 days passed very quickly. The originally bustling small city became quiet. The large number of cultivators in the city quickly headed in one direction. When nearly all the cultivators in the Immortal Gathering Pavilion had left, Bai Lishi and Xiaochen followed the crowd. Everywhere the cultivators passed, the demonic beasts blocking the way were cleared out. Their path was smooth and unobstructed. 6 hours later, the two of them stopped at the center of Boulder Island. It was already packed with people. A quick count showed that there were no less than 1,000 warriors. "I heard that there was an inferior-grade martial king who managed to obtain 9 peak inferior-grade secret treasures by himself. He made a fortune at the desolate city auction. There was also a fellow who was very lucky. He killed a high-ranked blood demon and sold its demon core for more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Several cultivators discussed excitedly. There were all sorts of tempting treasures in the demon battlefield. Their gazes filled with anticipation as they looked at the empty space in the center. Bai Lishi smiled coldly and said, "These people are really reckless. It would be good if half of the 1,000 people managed to come out." Xiao Chun sized up the crowd, looking for cultivators worth paying attention to. However, some of the more experienced cultivators hid themselves very well. It was hard to glean any useful information from them. Furthermore, there were some cultivators who kept talking with excitement in their eyes. With one look, it was clear that this was their first time in the demon battlefield. They did not know much about the situation on the other side. The full moon slowly moved in the air. Before countless people's expectant gazes, it finally arrived above them. Instantly, a gentle pillar of light soared into the sky from the empty space in the center. The space around the pillar of light started to twist. So, the cultivators leaped towards the pillar of light one after another. Then, they disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. This pillar of light should be the entrance to the demon battlefield. When most of the cultivators had left and Xiao Chen was about to enter, Bai Lishi's expression suddenly changed. He pulled Xiao Chen back and said, "Wait a moment." Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Lishi pointed in a direction and said, "Look over there." Xiao Chen looked in the direction Bai Lishi pointed. He saw 10-odd cultivators with extremely strong auras standing there. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could not figure out the strength of this group of people. "I nearly misjudged them. They are all half-step martial monarchs. It looks like they are here to hunt high-ranked demons. Such an operation is rather rare. I have to go over and take a look." You should go and get the medial grade secret treasure yourself. A fervent look flashed in Bai Lixi's eyes as he whispered. Xiaochen frowned slightly and asked, "Can you do it?" Bai Lixi smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I have already cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the 4th layer. My strength is more than twice what it was 3 months ago." Xiaochen was mildly startled. This Bai Lixi is really a genius at cultivating the physical body. Unexpectedly, he managed to cultivate a heaven-ranked cultivation technique to the 4th layer in such a short time. You better pray for your luck. Don't die prematurely. Otherwise, the second half of my firmament body tempering art will be destroyed. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the 10-odd people had entered, Bai Lixi laughed loudly and followed. Just as he was about to step into the pillar of light, he then turned around and reminded, "You must be careful. Don't be greedy. You must be careful of the humans behind you." Xiaochen smiled faintly to indicate that he understood. After interacting with Bai Lixi for the past few days, Xiaochen knew that although Bai Lixi was not a proper person and had a bad temper, he was not a serious person. However, in the end, he was not a treacherous person. He was very straightforward, which suited Xiaochen's temperament. He took out a secret manual from the universe ring and quickly tossed it to Bai Lixi. When Bai Lixi heard the sound, he immediately turned around and caught the secret manual. When he saw its contents, he could not help but reveal an expression of joy. Just as Bai Lixi looked up and was about to say something, he discovered that Xiaochen had already disappeared from where he was. Xiaochen had taken the initiative to enter the pillar of light. He could not help but smile and say, "This brat is not too much of a scam." Naturally, the secret manual that Xiaochen tossed to Bai Lixi was the second half of the firmament body tempering art. After observing it for such a long time, Xiaochen was certain that Bai Lixi was not lying to him. Since that was the case, there was no need to drag things out. Although Xiaochen liked to maximize his benefits, he always kept his promises. After Xiaochen entered the ring of light, a desolate world appeared before him. When he looked up, the sky was scarlet with thick red clouds drifting by. The ground was littered with rocks and weeds. Only some strange plants were sparsely scattered on the ground. The terrain of the space was extremely complicated. Xiaochen scanned the surrounding 3 kilometers with his spiritual sense. Not only did he discover mounds, desolate mountains, stone forests, swamps, but he also discovered a jungle made of strange plants. It was extremely strange. Xiaochen took out a map and started to search for his position. The pillar of light on Boulder Island would send the cultivators who entered to the periphery of the demon battlefield. Unless one had some special tools, no one would be able to control where they landed in the demon battlefield. After Xiaochen put away the map, he finally confirmed his position. Then he looked around. Many cultivators gathered in groups of 2 or 3, looking around excitedly. There were also some experienced cultivators with cautious eyes. They kept their hands on their weapons at all times. Occasionally, a ferocious glint flashed in their eyes as they looked at the cultivators beside them. "Friend, are you alone? Let's team up." Just as Xiaochen was about to depart, a hearty laughter came from behind him. He turned his head to look. And saw a short-haired cultivator in gray robes. He had a squarish face, looked to be in his 20s, and a saber hung at his waist. He was a superior-grade martial king. He walked over to Xiaochen with a smile on his face. A few cultivators of various cultivations followed behind him. However, they were all medial-grade martial kings at the very least. The short-haired cultivator introduced himself as if he was very familiar with Xiaochen. "I am Wei Tong. This is my first time coming to Boulder Island with a few friends. It looks like this is your first time entering the demon battlefield as well. How about we accompany each other?" As he spoke, Wei Tong's gaze quickly swept over Xiaochen's attire. His gaze lingered on Xiaochen's shoes and robes for a while. When Wei Tong saw the black gloves on Xiaochen's hands, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. However, he hid it very well. His smile remained very sincere. Xiaochen smiled coldly to himself. When he saw the other party's expression, he said indifferently, "There is no need. I am already used to being alone." Wei Tong revealed a disappointed expression. He said, "That is a pity. If brother is interested, you can come and look for us at any time. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute and turned to leave. He withdrew his aura and kept his right hand on his saber hilt, maintaining a high level of vigilance. After Xiaochen left, a ferocious look flashed in the eyes of a cultivator behind Wei Tong. He asked suspiciously, "Big brother, why did you not make a move? He is a fat sheep. Unexpectedly, he has 3 secret treasures on him." "Indeed, big brother. He is just a peak inferior grade martial king. We can deal with him in a few moves. After we kill him, there will be no problems," another person said. Wei Tong said calmly, "How foolish. I do not know if he is a fat sheep or a ferocious wolf. With your eyes, be careful. You might not be able to eat the sheep. Instead, you might end up being eaten like weeds." This person's gaze was calm. His right hand was on his saber hilt. He maintained a distance from me, allowing me to advance or retreat. Based on this, it is clear that this person is extraordinarily vigilant. He is not that easy to kill. After saying this, Wei Tong watched Xiaochen leave. He paused for a while before saying, "The most important thing is that although this person is only an inferior grade martial king, his killing chi is denser than mine. He is not a kind person. The secret treasures on him are probably stained with blood." Chapter 406. What about Big Brother? He is such a fat sheep. I can't bear to let him get away. Wei Tong said, "Even if you can't bear to, you have to. In this demon battlefield, there are plenty of fat sheep to slaughter. Don't offend someone you cannot afford to offend. Even 10 lives would not be enough. Let's go." Shio. Blood dripped from the lunar shadow saber. A rank 7 demonic beast in front of Xiaochen was chopped in half. After separating from Wei Tong and the others, Xiaochen did not get far before he was attacked by demonic beasts. The demonic beasts here were very crafty and very patient. Several times, Xiaochen had just killed a demonic beast and was about to catch his breath when a few demonic beasts suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack. If not for Xiaochen keeping his guard up at all times, he might have fallen for the demonic beast's attacks. After digging out the demonic beast's demonic core, Xiaochen thought suspiciously, "It is said that there are countless secret treasures in the demon battlefield. Why have I not seen a single one?" Bang! Bang! Just at this moment, intense sounds came from in front, together with the sound of the wind. Xiaochen stopped and looked around. Then he found a high ground and looked over. The sound came from about 2,000 meters ahead. He could no longer see it. Fortunately, Xiaochen still had his spiritual sense and was not blind. 2 medial-grade martial kings were fighting an intense battle with an early rank 7 demonic beast in the distance. That demonic beast looked like a barbaric ox. There was a sharp horn on its head. Its entire body was covered in fiery red fur, like a burning flame. When it stepped on the ground, it shook continuously. The demonic beast looked very mighty. However, when the 2 martial kings worked together, it could not do anything. It was forced to retreat. After all, it was only an early rank 7 demonic beast. The attacks of the 2 martial kings were very sharp. Furthermore, they were not greedy and did not take any risks. They advanced and retreated rationally. The barbaric ox's defeat was only a matter of time. It is just killing demonic beasts. There is nothing to see, Xiaochen said indifferently. Just as he was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, he discovered something interesting. Pu Si. After the barbaric ox was killed, its belly was cut open by a sharp knife. A blood-stained secret treasure fell out. That secret treasure was a small bronze beast. It should have been carved from a demonic beast or spirit beast from the ancient era. Spiritual energy surrounded the secret treasure. Even though it was stained with blood, it was hard to hide. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he felt incredulous. Killing demonic beasts for secret treasures? Could this be the same as the online games in my previous life? That's impossible. I have killed so many demonic beasts, but there are no secret treasures. Could it be that the drop rate is a problem? Xiaochen could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. The scene he saw confused him. His spiritual sense could not help but stop there. Xiao did not understand. Xiaochen. Brother Chen. Not. Titian, Xiao, Tai. Chen Xiaotidu say. 2. A complete secret treasure, even the lowest inferior grade secret treasure, was worth at least 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. If one was lucky, it could be sold for several thousand medial grade spirit stones. No matter what, this was a good item. It was something that could tempt most cultivators. Xiao Chun continued to look at it with interest. Bang! As Xiao Chun expected, after they confirmed it was a secret treasure, the two of them attacked each other at the same time. They started killing each other for a secret treasure. When Xiao Chun saw the scene, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is just an inferior grade secret treasure. If they could trust each other, they would not end up like this. These two must have formed a temporary team. The two of them fought until their eyes turned red. They sent out all sorts of killing moves. They hated that they could not kill each other immediately. The battle was extremely intense. Soon, the two of them suffered significant injuries. No matter who won this battle, they would end up severely injured. After a while, just as the victor was about to be decided, a pool of blood suddenly appeared on the ground. Xiao Chen's expression changed. That was a demon of the blood demon world, a race of the demonic world. Xiao Chen had seen them in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's strange space before. They were also known as blood demons. They ate human hearts. Their methods were extremely bloody and cruel. Bang! The blood turned into a pale human figure. Its baleful aura soared into the sky. It attacked at lightning speed, its sharp nails piercing the hearts of the two cultivators. The two cultivators were at a critical juncture in their fight. They did not expect such a situation to happen. They cried out miserably as their hearts were grabbed by the other party. That blood demon laughed a few times. It held the two bloody hearts in its hand and revealed a cruel smile on its pale face. Xiao Chun could not bear to see what happened next. The blood demon directly swallowed the two hearts and revealed an expression of enjoyment. Xiao Chun could sense with his spiritual sense that after the blood demon swallowed the hearts of the cultivators, the baleful aura on its body became denser. Pooh, pooh. The blood demon casually kicked the two corpses on the ground, causing them to explode. Then he waved his hand, and the secret treasure in the shape of a bronze beast flew into his hand. The blood demon revealed a mocking expression. Humans are indeed an inferior race. They can't even resist a small temptation. This is a tried and tested method. Xiao Chun also felt that it was unfortunate. This blood demon should only be a low-rank blood demon. It should be no stronger than a medial-grade martial king. Two medial-grade martial kings could have easily killed Xiao Chen in a head-on clash. However, because of a secret treasure, they lost themselves and died without a complete corpse. That blood demon looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he found an early rank 7 demonic beast. The baleful aura on the blood demon's body terrified the demonic beast. He easily subdued this demonic beast, cut open its skin, and stuffed the secret treasure back in. A scarlet light flashed on the blood demon's hand, and the wound on the demonic beast instantly healed. There were no visible problems. After everything that happened the night before, the low-rank blood demon released the demonic beast in satisfaction. He licked his lips and said with a greedy expression, "I wonder what my next prey will taste like. Human hearts are indeed delicious." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He finally understood why the demonic beasts had secret treasures in their bodies. The secret treasures of the demon realm were naturally in the hands of the demon dwellers. When the humans wanted to kill them and obtain the secret treasures, the demon dwellers had already killed them. When the humans wanted to kill the demons and obtain the secret treasure, the demons treated the humans as their prey. Who could have the last laugh would depend on their own abilities. Xiao Chun looked at the hidden blood demon and said calmly, "Since I saw the secret treasure made of bronze beasts, I might as well take it." The blood clouds above Xiao Chen's head looked like they would never disperse. Only when a strong wind blew would they ripple. The sky was like a drawing board. However, there was only one color on this drawing board, scarlet. On flat ground, Xiao Chen moved very quickly. With one step, he could leap several hundred meters. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a long shockwave. When Xiaochen met some demonic beasts along the way, he did his best to avoid them. If he could not avoid them, he would end the fight quickly. It took them an hour to cover the distance of more than 2,000 meters. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found the demonic beast that the blood demon had stuffed into the secret treasure. It was an early rank 7 purple python tiger demonic beast. It looked like a ferocious tiger. The purple python tiger demonic beast was 10 meters tall on all fours. Its fur was purple, and occasionally, black chi came out of its pores. There was a purple python-like tail coiled on its back. The purple tail was as thick as an adult's arm. There was a bulge at the end of the purple tail that looked like a snake's head. An early rank 7 demonic beast was about as strong as a medial-grade martial king. With Xiaochen's current advancement, he could deal with it easily within 20 moves. However, when Xiaochen thought about the low-ranked blood demon hiding behind it, he had to put on a good show to lure it out. Otherwise, it would be pointless to scare it away. Xiaochen revealed himself and leaped into the air. He landed in front of the demonic beast and sent out a strand of energy. Xiaochen did not infuse too much essence into the energy. The purple python tiger easily dodged it by tilting its body. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes as it roared and pounced at Xiaochen. The purple python tiger crossed the distance of 200 meters in one leap and arrived before Xiaochen. It opened its jaws, revealing its 4 fangs. A cold light flashed as it bit at Xiaochen's neck. Hoo! The purple python tiger's huge body created an intense wind as it soared into the air. This caused Xiaochen's hair to flutter. Xiaochen drew his saber, and a purple saber light flickered as he chopped at the purple python tiger's neck. The purple python tiger roared ferociously and smashed its right paw against the saber. Xiaochen was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. After knocking back Xiaochen, the purple python tiger roared excitedly. It charged at Xiaochen with a flourishing aura. Dang! Ding! Ding! Every strike of the purple python tiger's 2 front paws sounded out. They carried tens of thousands of kilograms of force as they smashed at Xiaochen. Xiaochen brandished his huge saber in front of him to prevent the claws from grabbing him. It is quite strong. This claw probably has about 70 to 80 tons of force. However, this should not be the purple python tiger's killing move. I have to continue acting. As Xiaochen retreated, he calmly analyzed the situation. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged more than 100 moves with the purple python tiger. When the purple python tiger saw that it could not knock Xiaochen to the ground, it became enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out a black energy wave at Xiaochen. Xiaochen's expression turned grave. His saber flickered with a purple light as he chopped the energy wave in half. Hu-chi! The moment the energy wave scattered, a purple snake head shot at Xiaochen at lightning speed. The purple python tiger's purple tail was actually a purple python. This startled Xiaochen, causing him to quickly retreat. However, this purple python was simply too fast. As Xiaochen retreated, it wrapped itself around his ankle. The snake coiled around Xiaochen a few times. Then, it opened its mouth and bit down ferociously. When Xiaochen saw the snake's venomous fangs, even if he did not get injured, he would be poisoned. Xiaochen's left hand shot out at lightning speed and clamped down on the snake's mouth. Xiaochen exerted force on his arm as he used 2 fingers to clamp down on the snake's mouth. The huge force prevented the snake's mouth from opening. Just as Xiaochen and the purple python fought, the purple python tiger's huge body crashed into Xiaochen. Xiaochen suffered a heavy blow to his chest and immediately fell over. This is about the end of the act. If this goes on, this beast will really eat me up, Xiaochen thought to himself as he watched the purple python tiger open its mouth to attack his neck. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Xiaochen increased the force in his left hand and crushed the snake head. Then he fiercely punched the purple python tiger's chest. Chapter 407. Kasi. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulating at full power, this punch contained 150 tons of force. The force of the punch permeated the purple python tiger's internal organs and instantly shattered them. Just as the purple python tiger's huge body pressed down, Xiaochen somersaulted and dodged it. There was a loud bang, and the purple python tiger's corpse fell heavily to the ground. The clothes on Xiao Chen's chest had already been torn by the purple python tiger's attack. His long hair was messy and he was covered in dust. Xiao Chen cut a sorry figure. When the low-ranked blood demon hidden in the darkness saw this, it relaxed. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. A greedy look appeared in its eyes. Xiao Chen stretched out his body and took out a sharp saber from his universe ring. Then he cut open the purple python tiger's belly. Blood immediately spurted out, along with a small, exquisite bronze statue. Xiao Chen stretched his hand out, and a suction force pulled the bronze statue over. It floated above Xiao Chen's palm. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground beside him. Then, Xiao Chen took out an old cloth and slowly wiped the blood off the bronze statue. An incredibly lively and lifelike statue appeared before Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw the statue's appearance, he found it familiar. Suddenly, he remembered seeing it in the Firely Sects' Secret Treasures book. The secret treasures from the ancient era were all famous. Those that were not superior-grade secret treasures would not appear in the book. However, based on the aura of this bronze statue, it was clear that it was not the original. It should be a fake. See. An extremely weak sound came from behind Xiao Chen. If one did not pay close attention, one would not be able to hear it. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he turned around and stabbed the saber into the ground. The tip of the saber struck the blood. Xiao Chen used some force, and purple electricity crackled and flickered on the snow-white saber. There was a miserable shriek as the blood turned into a human figure. The lunar shadow saber pinned the other party's body to the ground. Pure and tyrannical lightning attributed essence. The blood demon's body was convulsing non-stop, unable to resist at all. The blood demon's body did not have the slightest ability to resist. Don't kill me. I still have many secret treasures. As long as you let me go, I will give them all to you, Blood Demon said, trembling in pain. His heart was filled with extreme fear. He had thought that this person had fallen for his trap and that his strength was only SOS. He did not expect that this sudden attack would not even give him a chance to dodge. Xiao Chen, who had personally seen this blood demon devour human hearts, did not believe the words of this blood demon at all. Such a cunning demon dweller would definitely suffer a great loss if he coveted some small advantage. Xiao Chen unsheathed his blade, and purple flames shot out from his right eye. He was prepared to burn this blood demon to death. As the purple flames burned, the blood demon's miserable shriek lasted for a while before it went silent. After a while, it turned into a pile of ashes. Xiao Chen used the tip of his saber to poke at the ashes a few times. A scarlet demon core appeared. The demon core contained a horrifying baleful aura. If one could absorb it, it could greatly increase a cultivator's killing chi. At the same time, it could temper a cultivator's mental energy. This thing had always been in short supply. However, the demon core of a low-ranked blood demon did not have much value. The baleful aura it contained was useless against a martial king. Xiao Chen casually tossed the demon core into the universe ring. Then, he took out the book that introduced secret treasures and started reading it. Soon, he found the source of the bronze statue. The bronze statue was a sculpture of an ancient mutated beast. This mutated beast was called Flame, the strongest fire-attributed mutated beast in the world. It consumed flames as food. In this world, there was no flame that it could not consume. The more flames it consumed, the stronger the might of the flames it spat out. Using the flame beast as the model, the ancient cultivators created a secret treasure. It could also consume all sorts of flames in the world. After it merged, it could spit out an even more powerful flame. Although it could not compare to a true flame beast, it was not far off. Its might could not be underestimated. It was a peak superior grade secret treasure. After Xiao Chen read the introduction, he toyed with the ordinary-looking bronze statue in his hand. It had a flickering spiritual light. He said, "A superior grade secret treasure radiates light into the sky. Its spiritual energy can spread for 5 kilometers. It looks like this flame beast bronze statue is very simple. It is indeed a fake." Xiaochen erased the imprint on the flame beast bronze statue and placed his own imprint on it. Then he prepared to use the purple thunder true fire to test the might of this flame beast. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the distance. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It was so loud that it hurt one's eardrums. Xiaochen looked up and saw a huge whirlpool in the scarlet clouds in the distant sky. Countless scarlet bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. A tyrannical aura soared into the sky from the ground, shattering the scarlet clouds in the sky. So. Many cultivators in the demon battlefield felt this aura and looked up. A few cultivators could not resist their curiosity and quickly flew over. When Xiaochen felt the fluctuating energy in the air, he muttered, "What a strong aura! It should be as strong as a martial monarch. Is this the target of those half-step martial monarchs?" An intense curiosity arose in Xiaochen's heart. He wanted to check it out. However, he managed to overcome his curiosity in the end. Even the most ordinary half-step martial monarch would be able to deal with Xiaochen in a few moves. It would be too naive to try and take advantage of them. Furthermore, there was a demon as strong as a martial monarch in the middle. If Xiaochen was not afraid of death, he could join in the fun. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and maintained his vigilance as he continued forward. Along the way, he ran into some crafty demons. Some tossed their secret treasures on the ground and used the aura of the secret treasure to attract the cultivator's attention before launching a sneak attack. Some disguised themselves as humans to get close to Xiaochen and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Xiaochen saw through all these tricks. Along the way to the medial grade secret treasure, he obtained 3 or 4 inferior grade secret treasures. Xiaochen stopped in front of a messy stone forest. He muttered, "I have finally reached this place. This place is indeed at the periphery of the demon battlefield. I hope Bai Lishi did not lie to me." The messy stone forest covered an area of a kilometer squared. There were strange rocks everywhere. Each rock was at least 10 meters tall, standing upright on the flat ground. The atmosphere in the forest was very strange. It was very quiet. When the wind blew, the faint smell of blood wafted in the air. Xiaochen scanned the forest with his spiritual sense and soon discovered the medial grade secret treasure that Bai Lishi mentioned. A pair of flashing black boots lay quietly on a stone pillar in the middle of the messy stone forest. When Xiaochen probed it with his spiritual sense, the boots flickered with a dense spiritual light, giving off an overwhelming spiritual energy. The spiritual energy contained in these boots was much stronger than that of a regular peak inferior grade secret treasure. This was at least an early medial grade secret treasure. Indeed, Bai Lishi did not lie to Xiaochen. Xiaochen rejoiced. Coincidentally, the windwalk shoes on his feet could no longer keep up with his cultivation. Now they could only increase his movement speed by 10%. Xiaochen's overall movement speed could not break Mach 2, it remained stuck at a bottleneck. However, based on Xiaochen's experience along the way, he often encountered demons tossing their secret treasures on the ground to attract the attention of cultivators. Then, they would take the opportunity to kill them. This place should be no exception. If there were no danger, the secret treasures would have been snatched away long ago. Xiaochen scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense again but did not discover any demons. This was within his expectations, but it did not mean that there was no danger. The ability of demons to hide their auras was much higher than that of regular human cultivators. Unless one personally tracked the other party, it would be very difficult to sense a demon with one's spiritual sense. Since this demon could take out a medial grade secret treasure, its rank was definitely not low. The low-ranked blood demons that Xiaochen killed easily could not compare to it. I have to think of a way. As he stood outside the stone forest, Xiaochen did not rush in. He revealed a contemplative look. Enemies hidden in the dark were always the scariest. This was because one could not predict where they would come from or how strong they were. Xiao! Xiaochen casually waved his hand and pulled over 7 or 8 rocks of similar sizes. This stone forest did not lack rocks. Xiaochen sent out a few strands of essence and gently lifted up these rocks. Then he held 2 fingers together and condensed an incredibly sharp saber chi. His 2 fingers danced in the air, and just like that, he started carving in the air. Stone chips fell off, and soon, an exquisite stone eagle sculpture appeared. Xiao Chen's fingers did not stop moving as he continued to carve. Soon, 8 stone sculptures appeared around him, floating quietly in the air. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chen shouted and pointed to the front. The 8 stone eagles in the air all came to life. Puda! Puda! The goshawk, which had a wingspan of a meter, stirred up whirlwinds on the ground and shot toward the stone forest like an arrow that was released from a bow. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation and the aid of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer, he was already very familiar with the life bestowal spell. He had no difficulty communicating with the 8 eagles at the same time. Just as they were about to get close to the secret treasure, 3 red lights flashed, and the 3 goshawks at the front were directly blasted into a pile of debris. After all, they were just stone sculptures made of ordinary stones. They did not have high combat prowess. At the same time, a blood demon in red robes appeared on a stone pillar. He had a pale complexion and a sullen gaze. Put. The red-robed blood demon flicked his hands and sent out a few strands of scarlet energy, trying to shatter the remaining 5 eagles. A middle-rank blood demon was as strong as a superior-grade martial king who comprehended a state. He would be difficult to deal with. However, he was still within the limits of what Xiao Chen could handle. To be on the safe side, Xiao Chen had to test him to see if he had any companions. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chen sucked in 10 odd stones in one breath. His gaze was calm as he moved his hands at the same time. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Stone chips fell from the ground. Xiao Chen pushed his concentration and movements to their limits. In 3 breaths, he completed the stone sculpture. Boom! The 10 odd large eagles soared into the air and quickly flew towards the stone pillar in the middle. They spread their wings and connected them together. In an instant, the dozen or so flies covered a large area of the sky. Chapter 408. Clearly, one blood demon would not be able to destroy so many eagles in an instant. At that time, Xiao Chen could take the opportunity to control the eagles and snatch away the secret treasures. Unless there are other blood demons, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, a cautious look in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The eagles that swooped down at the secret treasures were blasted into dust one after another. Xiao Chen focused his spiritual sense on one of the eagles and nimbly dodged the attacks. Nimbly dodging the attacks, it seized an opportunity and hooked the pair of shoes with its talons before retreating with lightning speed. Bang! This eagle did not fly very high before it was blasted into dust by a blood arrow. The shoes slowly fell to the ground. Another blood demon appeared on the stone pillar. This one wore blue robes, and its aura was no weaker than the first blood demon's. Unexpectedly, it was also a middle-rank blood demon. 2 middle-rank blood demons, this is going to be problematic, Xiao Chen thought to himself. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Medial-grade secret treasures are not that easy to come across. A fierce purple flame burned in Xiao Chen's right eye. Then, it quickly condensed and compressed. Soon, the boundless purple flame turned into a rhombus-shaped purple light. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the purple light quickly elongated. Xiao! The purple arrow turned into a purple arrow and shot at the second middle-rank blood demon. The purple arrow moved like a beam of light, tearing through the obstruction of space. Its speed instantly reached Mach 3. Before the blue-robed blood demon could react, a bloody hole appeared in its shoulder. At the same time the purple flames shot out, Xiao Chen activated the windwalk shoes on his feet. He moved at lightning speed on the rocks. Finally, just as the secret treasure was about to fall, he grabbed the pair of black shoes. When the 2 blood demons saw that Xiao Chen had obtained the secret treasures, they did not show any surprise on their faces. It was as if everything was within their expectations. The blood demon that was struck by the purple thunder true fire licked his lips. He had a malevolent expression as he smiled. Another fat sheep has come knocking. What a dense killing chi. I like it. This time, no matter what, you cannot snatch it from me. The other blood demon stared coldly at Xiao Chen. He smiled gently and said, let's see how capable you are. If you can't eat it, I don't mind helping you. GGGA. The blue-robed blood demon laughed strangely, and the wound on his shoulder squirmed. He laughed and said, "I can't eat it? What a joke. Finish off this brat in 10 moves." Strange, these two blood demons seemed to be waiting for him to fall into their trap. The arrow shot by the Purple Thunder True Fire might have been purposely shot by the other party to lure him in. A thoughtful look appeared in Xianxia's eyes. He placed the secret treasure in his universe ring and prepared to leave this place first. No matter what, it was too dangerous to face two middle-ranked blood demons at the same time. Thinking of this, Xianxia pushed off the ground and turned around to retreat. "Don't leave, human. No one has ever escaped from this stone forest." "Jiji." The blood demon laughed strangely and chased after Xianxia. When Xianxia heard this, he was slightly stunned. A few tall rocks appeared in front of him and blocked his path. "Break!" Xianxia instantly drew the lunar shadow saber, and a sharp saber chi chopped the rocks in half. However, before he could relax, the strange rocks actually merged back together. Bang! 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 Xianxia continuously attacked with his saber. The purple chi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The lunar shadow saber flickered with electric light as he hacked down with the state of thunder infused in it. The stone, which had just been reassembled, was instantly smashed into pieces by the surging power. ZZ! A strange energy spread out, turning the rocks into countless shards flying in all directions. Once again they were sucked over. Soon, they turned back into a huge rock, blocking Xianxia's path. Just as Xianxia was about to try a few more times, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura behind him. The middle-ranked blood demon's blood arrow was approaching. "Stop running, human. Stay here. I will definitely not let you feel pain." Xianxia tilted his body slightly and dodged this attack. Then he leaped over the rocks blocking his path and continued flying forward. When Xianxia looked up, he discovered something strange. The path he took seemed to have changed. The direction of the entire stone forest seemed to have changed. Xianxia was clearly heading back. However, he did not know which direction it led to. This was very shocking. Since the direction on the ground was messed up, I'll just go by the sky. Xianxia executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly soared into the sky. Bang! After flying for only 100 meters, an invisible barrier appeared above Xianxia's head. His head smashed into it. Xianxia had no choice but to land on a stone pillar on the ground. When he looked up, the direction he had just determined was now messed up again. The entire space of the stone forest seemed to be in complete chaos. It changed at every moment, making it impossible to walk out normally. The blue-robed blood demon chased after Xianxia. He revealed a playful smile on his pale face. He said in a hoarse voice, "Give up. The natural laws of this stone forest change at every moment. If you do not live here for at least 100 years, you will not be able to walk out." Xianxia's back faced the blue-robed blood demon. He looked to the front, thinking about some problems. It was like he did not hear what the blue-robed blood demon said. "Brat, are you scared silly? Are you going to end yourself, or do I have to do it myself?" The blue-robed blood demon laughed strangely when he saw the silent Xianxia. "Never mind. Since I can't leave for now, there is no need to overthink. Whether Bai Li she lied to me or not is not something I need to worry about now." Xianxia gently pulled off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. Then he slowly turned around. The red mark on his forehead made his fair complexion look very bewitching. When the blue-robed blood demon saw Xianxia's appearance, he was slightly stunned. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. "Since you want me to stay, I will grant your wish. I will not leave." Xianxia's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile on his bewitching face. "Trying to scare me? You are just an insignificant inferior-grade martial king. You are seeking death." The blue-robed blood demon shouted ferociously. He moved his 10 fingers and instantly shot out countless blood arrows. The blood arrows contained an intense, baleful aura. With one glance, it looked like countless evil spirits crawled out of hell and launched themselves at you. As they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, there seemed to be all sorts of illusions around your ears. If one did not have a strong will, they would collapse on the spot under these illusions. A bright light flashed in Xianxia's eyes, and all the illusions and the evil spirits of hell vanished. Thunderclouds filled the sky. Xianxia held his lunar shadow saber as he stood on a huge rock. As thunder roared, saber lights danced around continuously. Ding, 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 ding. The blood arrows seemed very solid. When Xianxia's saber lights clashed, they gave off a melodious sound. Sparks flew everywhere on the saber. Xianxia's saber light was so dense that not even wind could pass through. The blood arrows were all knocked away. When the blood arrows landed on the huge rocks, they immediately created finger-sized holes. After a while, all the blood infused into the huge rock. The huge rock instantly shattered. This showed how strong the blood arrows were. However, Xianxia's saber lights did not make any progress. No matter how fast he was or how violent he did not move. With my saber in hand, thunder roared, but I did not move. When the blue-robed blood demon saw that the illusions and blood arrows were useless against Xianxia, not even giving him any trouble, he revealed a trace of shock in his eyes. That illusion of his was not an ordinary illusion. The number of demonic beasts and humans he had killed over the past few hundred years could be counted as tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of them. Regular superior-grade martial kings would not be able to struggle free of the baleful aura formed by the illusions. Even if they managed to struggle free, their minds would turn blurry for a while. However, nothing happened to Xianxia. His martial techniques were not messed up at all. This brat was somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-robed blood demon's gaze turned cautious. He looked at his companions in the distance, wanting to call them over to help. However, he resisted the urge. If he could not deal with an inferior-grade martial king, he would be exploited by that fellow in the future. The blue-robed blood demon's gaze turned ferocious once again. He gave up on seeking help from his companions. The blue-robed blood demon roared ferociously and condensed a red ball of light in his hand. The surface of the ball of light was mottled. Occasionally, the cries of resentful spirits came from it. Fragmented blood wave. A faint radiance appeared in the surroundings of the scarlet ball of light. It flew towards Xianxia at high speed and slowly rotated in the air. In the end, it formed a horrifying scarlet whirlpool. It even tore the air apart. Xianxia focused his gaze. He did not advance. Instead, he retreated. He gathered all his essence on the tip of his saber. Then, he held the lunar shadow saber in his right hand and spun it counterclockwise. See. A whirlpool appeared on the tip of the saber in the opposite direction of the fragmented blood wave. Purple electric light flickered in the whirlpool, crackling non-stop. Boom! The two whirlpools clashed with each other. A huge energy shockwave spread out in all directions. The boulders in the surroundings were crushed into powder. Instantly, a large cloud of dust filled the air. The blue-robed blood demon retreated 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. However, Xianxia did not move back. He shouted and charged forward with the lunar shadow saber in hand. Rushing thunder chop. Xianxia leaped into the air and descended from the sky. He carried a surging momentum as he hacked down at the blue-robed blood demon. The saber gave off an intense cold light. Electricity flickered on it, making one tremble in fear. The blue-robed blood demon crossed his hands and formed a scarlet barrier, trying to block Xianxia's move. However, although Xianxia's state of thunder was only at small perfection, it was much stronger than the great perfection state of a regular cultivator because of the purple thunder divine incantation, a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. How could the blue-robed blood demon block this move? Bang! The scarlet barrier only lasted for a moment before it shattered. The blue-robed blood demon's figure was knocked back by the surging energy. In an instant he shattered countless boulders. When the red-robed blood demon saw this scene from a kilometer away, he mocked. It looks like you can't take it. Do you need help? That's none of your business. The blue-robed blood demon retorted. As he looked at Xianxia flying over, he said angrily, "Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will let you have a taste of being eaten alive by a blood demon." Chain fragmented blood wave. When the flower shadow landed, 9 red balls of light appeared beside the blue-robed blood demon. The balls of light circled around the blue-robed blood demon. The cries of countless aggrieved spirits came from them. Chapter 409. The aggrieved spirits wailed together. Immediately, a scene of hell appeared before Xianxia's eyes. Mountains of sabers and seas of flames filled the air. Horrifying scenes of human monarchs appeared before him. The blood demon wanted to disrupt Xianxia's state of mind, stirring up his mental energy and throwing his mind into chaos. Xianxia smiled faintly. In terms of mental attacks, only a martial monarch could threaten him. The mental attacks of this blue-robed blood demon were nothing to him. They were like floating clouds to Xianxia. A few strands of spiritual sense turned into countless sharp blades and instantly chopped the various mysterious phenomena into nothingness. Haha. So what if your mental energy is strong? My 9-ring fragmenting blood wave is already complete. No one can save you today. The blue-robed blood demon laughed loudly. 9 scarlet balls of light flew at Xianxia. The balls of light spun quickly and soon formed 9 huge scarlet whirlpools in the air. Then, the 9 scarlet whirlpools connected and formed an incredibly huge whirlpool. A scarlet light filled Xianxia's vision. Aside from this strange scarlet whirlpool, there was nothing else in front of Xianxia. It gave him a feeling that he could not block it. ZZ. The scarlet light in the whirlpool was like tentacles extending in the air, tearing through the air. Everywhere it passed, all the huge rocks shattered. It even pierced through the air. Retreat. Xianxia decisively retreated. He pushed off the huge rock and retreated several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Where can you retreat to? The longer you retreat, the stronger my chain-fragmenting blood wave will be. You will die even more miserably. The blue-robed blood demon's maniacal laughter came from behind the scarlet whirlpool that covered the sky. Xianxia's expression remained calm. His heart was as calm as the waves in an ancient well. He pushed off the ground twice and retreated another kilometer at lightning speed. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in Xianxia's body. He pointed his saber at the sky and thunder roared. He circulated the state of thunder to its limits, and a 100-meter-wide electric whirlpool appeared in the sky. Rumble. The sound of galloping horses could be heard amidst the rumbling of thunder in the sky. The sound of the galloping horses mixed with the rumbling of thunder, and the sky seemed to tremble. Rushing thunder roar, 1,000 army break. The lunar shadow saber drew on the strong force in the air. Seeing the scarlet whirlpool surging towards him, Xianxia calmly swung his saber. Within the whirlpool, a golden lightning knight holding a spear soared into the sky. It covered a distance of 1 kilometer in an instant, and the golden spear struck the center of the scarlet whirlpool. The golden lightning knight flicked his right hand and thrust his spear forward, leaving a long trail of golden light behind him. Light exploded like thunder. The blood-colored vortex began to shatter unceasingly. After a while, the golden lightning knight shouted again, and the scarlet whirlpool that covered the sky was completely broken. The warhorse made of lightning let out a neigh and crashed into the blue-robed blood demon while carrying the knight. Pu-ci. The spear broke through the blue-robed blood demon's defense and stabbed a bowl-sized hole in his chest. The blue-robed blood demon's complexion paled as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The blue-robed blood demon held the spear made of lightning with both hands. However, the golden lightning paralyzed him. His body could not help but twitch. Save me! Quickly save me! The blue-robed blood demon pleaded as he looked at the red-robed blood demon in the distance. The red-robed blood demon's lips curled up in a cold smile. He did not seem to care at all. When the lightning knights dispersed, the blue-robed blood demon could not be more dead. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Xianxia walked forward expressionlessly. He poked the blue-robed blood demon's corpse a few times with his saber, digging out his demon core. Then, he pulled gently, wanting to grab the middle-ranked blood demon's demon core. Hu-chi! Just at this moment, a sharp scarlet light shot towards Xianxia. Its speed was comparable to the speed of Xianxia's saber, reaching 3 times the speed of sound. Xianxia was startled. He gave up on the demon core and left deep footprints on the ground as he retreated several hundred meters. Feeling a slight chill on his chest, Xiao Chen looked down. There were 5 claw marks on his clear wind robes. The inner armor was torn, nearly injuring his flesh. What a strong explosive force, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he looked at the red-robed blood demon in front of him. The red-robed blood demon grabbed the demon core and revealed a wide smile on his pale face. He looked at Xiao Chen and said gently, "I really have to thank you. I have been waiting for this for several decades. You have helped me greatly. Later, I will eat your heart to repay you." The red-robed blood demon placed the demon core in his mouth and chewed it with relish. He revealed an expression of enjoyment on his face. It looked extremely cruel. Do you feel that I have become stronger? After I eat your heart, I will break through to become a high-ranked blood demon. The red-robed blood demon laughed strangely. He did not mind the guilt of eating his companion. He seemed to have a clear conscience. Xiao Chen could feel the red-robed blood demon's aura growing stronger. In the end, it actually increased by 20%, reaching the peak superior grade Martial King realm. Seeing the silent Xiao Chen, the red-robed blood demon slowly walked forward. He smiled faintly and said, "Why are you not saying anything? That move earlier exhausted a lot of your essence, right? I'm guessing that you have less than 30% left. Do you want me to give you some more time?" The red-robed blood demon said he wanted to give Xiao Chen more time. However, right after he spoke, he sent out a palm strike. The strong baleful aura kicked up a strong wind. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from the wind. When the red light shone, even the formless wind turned scarlet. The red mark on Xiao Chen's forehead started to flicker with a bright red light. The state of massacre started to surge, and the snow-white lunar shadow saber started to alternate between purple and red. Xiao Chen did not move at all. He did his best to maintain his calm. The saber light danced around continuously, scattering the palm wind the red-robed blood demon sent back. The red-robed blood demon's explosive power was very startling. He could move at Mach 3 in an instant. However, the red-robed blood demon could only move at Mach 2. The only thing that Xiao Chen could rely on was his attack speed. With the aid of the black gloves, Xiao Chen could move at Mach 3 when using drawing the saber. Hence, Xiao Chen could not move. Once he moved, he would be at a disadvantage. Xiao Chen was very clear on what a difference in movement speed of Mach 3 meant. This meant that Xiao Chen's attacks would not be able to knock down the red-robed blood demon. However, the red-robed blood demon could advance and retreat as he pleased. Once he met with danger, he could retreat quickly. Ding, ding, ding. A strong wind blew by Xiao Chen's ears. The ghostly cries and wolf howls were like demonic music, lingering in his mind. Occasionally, the red-robed blood demon's strange laughter could be heard. Maintaining his state of mind, Xiao Chen was as steady as a boulder. It was like his feet were fixed to the top of a huge rock. No matter how unpredictable the red-robed blood demon sent out sharp palm winds, Xiao Chen did not budge. The lunar shadow saber danced around in all directions. Xiao Chen made use of drawing the saber with every saber strike. Aside from essence, most of it was mental exhaustion. Tiring, extremely tiring. However, Xiao Chen had to do his best to persevere and find an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, only death awaited him. There was no other way, he had nowhere to retreat to. Interesting. You know that your movement speed is not as fast as mine, so you do not dare to move, afraid that I will control your rhythm. You are using your strong attack speed to block my attacks. However, how long do you think you can last? 20 minutes? 10 minutes? Or 5 minutes? The red-robed blood demon took a few steps back at lightning speed. A playful smile appeared on his pale face. After attacking for a long time without success, the red-robed blood demon started to use psychological warfare to lower Xiao Chen's morale. Xiao! Xiao Chen pointed his saber at the red-robed blood demon and revealed a faint smile on his fair face. He said, "You can give it a try. Let's see if I fall first or if I grasp your rhythm first." Ha! In that case, let's continue playing. The red-robed blood demon laughed strangely. Then, he turned into a beam of red light and charged at Xiao Chen again. Boom, boom, boom. The horrifying red light contained a boundless baleful aura. The red-robed blood demon executed all sorts of killing moves. He attacked Xianxia from the front, left, and right. When the two's intense attacks clashed, the surrounding air rippled like water. The strong energy seemed like it would tear space apart. The red-robed blood demon originally had the strength of a superior-grade martial king. After he absorbed the blue-robed blood demon's demon core, his strength increased explosively. Xianxia merged the two states to their limits. He did not dare to be careless as he broke every killing move of his opponent. Xiao. After another hour, the red-robed blood demon still could not take down Xianxia. He revealed an impatient expression on his pale face as he retreated again. Xianxia remained calm. He said indifferently, "Is that all you are capable of? In that case, you might have to stay behind today." The red-robed blood demon snorted coldly and said, "Even at death's door, you are still so stubborn. I will make sure you beg for mercy later." A ruthless look flashed in the red-robed blood demon's eyes. He pressed his palms together and quickly formed hand seals. Rings of red light slowly spread out from his palms. A horrifying energy slowly gathered on the hand seals. The red light became increasingly brighter. It was bright red, like blood pulsing. It looked very strange. Great blood demon imprint. The red-robed blood demon roared ferociously. When the red light reached its peak, he stopped forming hand seals. Then he used an overwhelming force to press down on Xianxia. The great blood demon was like a tall mountain descending from the sky with boundless energy. Its aura was overwhelming, causing one to tremble in fear and find it hard to breathe. However, Xianxia's expression did not change much. Instead, he felt excited. He was not afraid of clashing head-on with the red-robed blood demon. He was only afraid of the red-robed blood demon clinging to him. When the situation turned bad, he would retreat. If that happened a few times, Xianxia might not be able to leave this stone forest immediately. No matter how mentally strong he was, he would collapse. Xianxia had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. As long as he could drag this out until the red-robed blood demon clashed head-on with him and gave up his advantage in speed, he was confident of finishing him off in 3 moves. Xianxia placed the saber in front of his nose. His left hand moved up and down the tip of the saber, slowly moving it up and down. When his finger brushed past the tip of the saber, a purple and red fog sunflower bud suddenly appeared on the stone pillar under Xianxia's feet. When the great blood demon imprint struck him, it completely enveloped him. Chapter 410. Bang! There was a loud sound and the huge rock under Xianxia's feet instantly turned into dust. The purple and red Wuxia flower bud fell to the ground. The huge rock quickly reformed behind the Wuxia flower bud and landed firmly on the ground. Inside the flower bud, Xianxia could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. His internal organs churned violently, and the strands of energy on the inner vest trembled violently. The energy threads on the inner vest broke one by one. The might of this great blood demon imprint far surpassed Xianxia's expectations. Despite the protection of the flower bud and the inner vest, it still inflicted such severe internal injuries. Without these 2 layers of protection, Xianxia's internal organs would have shattered. The red-robed blood demon floated quietly in the air. When he saw the undamaged flower bud, he revealed an astonished expression on his sullen face. The red-robed blood demon was very clear on the might of the great blood demon imprint. Although he had only cultivated the first layer, he had absorbed the blue-robed blood demon's energy. Even a high-ranked blood demon would suffer significant internal injuries after receiving the full might of this great blood demon imprint. I don't believe that you can block this move. What the hell is this? Break for me. The red-robed blood demon shouted angrily and formed a claw with his fingers. Then he quickly clawed at the flower bud. Bang! Just as the red-robed blood demon was about to touch the flower bud, it exploded. A horrifying shockwave spread out and swept away the red-robed blood demon. The red-robed blood demon flew back 100 meters with an extremely pained expression before he managed to stabilize himself. A strong wind blew and petals filled the sky of the stone forest. Xianxia leaped out and pierced through the petals, charging at the red-robed blood demon. The purple and red petals gave off beams of spiritual light invisible to the naked eye. When the spiritual light entered Xiaochen's body, Xiaochen's speed immediately increased to Mach 3. At this moment, Xiaochen no longer held back like before. He brandished his saber and sent a sharp saber light at the red-robed blood demon with a boundless saber intent. Xiaochen launched an unending barrage of attacks with the momentum of rushing thunder, pushing the red-robed blood demon back. The red-robed blood demon blocked Xiaochen's attacks. The more he fought, the more astonished he became. The speed he was so proud of was actually unable to shake off Xiaochen's attacks. He wanted to gather his strength and retreat, but he found that the move just now had consumed too much of his strength. He did not have much left. There was no chance for him to escape from Xiaochen's attack. Despicable human, do you think you can trap me like this? Blood Shadow Clone Technique. The red-robed blood demon cursed. A red light flickered on his body, and he split into 3. However, he did not attack Xiaochen. Instead, he ran in different directions. He wanted to escape first. He firmly believed that as long as he left this place and completely digested the blue-robed blood devil's power, Xiaochen, who could not escape from the stone forest, would be his meal sooner or later. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Clone technique? It seems like I know it as well." Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiaochen's figure trembled, and he immediately split into 9 figures. Then, the 9 figures trembled again, and a total of 81 figures appeared in the air. Again, Xiaochen clenched his teeth and risked exhausting his essence. The 81 figures trembled at the same time. He split into 9 again. Instantly, 729 figures appeared in the air, densely packed together. The air was filled with Xiaochen's figures. It was not easy to wait for this fellow to exhaust most of his energy. If Xiaochen allowed him to leave the stone forest, then Xiaochen would lose the chance to catch him. Furthermore, with this experience, Xiaochen would definitely not choose to clash head-on with Xiaochen again. So, no matter what, Xiaochen could not let him leave. There was only one chance. He absolutely could not miss it. When the red-robed blood demon saw that his surroundings were filled with Xiaochen's figures, he finally revealed a horrified expression for the first time. Each of his 3 clones was surrounded by hundreds of Xiaochens. At this moment, they looked incredibly insignificant. With the aid of the fog sunflower petals, each of the clones was no slower than the red-robed blood demon. There was no chance for him to break through. The red-robed blood demon's path of retreat was completely sealed. "Merge!" The red-robed blood demon shouted. The other 2 clones turned into clumps of red light and returned to his main body. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The red-robed blood demon's entire body gave off a bright red light, and a dazzling scarlet light appeared in his eyes. A baleful aura spread out from his body like smoke. The red-robed blood demon unleashed all sorts of killing moves without caring about the exhaustion. A scarlet light flashed, and a strong wind howled. He quickly broke out of the encirclement. Several of Xiaochen's clones shattered into pieces. This red-robed blood demon had gone completely berserk. Trying to leave? It's too late. Wuxia transforms to Qi. The lunar shadow saber hummed, and the hundreds of Xiaochen's figures in the stone forest brandished their sabers at the same time, executing the Wuxia transforms to Qi of the Wuxia saber technique. Instantly, hundreds of ancient divine Wuxia trees appeared in the air. Then, the Wuxia trees scattered and turned into boundless saber Qi. Ding, ding, ding. In this small space, the alternating purple and red saber Qi were like a torrential storm. The red-robed blood demon locked onto by Xiaochen had no way of dodging. The principle was very simple. In a torrential storm, even if one held an umbrella, one would still get wet. Furthermore, the thousands of saber Qi in the air were even more ferocious than a torrential storm. No matter how fast the red-robed blood demon was, he could not dodge all of them. Xiao! Xiao! In the blink of an eye, the red-robed blood demon's clothes were tattered by the saber Qi. Blood flowed all over his body. His flesh was lacerated, and countless wounds covered his body. He looked very miserable. "Merge!" Xiaochen shouted, and the hundreds of figures turned into countless beams of light, gathering on Xiaochen's body. When all the beams of light gathered, Xiaochen leaped up and thrust his saber in the air. He easily tore apart the defensive qi barrier that the red-robed blood demon laid. Now that the red-robed blood demon was severely injured, how could he block Xiaochen's lightning-fast saber strike infused with the state of massacre and the state of thunder? Pu Si. The tip of Xiaochen's saber stabbed deeply into the red-robed blood demon's chest, creating a fist-sized wound. The red-robed blood demon was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Blood leaked out of his eyes as he said in a crazed manner, "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me, you lowly vile human." Energy gathered in the red-robed blood demon's entire body. His skin started to swell continuously. At the critical moment, the red-robed blood demon actually thought of self-detonation. Xiaochen thrust his saber forward again. His expression was calm as he said, "Do you think that you still have a chance?" Wuxia blossoms. Xiaochen drew his saber, sending out a long blood arrow. Flower petals filled the air and formed a huge whirlpool, heading for the red-robed blood demon's wound. Bang! A huge force surged over. The red-robed blood demon's body smashed through several huge rocks before he stopped. His continuously swelling body instantly shriveled up. A tree trunk grew out of his wound. Then, countless branches extended from the tree trunk. Soon, a luxuriant wuxia tree grew at a visible pace. A tall, towering wuxia tree appeared out of nowhere. Many purplish-red wuxia flowers bloomed on the branches. This time, Xiaochen did not have any misgivings at all. The wuxia tree's growth was extremely wild. When the wuxia tree bloomed, all the life force in the red-robed blood demon's body was sucked dry, turning him into a dried corpse. Explode! Xiaochen formed a hand seal with his left hand and controlled the mysterious energy in the air. He shouted, and the wuxia tree instantly exploded. The red-robed blood demon's body could not be any more dead. No matter how strong the red-robed blood demon's life force was, there was no exception. The instant the red-robed blood demon's body exploded, thousands of beams of red light made of baleful aura quickly flew towards Xiaochen's forehead. In Xiaochen's sea of consciousness, the Scarlet Throne greedily absorbed this baleful aura. It trembled in excitement, and the entire sea of consciousness surged. The red-robed blood demon's baleful aura far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. His body also grew excited uncontrollably. A red light appeared in his eyes, making him look very sinister. The low-rank blood demons that he killed in the past could not compare at all. With just a thought, he could easily kill them with his spiritual sense. That feeling of sinking into depravity gave him a thrill. Even though that blue-robed blood demon was a middle-ranked blood demon, Xiaochen only needed a few breaths of time to easily destroy that desire. However, this time, the feeling was very intense. All the cells, skin, and blood in Xiaochen's body surged. His mind was filled with the power of massacre. Xiaochen wanted to destroy this intoxicating feeling a few times, but he gave up at the last moment. That feeling of his entire body surging made him sink in, unable to extricate himself. Even though Xiaochen knew that it was not good and would drive him crazy, he could not do it. He was afraid that he would lose this feeling if he destroyed it. Just as he was about to lose himself, Xiaochen placed the tip of his tongue between his teeth and bit down hard. Immediately, he bit off a small piece of flesh on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain caused Xiaochen to regain some clarity. The pain on the tip of his tongue did not last for long. Xiaochen revealed a resolute expression. Just as the pain was about to disappear, he used his spiritual sense to turn into a sharp blade and cut off the intoxicating feeling in his sea of consciousness. Xiao! Xiaochen only managed to sever this feeling after a total of 5 minutes. Cold sweat poured down Xiaochen's back. He felt like he was about to collapse. Xiaochen was mentally fatigued. This action had actually exhausted half of his mental energy. The red-robed blood demon was originally very strong. He was already a peak middle-ranked blood demon. After he swallowed his companion, he could be considered a high-ranked blood demon. Not only did the baleful aura it contained increase in quantity, but it also increased in quality. It was not something that low-ranked blood demons could compare to. Furthermore, The baleful aura of such demons was much stronger than that of human cultivators of the same cultivation level. The unique brutality, bloodthirst, massacre, and other negative emotions of demons were much stronger than those of humans. Xiaochen leaned against a huge rock. His eyes had already regained their clarity. He said softly, "It looks like I have to pay special attention to absorbing the baleful aura of demons in the future. This is not on the same level as a cultivator." The crisis this time had a lot to do with Xiaochen not being mentally prepared. If Xiaochen had been prepared, given his mental state, even if he could not digest this baleful aura quickly, he would not have been in danger of sinking into oblivion. After resting for a while, Xiaochen recovered most of his spirit. He stood up and said, "After absorbing so much baleful aura, the state of massacre should have become stronger." Xiaochen gently flicked his finger, and a saber chi infused with the state of massacre shot out. Chapter 411. 1. The red saber chi instantly pierced through the huge rock in front, leaving behind a finger-sized hole. After that, it did not lose any momentum. It pierced through another 100 rocks and flew for a kilometer before stopping. When Xiaochen saw this, he revealed an astonished expression. He had not even used 1/10 of his strength in this attack. However, the effect was startling. If it had been pure lightning-attributed essence, Xiaochen's attack would have been able to shatter 10 huge rocks at most. It was shattering and not piercing. This was because lightning-attributed energy was too berserk. Without the state of massacre, it could easily scatter. That was to say, after Xiaochen infused the state of massacre, the might of this strand of saber chi more than tripled. Furthermore, it was denser and sharper. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The power of the Scarlet Throne was simply incredible, even horrifying. Xiaochen had not cultivated any killing cultivation techniques or martial techniques. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to comprehend the state of massacre. However, right now, he only had one throne. Xiaochen's state of massacre was much stronger than that of cultivators who cultivated the killing Tao. The secret treasure that the ancient evil king left behind contained too many secrets. With Xiaochen's current strength, it would be difficult to unravel them. Xiaochen shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. All he had to do was ensure that he did not sink into it. When he was strong enough, all the secrets would naturally be unraveled. After Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to search for the demon core of the red-robed blood demon, his figure flashed. A demon core that could rival that of a high-ranked blood demon was already something good. Cultivators who wanted to temper their mental energy would spend a lot of money to purchase it. When Xiaochen landed, he waved his hand and sucked the demon core in front of him into his palm. Then he revealed a faint smile. Now that he had dealt with his target, it was time to look at the spoils of war. Xiaochen took out a pair of black boots from the universe ring, a true medial grade secret treasure. When an inferior grade secret treasure reached Martial King, its effects would gradually weaken. However, when a medial grade secret treasure reached Martial Monarch, it could still be barely used. With this pair of boots, Xiaochen would not have to worry about similar secret treasures for a long time. The spiritual imprint left in a medial grade secret treasure was much stronger than an inferior grade secret treasure. Xiaochen spent a lot of effort before he managed to imprint his own spiritual imprint on it. The owner of this pair of boots had completely become him. He had to give these boots a name. The boots weren't much different from ordinary shoes. They were standard, but the color was a lot darker. Coupled with the spiritual aura, they looked very extraordinary. Xiaochen used his hand to gently touch the surface of the boots. He could feel the fine lines on the boots. Following the touch of his finger, the lines on the boots slowly released a faint radiance. When the light completely lit up, it turned out to be a black-winged blood flame eagle with its wings spread open, covering its entire body. It spread its wings as if it was about to take flight, looking extremely realistic. The bloody flame eagle was said to be one of the fastest flying spirit beasts in the ancient era. The bloody flame eagle with its black wings was the king of this type of spirit beasts. However, it was already extinct on the continent. There had not been a black-winged blood flame eagle for several thousand years already. Xiaochen muttered, "Since there is a black-winged blood flame eagle carved on it, let's call them blood flame shoes." After changing into the blood flame shoes, Xiaochen stomped on the ground a few times and started to adapt to the might of this medial-grade secret treasure. By relying on the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiaochen could reach Mach 2. With the aid of the windwalk shoes, he could reach Mach 3. Xiaochen wondered how fast the blood flame shoes could raise his speed. He felt anticipation as he quickly circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao! Xiaochen's figure shot forward at lightning speed, heading for a huge rock 200 meters in front and crashing into it. What a fast speed! Xiaochen was startled. If he crashed into it, he would be very embarrassed. He pushed off the ground and quickly changed his direction. Xiaochen weaved through the rock forest, making many turns. After the initial panic, Xiaochen finally got used to the bloody flame eagle's speed. After that, Xiaochen unleashed his full strength and circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art to the limit without caring about the expenditure of essence. He wanted to test the limits of the blood flame shoes. Xiaochen moved in and out of the rock forest. In this extremely complicated environment, he tested the blood flame shoes and his reaction speed at the same time. After a long time, Xiaochen stopped. He revealed an excited smile and said, "This speed is at least Mach 3. 5. It is at least 30% faster than before. This medial-grade secret treasure truly lives up to its name." Xiaochen could not help but be excited. In the Martial King realm, unless one had a special fortuitous encounter or was a cultivator of the wind attribute, the peak speed was Mach 4. The peak speed was 4 times the speed of sound. For most people in the Martial King realm, 4 times the speed of sound was an insurmountable hurdle. Furthermore, with Mach 3. 5, even if Xiaochen met a peak half-step martial monarch, he had a 50% chance of escaping. His chances of survival had increased significantly. What made Xiaochen feel somewhat unfortunate was that the blood flame shoes seemed to be able to accomplish all this easily. That was to say, if his base movement speed was higher, his overall movement speed could increase even more. The blue dragon cloud soaring art was a heaven-ranked movement technique. Xiaochen's current speed was already top-notch among cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Xiaochen had practiced it to small perfection long ago. However, from then on, he could not advance any further. He could no longer surpass it. This was the hard requirement of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Before one's cultivation reached a certain level, there were no shortcuts to continue practicing it. According to the records in the books, after the blue dragon cloud soaring art reached consummation, one could roam the world and summon 18 blue dragons to control. With the help of the blue dragon, one could break through the obstacles of the sky and soar into the world beyond. One could travel to the boundless depths of the sea, roaming freely in the depths of this world. It was clear that Xiaochen had only scratched the surface of this movement technique. There was no way for him to improve it further. It was a pity for the blood flame shoes. When Xiaochen saw the blood flame shoes carved on the black boots, he felt curious. Secret treasures would not have anything unnecessary. The materials needed to forge secret treasures were extremely rare. No refiner would be so extravagant as to do that. Hence, the black-winged blood flame eagle's patterns were definitely not just for decoration. "I have to give it a try," Xiaochen thought to himself. He slowly circulated his essence to the soles of his feet. Using the soles of the boots, Xiaochen slowly sent his essence to the indented patterns. The moment his essence touched the patterns, the remaining half of the essence liquid in the purple chi whirlpool in Xiaochen's body surged up, quickly draining it. Boom! The patterns on Xiaochen's boots lit up at the same time, giving off a resplendent light. Then, 2 ear-piercing bird cries rang out. The black-winged blood flame eagle in the boots seemed to come to life, spreading its wings and flying off. Before Xiaochen could react, he was lifted up by a strong force. That strong force dragged Xiaochen's body forward. He was like an out-of-control train crashing into a boulder in front. Bang! 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 Xiaochen's body smashed a boulder into dust. Then a second, a third, a fourth. All the boulders within 500 meters of Xiaochen were smashed into pieces. The sudden turn of events did not give Xiaochen a chance to use his essence to protect his body as he crashed into the boulders. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. From the moment Xiaochen infused his essence into the black-winged blood flame eagle's patterns to the moment he smashed through all the boulders in his way, not even half a blink of an eye had passed. Xiaochen lay on the ground in a sorry state with a swollen face. He felt like all the bones in his body had fallen apart. The intense pain caused him to moan involuntarily. It was simply too painful. This feeling was like an ordinary person ramming their face against a wall. Furthermore, what Xiaochen crashed into was not a wall. Instead, it was a boulder comparable to a small hill, much harder than a wall. Furthermore, Xiaochen had not crashed into it while he was stationary. He had crashed into it while running at high speed. Just thinking about how the boulders had all been smashed into dust, one could imagine how fast Xiaochen had been. Even though Xiaochen had cultivated the dragon tendon tiger bone and had not suffered any substantial damage, the pain was still significant. Xiaochen lay on the ground for half an hour before he managed to catch his breath. Although he appeared depressed, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, there is a secret technique hidden on these blood flame shoes. It can allow me to break through Mach 4 in an instant. Although it is only 500 meters away, it can definitely give the enemy a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, the only flaw was that it exhausted too much essence. After executing it once, Xiaochen had exhausted a quarter of his essence. Never mind, I am already very satisfied with this. I have profited greatly this time. It looks like the blood flame shoes are a peak medial grade secret treasure. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile on his bruised face. However, he quickly withdrew it. The most pressing problem now was how to leave this strange place. If it was as the blue-robed blood demon said, he would have to stay here for 100 years before he could leave. If they had to stay for 100 years before they could leave, it would be really troublesome. Humans did not have a lifespan as long as demons. White-robed brat, are you there? If you are, say something. Speak louder. Just as Xiaochen was thinking, a vigorous voice suddenly resounded in the stone forest. A bewildered expression flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. Why is Bai Lishi here? Are you there? If you are, say something. Damn it. Are you really dead? Bai Lishi's coarse voice resounded again. Xiaochen hesitated for a while before finally replying loudly. Right after Xiaochen spoke, there was no reply from Bai Lishi's side. Just as Xiaochen was feeling suspicious, a loud rumble came from above. A black dot quickly descended towards him. The black dot quickly grew larger in Xiaochen's eyes. It was Bai Lishi holding a huge axe. He had increased the size of his axe by more than 10 times, breaking through the barrier of space and chopping down at Xiaochen. Bai Lishi moved as fast as lightning. Xiaochen quickly dodged. Bang! The huge axe struck the ground where he was originally standing, creating a long crack. Xiaochen sucked in a breath of cold air. If this had struck his head, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. A look of rage flashed in his eyes. Bai Lishi wants to kill me? Brat, stop overthinking. Quickly jump onto the axe. I will get you out. Chapter 412. Bai Lishi's anxious voice rang out. Xiaochen thought quickly and quickly made a decision. Then he jumped onto the axe. Xiao! The huge axe rose from the ground and flew up, carrying Xiaochen forward. Under Bai Lishi's control, the huge axe carried Xiaochen through the air. After Xiaochen left the chaotic stone forest, he jumped off the huge axe. Bai Lishi waved his hand and the huge axe returned to him. When Bai Lishi saw Xiaochen's expression, he immediately smiled and said, Brat, what's wrong with you? Did you smash your face into a wall? Xiaochen felt embarrassed. Bai Lishi's words were spot on. However, Xiaochen could not admit to this even if he was beaten to death. Didn't you go to chase after that group of half-step martial monarchs? Why are you here? Xiaochen changed the topic. Bai Lishi said somewhat embarrassedly, Sorry, I did indeed lie to you. Many people know that there is a medial grade secret treasure in this chaotic stone forest. However, aside from a few rookies, no one dares to barge in. I'm sure you understand the reason. Xiaochen revealed an expression of understanding. Actually, he had already guessed this. He said indifferently, I know what you mean. There is no need to say anything more. Since you obtained the firmament body tempering art and I obtained the medial grade secret treasure, you dragged me out. consider it written off. I will not seek trouble for you anymore." When Bai Lishi heard this, he quickly said, "White-robed brat, you have misunderstood me this time. Although I did intend to use the messy stone forest to trick you, I realized on the way that you are a good match for my temper. Especially when you gave me the secret manual in the end. At that time, I intended to tell you the truth. However, you ran too fast. I could not even call out to you in time. The moment I entered, I rushed over here. Along the way, I ran into some trouble. I did not expect to be too late. However, I managed to drag you out." Xiaoqun remained silent. There were no flaws in Bai Lishi's words. Bai Lishi had treated him fairly. Xiaoqun was not a narrow-minded person. When he thought about how badly he had cheated Bai Lishi in the past, it was reasonable for Bai Lishi to do the same to him. No matter what, the other party had still pulled him out. Thinking of this, Xiaoqun said, "All right, I'll trust you this once. Tell me about the stone forest behind us. What's the situation like? Why is it so strange?" When Bai Lishi saw that Xiaoqun did not blame him, he felt relieved. He replied, "I don't know either. In any case, it is very strange. Once, a half-step martial monarch entered and could not come out. In the end, 2 demons pestered him to death. You're quite capable to be able to kill that demon," Bai Lishi said in shock. After a pause, he took out a small book and said, "This is for you." Xiaoqun took it and asked, "What is it?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Naturally, it is good stuff. These are my experiences in cultivating the physical body over the past few decades. Take a look. It is not that old Bai is boasting, but after visiting so many places in the continent, I have not seen anyone with a stronger physical body than me." Bai Lishi's experiences in cultivating were really good stuff. His talent for cultivation was indisputable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate a heaven-ranked cultivation technique to the 4th layer within 2 months. Xiaoqun casually flipped through the small book and placed it in the universe ring. He said, "Thank you. Coincidentally, my cultivation of the physical body has reached a bottleneck." Bai Lishi waved his hand and said, "There is no need to thank me. Consider it my apology for what I did to you earlier. I'll be leaving first." This time, that group of people provoked something powerful. About 5 kilometers away, Xiaoqun felt an aura that rivaled that of a martial monarch. That aura did not disperse. Instead, it grew even more berserk. That was the place Bai Lishi was referring to. 10-odd peak half-step martial monarchs against a martial monarch blood demon. A battle of this level was not something that could be resolved in a short time. If it dragged on, it might even last 1 or 2 days. It was not strange that it had not ended yet. As Xiaoqun watched Bai Lishi leave, he felt an urge to go and see what was going on. Xiaoqun did not fear anyone below half-step martial monarch. However, if he ran into a half-step martial monarch, Xiaoqun would not have any chance of victory. Xiaoqun would not have more than a 10% chance of escaping. Hence, Xiaoqun decided not to join in on the excitement. However, now that he had the blood flame shoes, Xiaoqun had a 50% chance of escaping unscathed from a half-step martial monarch. He might as well join in on the excitement. That blood demon might be a peak high-rank blood demon. Not only would it have a valuable superior-grade demon core, but it would also have a large number of secret treasures. Xiaoqun's gaze slowly turned resolute. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and said softly, "I should prepare well. Actually, there is still a high chance of success." Snatching something from a half-step martial monarch would be like snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Just the blood flame shoes alone would not be enough. Xiaoqun thought for a while and took out a 1-meter-long, thumb-thick tree branch with overwhelming spiritual energy from the universe ring. This was the branch of the Wutong tree that Xiaoqun had bought at the Heaven Ascending platform. The Wutong tree was a spirit tree second only to the 3 divine trees. Naturally, this branch of the Wutong tree contained overwhelming spiritual energy. It was a bona fide spirit tree and was suitable for the life bestowal spell. Xiaoqun used a carving knife to cut off half of the branch and placed the other half in the universe ring. Then, he started to think about what kind of strong weapon to carve. Naturally, the strongest ones that Xiaoqun had seen were the Supreme Elder of the Supreme Sky sect and Bai's father. However, Xiaochen hesitated on carving a martial sage for the life bestowal spell. Firstly, the martial sage was too strong. He feared that the Wutong tree would not be able to withstand it. Secondly, if he could not carve out any charm, it would greatly reduce his strength. Secondly, the martial sage had already obtained some heavenly Tao energy. Xiaochen was afraid that if he used the statues of these people, it might alert the other party. That would not be good. It was better to use Yingyu's statue. Yingyu was now a half-step martial monarch. She was very familiar with carving and would be able to grasp the charm of a statue. After making up his mind, Xiaochen cut off a quarter of the half-meter-long spirit tree. Then, he took out a carving knife and started to seriously carve Yingyu's statue. Shwa! Shwa! Wood chips fell off slowly. After 1 hour, Xiaochen carved a statue of Yingyu wearing battle armor. On the statue, Yingyu revealed a faint smile on her beautiful face. She held a spear in her hand, which looked like it would fly out at any moment. Naturally, a statue used for combat could not be as crude as those single-use statues. Xiaochen used 10 minutes to work on it before he was satisfied. Xiaochen dripped his blood into the statue. Now, he had completed the life bestowal spell. With the remaining spirit tree, he could carve 3 more statues. Xiaochen thought for a while before carving a statue of himself. Then, he dripped his blood into the statue. All of this took another 2 hours. Although it took a long time, Xiaochen felt that it was all worth it. He had never fought with a half-step martial monarch before. He could never underestimate his opponent. No matter how much preparation he made, it was never too much. Although Xiaochen had trump cards that could fight against half-step martial monarchs, he could only use them once. It was best not to use them. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds came from the distance again. As the wind blew, there seemed to be all sorts of ghostly wails and wolf howls mixed in. It was extremely horrifying. It is time to depart. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and headed for the center of the battlefield, his figure flashing as he flew. On the flat ground, Xiaochen moved like a roaming dragon. From a distance, he looked like a dragon soaring above the ground. As Xiaochen got closer to the battlefield, the overwhelming baleful aura of the peak high-rank blood demon became clearer. Xiaochen even felt a faint pressure on his mind. When Xiaochen was 2 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield, he stopped. Countless cultivators around him had fallen long ago. Xiaochen moved his feet quietly and hid himself in a corner that would not attract attention. Pooh! Pooh! Dust filled the air in front of Xiaochen. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. When Xiaochen looked up, his vision was blurry. He could not see the situation clearly. Xiaochen could only vaguely see some figures moving in the air with a bright light. Horrifying energy fluctuations came from them. Ferocious roars resounded endlessly. Occasionally, flames, frost, rain, and thunder flashed. These were the different states of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs bringing out their limits. After fighting for such a long time, there will definitely be casualties. I think I heard a human scream earlier. Indeed, me too. Our opponent is a peak high-rank blood demon. Normally, they only appear in the core region of the demon battlefield. This time, one appeared in the inner area. This is really strange. A peak high-rank blood demon is as strong as an inferior-grade martial monarch. These people are only half-step martial monarchs. The difference is too great. They will definitely be injured. A few bold and skilled people wanted to go in and watch the excitement. If they were lucky, they might even find the corpse of a half-step martial monarch. If that happened, everything would be worth it. Bang, bang, bang. After entering 100 meters, miserable cries resounded. These people's bodies bounced back. When these people entered, their bodies were still intact. Now they were in a sorry state. Some of them had been electrocuted into charcoal. Some had their upper bodies like icicles while their lower bodies were charred into mush. Clearly, they had been struck by the power of ice and fire. There was also a stone pillar. After it fell to the ground, it instantly broke into pieces of mud. The many cultivators watching could not help but be shocked. Although they knew that these people would not have a good ending, they had not expected such a miserable ending. Xiaochen also revealed a horrified expression. Earlier, he had clearly seen the situation inside with his spiritual sense. When these superior-grade martial kings entered 100 meters, they were immediately discovered by the half-step martial monarchs inside. The 10-odd half-step martial monarchs had a tacit understanding. Half of them blocked the attacks of the blood demons while the others attacked together, sending out all sorts of horrifying killing moves. These superior-grade martial kings could not resist at all before they were blasted back. What happened next was what everyone saw. It looked like these half-step martial monarchs were all very cunning. They would not allow others to interfere with their prey. If you want to take advantage of the situation, there is no way. Chapter 4:13. In the center of the battlefield, Xianxia's spiritual sense saw the corpse of a half-step martial monarch. It looked like the miserable cries that those people had heard earlier were true. Xianxia looked up and saw a few cultivators standing in the air as well. There were more than 100 of them. These people had calm gazes and withdrawn auras. They did not move at all. They stared at the battlefield. The dust in the air did not seem to obstruct their vision. Martial kings could indeed fly. However, if they wanted to stay in the air for a long time, they would exhaust a significant amount of essence. From this, it could be seen that the cultivators hovering in the air had a much higher cultivation than those on the ground. It was clear that if the battle ended, it would be faster to dive down from the sky than to charge down from the ground. The martial kings on the ground also wanted to stay in the air for a long time. However, they could not withstand the exhaustion of essence. This was the difference. Xianxia continued looking around, searching for Bai Lishi. Finally, he found him a kilometer to the northeast. A few cultivators with strong auras stood around Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi was currently conversing with these people in a soft voice. It looked like he had found his companions and was preparing to move together. Withdrawing his gaze, Xianxia casually found a rock and quickly carved an eagle. Then he used the life bestowal spell. Hoo! An eagle appeared under Xianxia's feet and slowly carried him into the air. Without a doubt, the sky was the most suitable place to move. When the cultivators at the side heard the commotion and sensed Xianxia's cultivation, they could not help but laugh. This brat overestimates himself. It is not that easy to stay in the air. If we could go up, we would have done so long ago. He really does not know his limits. Does he think that no one can do anything to him just because he has a spirit pet? Let's just watch the excitement. After all, the battle over there will still be some time before it ends. Let's just treat it as some entertainment. The cultivators all had faint mockery on their faces. As they watched Xianxia fly higher, their gazes filled with anticipation. There were even some who had murderous glints in their eyes, hoping that Xianxia would be seriously injured so that they could take advantage of the situation. When Xianxia heard this, he was startled. It looked like he thought differently. Aside from the fact that they could not afford to expend their essence, there were other reasons why these cultivators did not go into the air. Whatever the case, I will deal with it when it comes. I do not fear anyone below half-step martial monarch. Even if I am not a match for some peak superior grade martial kings, I will be able to retreat easily. Brat, is this a place for you to stay? Scram! Xianxia had just stopped when a bald cultivator flew over from 100 meters away. Hearing the bald cultivator's voice, the other cultivators in the air all looked over. Their gazes were filled with interest. Ha! That brat is dead for sure. He actually chose Shifeng's territory. That fellow is famous for his ferocity. It looks like he is a rookie. Shifeng is quite famous in the southern region of the ancient desolate land. When the cultivators on the ground saw Xianxia fly over to the bald cultivator's side, they all laughed loudly. Xianxia stood on the eagle and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. As he looked at the bald cultivator in front of him, his gaze was extremely calm. Although the area in the air looked vast, all the good spots were occupied. If Xianxia wanted to find a good spot, he had to knock one of them down. At the same time, he had to display his strength to deter them. This would deter the other cultivators from acting rashly. As for the person in front of Xianxia, not only did he have a good spot, but he was also the best target for Xianxia to establish his might on. The bald cultivator, Shifeng, had a sinister expression. He held a large saber in his hand and emitted killing chi. When Shifeng saw that Xiaochen did not say anything, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He said coldly, "I'll say it again. This is my territory. Scram immediately." When the other peak superior grade martial kings in the air felt Shifeng's killing chi, they thought to themselves, "This brat on the eagle is going to die." There were several hundred cultivators here. However, only 100 of them qualified to be in the air. For Shifeng to be able to snatch a spot, his strength was clearly not something a regular superior grade martial king could compare to. It would be too easy to deal with an inferior grade martial king. Shifeng's expression turned sullen. His killing chi seemed solid as it spread throughout his body. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he stared at Xiaochen. "I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. In that case, die." When Shifeng saw that Xiaochen had no intention of retreating, he roared ferociously and pushed off the air. His figure flashed in the air, leaving behind afterimages. Berserk Dragon burst. A flame soared up from the saber and turned into a sky azure dragon. It coiled around the saber and roared ferociously. Unexpectedly, it gave off the might of a sky azure dragon. What a strong berserk dragon burst! Shifeng's understanding of the state of fire has deepened. Unexpectedly, he can infuse the dragon might in his body into his saber technique. This move is as strong as a peak earth-ranked martial technique. That white-robed brat will not be able to block it. Let's go quickly and prepare to collect his corpse. A few quick-witted cultivators moved quickly and arrived behind the battle between Xiaochen and Shifeng. No one wanted to fall behind. Dragon might? Xiaochen thought to himself. Indeed, it was as he guessed. This Shifeng's martial technique was based on dragon might. That would be easy to deal with. If it were another peak superior grade martial king, Xiaochen might not be able to take them down even after spending a long time. However, this Shifeng's blue dragon martial spirit was an ancient holy beast, the ancestor of all dragons. Using dragon might before him was akin to seeking death. Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand and stood on the eagle with a calm expression. Just as the berserk sky dragon was about to charge over, when the berserk sky azure dragon was about to charge over, Xiaochen stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. With a thought, the blue dragon tattoo on his right arm seemed to come to life, moving slowly on the surface of his skin. Boom! That berserk flaming sky azure dragon started to sway violently. The entire saber trembled. Shifeng felt the dragon might in his body suddenly react to something. It was an extremely terrifying thing. It ran amok in his body. No matter how he tried to control it, he could not calm it down. Xiaochen shouted and moved his palm forward. The blue dragon moving around his arm gave off a formless dragon roar. Bang! Bang! There were two crisp sounds, and the flaming sky azure dragon around the saber shattered. The saber also broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Shifeng vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was like a broken kite as he fell straight to the ground. Shifeng's complexion was frighteningly pale. The dragon might that he had cultivated for decades actually scattered in an instant. Without a year or so of recuperation, he would not be able to recover to his previous state. Shifeng crawled up from the ground and revealed an indescribable horrified expression. He looked at Xiaochen with eyes filled with horror. Then, without saying anything, he fled. Shifeng's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Strong winds howled, dust filled the air, and thunder roared. The horrifying energy did not stop for even a moment. However, all the cultivators within 2 kilometers of the battlefield gaped. They were speechless. The place was incredibly silent. How can this be? This white-robed brat actually broke a peak earth-ranked martial technique with one palm strike. Furthermore, that palm strike did not seem to contain any might. Just a simple palm strike like that scared off a peak superior grade martial king. How strong exactly was this white-robed brat? However, the crux of the problem was that although Xiaochen's aura was dense, he was indeed only an inferior grade martial king. Even if Xiaochen cultivated a peak cultivation technique and had natural treasures to nourish himself, he would only be equal to Shifeng. It was impossible for him to scare off Shifeng with one palm strike. All sorts of questions filled the crowd's minds. They could not find an answer no matter how hard they thought about it. The people waiting to see Xiaochen make a fool of himself were even more horrified. Even Shifeng was not a match for him. Did that mean they were even less of a match for him? Xiaochen withdrew his palm and looked at the cultivators preparing to pick up his corpse. He smiled faintly and sent out a palm strike. Retreat. A few strong winds blew, startling the 8-peak medial-grade martial kings and causing them to scatter quickly. What a joke! This was a palm strike that could easily defeat Shifeng. How could they dare to take it head-on? However, after a while, the horrifying strength they expected did not arrive. Nothing happened. Xiaochen withdrew his right hand, and the purple thunder true fire in his eyes slowly gathered. He looked at the crowd on the ground and smiled faintly. Sorry, it was just a joke. I did not expect you to be so cowardly to come and pick up my corpse. So, it was just a joke. The 8 people on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were angry, they did not dare to be as unbridled as before. Hu Qi! Just at this moment, Xiaochen suddenly attacked again. A purple arrow shot out from his right eye. The hair on the head of a medial-grade martial king started burning for no reason. How hot! My hair! My hair! That person was startled. He started to slap his head, trying to extinguish the flame. However, the other 7 sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt a lingering fear. There was only a thin line separating the hair from the forehead. What did this mean? They looked at the white-robed youth on the eagle again. He still had a calm expression and a faint smile on his face. He looked very relaxed and at ease. The 7 of them did not say anything and quickly fled this place. If this person was unhappy, that strange purple flame would not be hitting their hair. They thought about how they had mocked him earlier and even harbored malicious intentions. They wanted to make a move on him while he was severely injured. How could they dare to remain here? The moment Xiaochen used this move, many cultivators could clearly see that it was an extremely fast flame arrow. It was different from the strange palm strike earlier. This allowed them to clearly sense his strength. This youth was indeed qualified to stand in the air. Everyone withdrew their gazes and continued to look at the center of the battlefield. However, in their hearts, they all placed Xiaochen on the dangerous list. Chapter 4:14. Bai Lishi smiled faintly and said, "This brat is always full of surprises." Bai Lishi, do you know that youth? One of Bai Lishi's companions asked. Bai Lishi's smile did not change. He nodded gently and said, I do. He is the white-robed bladesman. Let's not keep an eye on the battlefield and follow behind this brat. I guarantee that we will not be in any danger and gain some benefits. Is that true? Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, It is up to you whether you believe me or not. I will only say one thing. The biggest winner of Qianren Island is this brat. Even the bloody bladesman and slaughterer of 1,000 did not obtain as many benefits as he did. The people behind him whispered to each other. They had disapproving expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not believe Bai Lishi's words. However, Bai Lishi laughed loudly and ignored the expressions of these people. No matter what they thought, he had already made up his mind. The battle in the arena was still incomparably intense. The energy whirlpools stirred up violent gales that never stopped. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the moment when the battle would end. Just at this moment, another miserable shriek came from the battlefield. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Another half-step martial monarch had died. The peak superior grade blood demons are indeed horrifying. Unexpectedly, 2 of the half-step martial monarchs who normally roam around died today. These half-step martial monarchs are really not afraid of death. When they saw a peak superior grade blood demon, they should have left quickly. It would be a pity if they died. What do you know? Half-step martial monarchs are not true martial monarchs. In order to become a martial monarch, aside from the various barriers and essence, the most important thing is to open the sea of consciousness and strengthen their mental energy. If their mental energy does not reach a certain level, they will never be able to break through the barrier to martial monarch. Several of them are reaching the end of their lifespans. If they do not stake it all, they will not have another chance. After the death of another half-step martial monarch, the battlefield, which had been silent for a while, resounded with discussions again. Secret manuals for tempering mental energy are the rarest secret manuals in the continent. There are not many of them. If you want to quickly strengthen your mental strength, you can only rely on external objects. This Blood Devil's monster core is a kind of external object that can train mental strength. Peak superior grade blood demons normally only appear in the core zone of the demon battlefield. That is a place that even martial monarchs do not dare to casually enter. Now, they can run into a peak superior grade blood demon in the inner area. Do you think they will give up? When the cultivator who questioned Xianxia earlier heard this, he finally understood why this group of half-step martial monarchs and above were fighting so hard. When Xianxia heard this, he fell into deep thought. My time is almost up. If I don't give it my all, I really won't have a chance. Hence, even though they knew that it was very dangerous, even if they eliminated the blood demons and faced many cultivators with ill intentions, these half-step martial monarchs had no other choice but to fight to the end. As time went by, another 3 half-step martial monarchs died. The number of people on the other side decreased from 18 to 13. After fighting for such a long time, the aura of the peak superior grade blood demon had weakened significantly. Its initial berserk aura soared into the sky. Even people 10 kilometers away could feel its aura. Now, the crowd at the 2-kilometer mark no longer felt any pressure. The sun set in the west, and the blood demon's time was almost up. In the end, a peak superior grade blood demon could not deal with close to 20 half-step martial monarchs. In the center of the battlefield, an old man in black robes exuding an incredibly strong aura held a sword in his hand. With a stern expression, he said, "It's about time. The few of us will stop it from self-detonating. Old Gu, Old Huang, Elder, and Old Mu, I will leave the cultivators who will arrive to you." After a pause, the old man continued, "I will hold on to the demon core for now. After this, we will split it evenly. Does anyone have any objections?" "Old Qin, don't worry. Everyone still believes in the Holy Fire Manor's reputation," the 6 people who were named answered. Clearly, they trusted the old man. In reality, this was not the first time this group of people had come to the demon battlefield. Every time, Old Qin had been the one in charge. This old man's prestige and the power behind him guaranteed that they would not fight amongst themselves or kill each other. Hence, they trusted this old man. A black-robed blood demon surrounded by a few people gave off black smoke. A baleful aura radiated from his eyes as he roared angrily. He tried to use a secret technique to escape several times, but his escape route was blocked. The horrifying wounds of various sizes on the blood demon's body healed quickly. However, the rate of recovery was not as fast as the number of wounds increased. Horrifying killing moves containing overwhelming energy bombarded the blood demon's body. His life force drained rapidly, his time was almost up. "I am not satisfied. I spent 1,000 years to make a breakthrough. You bunch of lowly humans caused my 1,000 years of hard work to go to waste. If I die, let's all die together." The black-robed blood demon said with a ferocious expression. His skin started to swell up quickly. Old Qin's expression did not change. His deep eyes were like an ancient well. He said calmly, "Very good. He is going to self-detonate." Boom, boom, boom. A strong energy burst forth from the center of the battlefield. The red clouds in the sky churned continuously, forming a scarlet whirlpool. A strong wind blew from the whirlpool, making it hard for the crowd to keep their eyes open. An overwhelming baleful aura was hidden in the wind. It was like an evil spirit lingering around the crowd. Those who were not mentally strong would collapse on the spot. That blood demon is going to self-detonate. Sensing the monstrous energy, the crowd started to get excited. It was finally over. No matter what the result was, the group of half-step martial monarchs would be exhausted. At that time, they would not be able to block so many people. However, just as the energy was about to reach its peak, 10 resplendent lights of various colors lit up below the whirlpool. When the lights faded, the whirlpool above them vanished without a trace. The battle was over. The strong wind that had been sweeping the battlefield for a long time finally stopped, and the dust settled. Xiaochen muttered to himself. The self-detonation was stopped. It looks like this group of half-step martial monarchs came prepared. Boom. Just at this moment, when the dust settled completely, the blood demons suddenly shot out beams of dazzling lights. They were all sorts of secret treasures flying through the air. Xiaochen counted them roughly. There were at least 100 secret treasures. 2 or 3 of them were rare medial-grade secret treasures. Secret treasures could only be used by humans. Fiendish demons collected secret treasures to attract the attention of humans and kill them. If they wanted to attract more humans and consume their hearts to increase their strength, they needed a sufficient number of secret treasures. Normally, the strong blood demons would hide a horrifying number of secret treasures. It's a secret treasure. He truly lives up to his reputation as a peak high-rank blood demon. He actually collected so many secret treasures. Ha! Indeed, we did not wait in vain. With so many secret treasures, everything is worth it. Quickly! The blood demon is already dead. If we do not attack now, there will be no more opportunities. The surrounding cultivators, who had been preparing for a long time, naturally did not want to miss this rare opportunity. If the group of half-step martial monarchs reacted, it would be too late. Shio! 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 Countless figures rushed towards the center of the battlefield. All the cultivators had excited expressions on their faces as if they could obtain secret treasures with a wave of their hands. The peak superior-grade martial kings in the air charged towards the ground. Relying on their geographical advantage, they were ahead of everyone else. As Xiaochen stood on the eagle, his expression remained calm. He did not rush forward with the crowd. Bai Lishi was already infected by the atmosphere of the crowd. Just as he was about to rush forward, he saw the stunned Xiaochen. So, he stopped as well. Bai Lishi, let's go quickly. If we are any slower, we will not be able to snatch anything. Indeed. Although there are many secret treasures, there are even more cultivators. If we are late, we will not even be able to snatch the lowest-ranked secret treasure. Bai Lishi had a resolute gaze as he said, "There is no need. You all go first. Be careful. Those half-step martial monarchs are not to be trifled with." Bai Lishi, you are too timid. Half-step martial monarchs are indeed scary. Let's see how capable these half-step martial monarchs are. How can they block so many of us? Ha! In that case, we will go first. You can wait on your own. When the time comes and you do not obtain anything, don't get jealous. The group laughed loudly and quickly flew forward. They did not take Bai Lishi's words to heart. Bai Lishi smiled bitterly and did not say anything. After all, he trusted his intuition. Since Xiaochen had not made a move, he must have his reasons. So. Just as the crowd was about a kilometer away, 6 old men suddenly appeared. These people were expressionless, and their clothes fluttered without any wind. Their auras were terrifyingly strong. They did not seem like cultivators who had been exhausted for a long time. It seemed like they had been conserving their energy and had not exhausted themselves at all. When their auras merged, it was like a tall mountain blocking the path, suppressing everyone until they could not breathe. Oh no. These are peak half-step martial monarchs. When the peak superior-grade martial kings felt the auras of the 6 people, they did not hesitate to retreat. Strong wind, lightning, cold ice, raging flame, earth wall, white fog. 6 different states spread out wildly from the 6 half-step martial monarchs. In the blink of an eye, the energy storm that had already stopped raging once again. All kinds of energy burned together, and even the air became a killing weapon, exploding non-stop. Hundreds of cultivators could not retreat in time and bore the brunt of the attack. The berserk energy immediately tore them to shreds. The few cultivators who managed to escape were severely injured as well. Their flesh split open and they fell to the ground. Only a few cultivators with peak inferior-grade defensive secret treasures managed to escape unscathed. However, those secret treasures were completely shattered. They no longer had any value to use. This was a heart-wrenching sight. Because Bai Lishi's companions had arrived rather late, they did not notice the situation in front of them. By the time they arrived, they happened to run into the first wave of the strongest attacks. They did not even have a chance to retreat before they were blasted into smithereens. They could not be any more dead. Half-step martial monarch. What was a half-step martial monarch? It was someone who had been a martial king for a long time. Their state and essence had already reached the peak of the martial king realm. Chapter 4:15. As long as one's mental energy was sufficient to open their sea of consciousness, they could immediately advance to martial monarch. They would be considered one of the top experts in the entire continent. Experts of such cultivation would raise their states and cultivation to their limits. Unless they were martial monarchs, no one would be a match for them. Killing medial-grade martial kings and superior-grade martial kings would be as easy as killing pigs or dogs. At this moment, the only thing they feared was the peak superior-grade martial kings in the air. As for the others, it was not a matter of quantity but quality. No matter how many came, it would be useless. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 old men moved forward 100 meters and attacked again. With all sorts of peak states, their normally simple martial techniques became fatal moves. Several cultivators died on the spot. The old man in the middle immediately stopped. When he saw the peak superior grade martial kings in the air whose auras were raised to their limits, he frowned slightly and muttered, "Everyone, just go back to where you came from. Things that are not yours, so don't think about reaping without sowing. Otherwise, I don't need to explain the consequences." The 100 peak martial kings in the air were expressionless as they looked at the secret treasures flying around. Clearly, they did not want to leave. One of them smiled coldly and said, "Unexpectedly, there are still 6 of you who have not made a move yet. No wonder a newly advanced peak high-rank blood demon could kill 3 of you. However, if the 6 of you want to monopolize all these secret treasures, it is not enough. That's right. At worst, we will fight to the death. No one will obtain them. The baleful aura of a peak superior grade blood demon's demon core is overwhelming. Without strong willpower, it would be difficult to extract it. If you do not let us take the secret treasures, we will not let you take the demon core. That's right. You can just take the demon core. If you want us not to take the secret treasures, that is impossible. It is impossible to return empty-handed." The 100 peak superior grade martial kings in the air withdrew their auras and argued with each other. Immediately, both sides entered a stalemate. If no one gave way, an even more intense battle would ensue. The medial grade martial kings and ordinary superior grade martial kings had already been frightened out of their wits, so they retreated 2 kilometers. When these peak superior grade martial kings saw the 100 peak superior grade martial kings, their thoughts started to stir. As they looked at the secret treasures flying around, their eyes revealed a desire. When Bai Lishi saw the earlier situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. He cultivated his physical body. Before he reached the great accomplishment stage, it would be difficult for him to match up to other martial artists in terms of speed. If he really charged in, even if he could retreat, he would be left with a body full of injuries. Xianxia looked at the secret treasures flying through the air, focusing on the 3 medial grade secret treasures. The other inferior grade secret treasures were no longer worth his attention. Xianxia's spiritual sense had been lingering in the middle of that group of people. When old Qin opened his mouth to let the 6 of them pay attention, Xianxia's spiritual sense immediately sensed the state of these 6 people. His goal was to prevent the current situation. It could only be said that this person called Old Qin was very decisive. Even if some people died, he still wanted to preserve the strength of the 6 people. Presumably, the power behind him must be very strong. Otherwise, if they could not suppress these 6 people, they would be in big trouble. Looking at the 3 medial grade secret treasures in the air, then looking at the group of people negotiating anxiously, Xianxia took out a sculpture from his universe ring. A plan formed in his mind. There was a deep red demon core in the middle of the blood demon's corpse. It gave off a strange red light, dyeing the surrounding scarlet. At the same time, there was a faintly discernible barrier that entangled in the void. 100 meters away from the demon core, Old Qin and the other 10 people all had some bloody wounds on their bodies. However, their eyes revealed a fiery glow on their fatigued faces. They were clearly very excited. However, they still retained their rationality. They did not let their desires get to their heads. One of them said worriedly, Old Qin, you exhausted most of your essence. Furthermore, you are injured. Can you withstand the impact of the baleful aura? This blood demon died with a lot of resentment. I think the impact of the baleful aura from his demon core is even stronger than that of a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, another person said. Old Qin snorted coldly. If you think your mental energy is stronger than mine, you can go and take it yourself. There is no need to speak nonsense with me. When the others heard this, they quickly said, Old Qin, that is not what we meant. Naturally, your mental energy is the strongest among us. We are just a little worried. When Old Qin heard this, he smiled coldly and said, This old man's mental energy is only one step away from opening the sea of consciousness. I should be able to do it if I put in some effort. Just as Xianxia was about to step into the red light, Old Qin heard the conversation between the group of peak superior grade martial kings and Old Gu. His expression turned somewhat hostile. Tell Old Gu to just take the 3 medial grade secret treasures. Leave the rest to them. After we deal with the matter here, we will make them spit it out 100-fold. For now, we will let them off easy. After Old Qin spoke, he stepped into the red light without looking back. The moment he entered, countless illusions appeared before his eyes. All sorts of horrifying scenes appeared before Old Qin's eyes like an azura's hell. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. It felt like he would be swallowed up by evil spirits in the next moment. Old Qin's expression remained calm. His eyes were calm. He turned his mental energy into a sharp blade and chopped down all the illusions. However, that baleful aura was very difficult to deal with. Old Qin's mental energy could not completely destroy it. Evil spirits, azura, and vengeful spirits continued to appear. Even though Old Qin was only 100 meters away, he had to take each step with great difficulty. Sweat poured down his forehead continuously. Clearly, Old Qin was not having an easy time. The 100 peak superior grade martial kings in the air stared at the 6 grave and stern old men on the ground. The old men withdrew their auras and grasped their saber hilts tightly to prevent the 6 from suddenly attacking. No matter what, the other party was a half-step martial monarch expert. In a one-on-one fight, none of them could last more than 100 moves against the old men. It would even be difficult for them to escape unscathed. The only thing they could rely on was their advantage in numbers. As for the cultivators on the ground who had retreated far away, they were not strong enough to last more than 100 moves against the old men. Before a half-step martial monarch, Xianxia's strength was insufficient. He did not even have the capital to negotiate. In reality, these people had not expected that there would be 6 half-step martial monarchs who were not exhausted at all. Otherwise, they would not have charged forward so recklessly. Hurry up and make your decision. Give us the secret treasures and the demon cores. Stop delaying, a peak martial king in the air said impatiently. He felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. If they obtained the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, they would have nothing to fear. There would be nothing that could threaten the other party. Hurry up and make your decision. Stop dilly-dallying. Stop delaying. At worst, we will just break up. No one will benefit. You can forget about advancing to martial monarch in this lifetime. The peak superior grade martial kings in the air slowly lost their patience. If they continued waiting, they would not be able to obtain anything. Scram quickly. If you take another step forward, we will kill you without mercy. The 6 old men wore cold expressions as they faced the pressure from these people. They had no intention of retreating. More than 100 secret treasures would be a great fortune. How could they just give them up like that? Furthermore, there were 3 medial grade secret treasures. Even these half-step martial monarchs did not have medial grade secret treasures. All the more they could not give them up. The smell of gunpowder in the air started to build. Both sides were on the verge of breaking out. The atmosphere seemed like it would go out of control at any moment. Just at this moment, an old man quickly rushed over and whispered something into the ears of the old man with the family name Gu. Old Ji's expression changed slightly. He muttered to himself for a while before saying to the people in the air, aside from the 3 medial grade secret treasures, the rest are yours. You are too naive. 1 medial grade secret treasure is equivalent to dozens of inferior grade secret treasures. Do you think we are fools? You really want to take all the benefits for yourselves, treating us like monkeys. The crowd could not take this lying down. A few cultivators with fiery tempers could not resist making a move. Old Ji's expression turned grave. He said coldly, "What are you thinking of doing? Don't be reckless." Just at this moment, the cry of an eagle came from the sky. It sounded very loud, as if it was trying to attract everyone's attention. All the cultivators, including the 7 half-step martial monarchs, could not help but look up. They only saw an eagle spreading its wings and casting a large shadow. It quickly flew towards the secret treasures in the air. "It's that white-robe brat. He is going to snatch the secret treasures. Is he crazy?" Someone below exclaimed. Old Ji's expression changed drastically. Killing chi surged from his entire body, and the surrounding air stirred up. Strong winds blew as he said coldly, "You are seeking death." Old Gu waved his hand, and an extremely dense energy shot out. Boom, boom. The remaining 6 half-step martial monarchs made their move almost at the same time as Old Gu. Sharp attacks rained down like a torrential storm. At the same time, the peak superior grade martial kings in the air started cursing. "This brat is too dishonest. Unexpectedly, he dares to snatch the secret treasures alone before everyone else." All sorts of killing moves were unleashed at the same time. Hundreds and thousands of condensed attacks surged toward Song Ying in an instant. Ice, flames, saber chi, sword chi, fist winds, sword lights, all sorts of killing moves were launched. Even if a true half-step martial monarch arrived, he would have to dodge and not clash head-on with such a large number of attacks. This was the principle of ants biting an elephant to death. Furthermore, Xianxia was not an elephant. Hence, in the crowd's opinion, unless Xianxia was crazy, he would not do something that attracted all the attacks. The goshawk, which was carved from stone, was instantly smashed into stone chips by countless fierce attacks. Then, it turned from stone chips into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. However, there was no one on the eagle. There were only 3 incredibly nimble wooden sculptures. The instant the eagle shattered, the chaotic and strong energy tossed them high into the air. The thumb-sized wooden sculpture was almost weightless. The shockwave from the explosion sent the 3 wooden sculptures flying several kilometers into the sky, far away from the horrifying energy attack. Is he dead? With so many attacks, not even dregs are left of this brat. Chapter 416. If I can survive this, I will dig out my own eyes. Ha! You really know how to pick an opportunity to say that. However, this brat does not have a chance to live. It looks like there is no need to dig out your eyes. This brat is crazy. Does he really think that he can get away by playing some tricks? If he could, we would have gone long ago. How could it be his turn? This is the result of trying to be smart. He will die without a complete corpse. This is a very realistic lesson. Looking at the resplendent sky that was exploding like fireworks, everyone sighed with emotion. When all the energy scattered and the blurry sky became quiet again, there were 3 white figures flashing in the air. 3 white figures flashed in the air, each heading for a medial-grade secret treasure. These 3 people wore white robes and had fair skin. They were handsome and had delicate features. There was a blue strip of cloth on their heads and a saber at their waist. Who else could it be but that Xianxia? Damn it! How can this be? Not only did he not die, he even turned into 3 people. The people below were shocked. Their mouths gaped open as they cried out in shock. Their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. They could not understand what was going on. Even a martial monarch expert could not withstand such an attack. How could he, an insignificant inferior-grade martial king, obtain it unscathed? This was too illogical. It completely surpassed everyone's imagination. The cultivator who said he would dig out his own eyes had an expression of horror on his face. How can this be? How can this be? Shadow doppelganger technique, chase. We cannot let him take away the secret treasures. When Old Goose saw the white figures about to obtain the medial-grade secret treasures, he was furious. He kicked up a strong wind and soared into the sky. The 3 Xianxia figures in the air grasped the medial-grade secret treasures tightly. They smiled faintly and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. Instantly, the 3 figures turned into 27 figures. Wuxia transforms to Qi. The sabers danced around, and a purple light flickered. Boundless purple saber Qi flew in the air without any pattern. They spread out over a large area, like a torrential storm. When the secret treasures in the air were struck by the saber Qi, they immediately fell to the ground like rain. Secret treasures. When the secret treasures appeared, all the cultivators recovered their wits and started fighting over them. The scene immediately turned extremely chaotic. The wooden sculpture Xianxia smiled in satisfaction. Immediately, the 27 figures all laughed as well. Bang! Bang! Old Goose swept out with his palm and shattered 7 clones in an instant. The remaining 27 clones quickly dove into the crowd. Under the cover of the clones, the 3 Xiaochens with medial-grade secret treasures found 3 desolate cracks in the rocks. Then, they turned into wooden sculptures and hid in the cracks with the secret treasures. The palm-sized artifact and thumb-sized wooden sculpture were hidden in a small crack in the stone. With the current chaotic situation, no one would notice them at all. The spiritual wood returned to the wooden sculpture. Xiaochen's fleeing clones immediately lost the support of energy, vanishing into thin air. Xiao, the divine. Occasionally, miserable cries came from the crowd of several hundred people as they fought over the secret treasures falling from the sky. Even the originally calm peak superior grade martial kings could no longer endure. Xiaoqin had completely disrupted the situation. They could not find Xiaoqin. If they did not go down to snatch the secret treasures, not only would they fail to obtain the medial grade secret treasures, but they would also lose all the inferior grade secret treasures. Old Go, what do you think? The 7 half-step martial monarchs continued to stand in the air, carefully scanning the surroundings. Old Ji's expression turned sullen. He said somewhat irritably, Old Qin said that we must obtain these 3 secret treasures. If we cannot protect them, we will not get any demon cores. What do you think we should do? The reason why Old Qin had them stay back to recuperate and build up their strength was because of this situation. This was originally a simple matter, but now, they had completely messed it up. When they thought about it, they felt that they had no hope of getting any demon cores. They could not help but feel depressed. Don't make that expression. Split up and give chase. There is still a chance. I don't believe that this brat, an inferior grade martial king, can run that fast. Old Goose snorted coldly and headed south. He moved as fast as lightning, and in an instant he was far away. The others perked up and flew out to investigate. Naturally, these people would not be able to catch up to Xiaoqin. If they got his location wrong, it would be useless no matter how fast they were. The faster they flew, the more wrong they would be. Even if they managed to find Xiaoqin's location, they would only be 3 pieces of wood. In that case, where was the real Xiaoqin? In the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky, where even the air seemed to be frozen, Xiaoqin's true body was hidden in the drifting scarlet clouds. The scarlet clouds contained all sorts of horrifying negative states. Xiaoqin used his spiritual sense to form a tight barrier around himself to prevent these states from attacking him. The scarlet clouds were formed from the corpse Qi, baleful Qi, the resentment of the dead, the demonic Qi of the fiendish demons, and the Qi of massacre. One needed extremely strong mental energy to hide in the scarlet clouds. Otherwise, even a half-step martial monarch would not dare to hide in the scarlet clouds. Below Xiaoqin was the core of the earlier battlefield. The corpse of the blood demon lay there quietly. Its dark red demon core gave off a viscous red light. Old Qin's wrinkled face looked very fatigued. He walked with great difficulty in the scarlet light. The distance of 100 meters was like a rugged heavenly road. He had barely covered half of it. Behind the scarlet light, 10 half-step martial monarchs stood in a circle, guarding the area. To them, they could lose the secret treasures if they had no other choice. However, they could not lose the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core. They could not afford to lose it. The demon core was their hope of advancing to martial monarch. It would be impossible for them to meet a peak high-rank blood demon in the inner area of the demon battlefield in the future. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the chaotic scene a kilometer behind them. 6 half-step martial monarchs were scattered in the air, trying to chase after Xianxia's clones. Xianxia revealed a faint smile as he looked at the glowing dark red demon core. He took a deep breath, and his gaze slowly turned resolute. Xianxia knew what he was going to do next. He was going to snatch away the thing that the 10-odd half-step martial monarchs cared about the most. Any half-step martial monarch could easily kill Xianxia. Even if they were significantly injured and exhausted most of their essence, they could still kill him easily. It was just like how Xianxia could easily crush an inferior-grade martial king even if he was severely injured. This was a qualitative difference. At this moment, Xianxia's position had simply swapped. He had become the target that could be crushed easily. However, this was a rare opportunity. The 10-odd half-step martial monarchs were all exhausted and covered in wounds of various sizes. They had prepared for so long and encountered such a good opportunity. If they did not take the risk, they would regret it in the future. Being a yes-man had never been Xianxia's character. When it was time to attack, he would attack without hesitation. As long as there was a 50% chance of success, that would be enough. The figures of the 6 half-step martial monarchs that were not exhausted flashed and disappeared from Xianxia's vision. The time has come. Xianxia shouted in his heart. He continuously increased his weight and scattered the essence holding him in the air. Xianxia was like a mountain falling to the ground under the pull of gravity. Xianxia's speed instantly increased to the limit, surpassing Mach 4, which was the maximum speed a martial king could achieve. When the 10-odd martial monarchs guarding the side saw Xianxia falling like a meteor, their expressions changed greatly. Just as they were about to make a move, Old Qin, who had already traveled most of the distance in the red light, relaxed. He smiled sinisterly and said, "There is no need to bother with him. Let him come down. One wave of this baleful aura will kill him. How reckless! He can help me share some of the pressure." When the martial monarchs heard this, they thought it made sense. Even with Old Qin's cultivation, it would not be easy for him to endure. Given how fast this brat was falling, the impact of the baleful aura would be even stronger. Coincidentally, he could absorb most of the baleful aura, allowing Old Qin to complete the most difficult distance. The meteor-like Xianxia crashed into the red light. The ferocious baleful aura immediately turned into countless malicious spirits. They charged at Xianxia like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The mental energy in Xianxia's sea of consciousness flowed continuously. Suddenly, his eyes turned golden. There was a deity in each of his golden pupils, standing quietly in the depths of his eyes. Wuxia. Xianxia's eyes widened. The two deities made their moves at the same time. A flood surged into the sky. The malicious spirits that were like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were instantly purified, vanishing without a trace. Bang! Under the effect of gravity, Xianxia landed heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble. Old Qin immediately felt the pressure on him lessen. He looked at Xianxia, who had fallen beside the demon core. He revealed a mocking smile. "You overestimate yourself. The impact of mental energy is even more terrifying than an essence attack. You are just an inferior-grade martial king, yet you dare to join in the fun." "Scram!" Old Qin shouted angrily. He prepared to kick Xianxia away. However, when Old Qin extended his leg, Xianxia, who was on the ground, started rolling. When Xianxia stood up again, the scarlet demon core on the ground had already disappeared. What's going on with this brat? Under the terrifying attack of that baleful aura, he can't even move. Even if his soul was not destroyed on the spot, he should be in a coma for at least a year. The expressions of the 10-odd half-step martial monarchs at the side froze. Their brains seemed to have short-circuited. Even Old Qin had to endure the baleful aura bitterly. How could this white-robed brat not do anything? Xianxia smiled faintly. Taking advantage of the moment these people were stunned, his figure flashed. Xianxia swept his universe ring and placed the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs into it. Then, he activated the blood flame shoes. He moved at Mach 3. 5, heading for the group of people fighting for the secret treasure. Xianxia descended from the sky and picked up the demon core. Then he picked up the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xianxia did not hesitate at all. It was like he had done this many times in his mind. He was very familiar with the process. Stop staring blankly. Quickly chase after him. This brat snatched away the demon core. Old Qin roared. Chapter 417. The 10 people were stunned for a moment before they reacted. They were shocked and furious. They quickly turned around and chased after Xianxia. All sorts of strong attacks flew behind Xianxia. After activating the blood flame shoes, Xianxia's speed reached Mach 3.5. While he was stunned, he had already moved more than a kilometer, easily dodging these attacks. That brat is back. He has a medial-grade secret treasure. Capture him and don't let him escape. When the originally chaotic crowd suddenly saw Xianxia rushing over, they immediately stopped fighting and surrounded Xianxia. Of course, inferior-grade secret treasures were not as attractive as medial-grade secret treasures. When Xianxia saw these people's actions, he smiled gently and ignored them. He executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and soared into the air. Boom! 10 odd sharp attacks flew at Xianxia's previous position. A huge pit appeared in the ground, and a horrifying shock wave surged out. The cultivators who had rushed over excitedly bore the brunt of the shock wave and were immediately blasted away. The cultivators behind quickly stopped and looked up. They saw 10 half-step martial monarchs. Their faces were filled with rage, and their auras swept through the dust on the ground. They kicked up a strong whirlwind as they rushed over. Seeing that the 10 people were about to attack again, the crowd was startled. They quickly scattered in different directions. Bang! 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 Attacks flew at Xianxia, who was moving up and down in the air. Several dozen clones immediately shattered into pieces. However, Xianxia's true body dodged the attacks, not suffering any damage. The attacks containing all sorts of peak states blasted hundreds of pits of various sizes in the ground. Even the smallest pit was at least 100 meters wide. Clearly, these half-step martial monarchs were extremely enraged. They did not hold back at all. What kind of grudge do they have? They even managed to peel off a layer of the ground. What exactly did this brat do? 10 half-step martial monarchs are attacking without any regard for their lives. Even if they have a medial-grade secret treasure, there is no need for such a large formation. This white-robed brat is extraordinarily courageous. First, he snatched 3 medial-grade secret treasures right before everyone's eyes. Now, he offended 10 half-step martial monarchs for some reason. The crowd moved aside and looked at the countless deep pits in the ground, the lingering energy, and the 10 enraged half-step martial monarchs. They all felt confused. As Xianxia flew past a crack in a boulder, he waved his hand, and the 3 wooden carvings and the medial-grade secret treasure flew into Xianxia's hand. Why is 1 intermediate artifact missing? Xianxia looked at the 2 artifacts in his hand with a puzzled expression. When Xianxia looked back, he saw Bai Lixi's tall figure in the crowd. He held a secret treasure in his hand as he smiled and waved at him. If there was anyone present who could see through Xianxia's plan, it would be Bai Lixi, who had been keeping an eye on Xianxia. Never mind. It is already pretty good that he left 2 behind for me. I should leave first. Xianxia placed the secret treasures in his universe ring and dodged the relentless attacks behind him. Then he continued to rush forward. Young man, as long as you hand over the demon core, I will let you go immediately. You can take the 3 medial-grade secret treasures and the corpses of our companions. My holy fire manor will not seek trouble for you. Otherwise, no matter who you are or what power you have behind you, you will not be able to escape the holy fire manor's pursuit in the ancient desolate land. Old Man Qin's voice was filled with vigor. It reverberated within 10 miles, and everyone could hear it clearly. Damn, this brat is too greedy. Medial-grade secret treasures, the corpses of half-step martial monarchs, and the demon core of a peak high-rank blood demon. Unexpectedly, he took them all. When the many cultivators heard the old man's words, they immediately burst into an uproar. This fellow was too greedy. They were still fighting to the death for a few inferior-grade secret treasures. However, he took all the most valuable treasures in one go. What is a gap? This is a gap. If this brat can escape alive, he will be someone to be reckoned with in the future, a peak superior-grade martial king said with a sigh. However, even if he escapes, he will not have a good ending. The Holy Fire Manor is too powerful in the southern islands of the ancient desolate land. It is not a good thing to offend the Holy Fire Manor. Someone at the side smiled and said, "You all are oversimplifying things. I remember who this brat is. He is the white-robed bladesman, who recently became very famous in the Great Qin nation. When he first appeared, he offended most of the noble clans in the Great Qin nation. I believe that with his temper, the Holy Fire Manor will not be able to suppress him. Just wait and see. It will be fine if old Qin can catch up to him. However, if he cannot, he will end up with the demon core of this peak high-rank blood demon and the treasures in his companion's ring. The 3 medial-grade secret treasures will all be for naught." Xianxia could not be bothered with old Qin's words. He continued to run forward. The other party was on his tail. Even with the help of the blood flame shoes, he could not shake off these half-step martial monarchs. Xianxia still had to dodge the overwhelming attacks. His speed was already affected. If he got distracted by the other party's words, they would catch up to him. As for what the other party said about letting him go if he lost the demon core, Xianxia did not believe it. "Old Qin, this fellow's speed has reached Mach 3. It will not be easy to catch up to him," an old man said, panting slightly. Old Qin moved like lightning as he flew quickly. He said indifferently, "In that case, you can stay. However, you can forget about the demon core." The moment old Qin said that, the old man fell silent. Even if he exhausted his essence, he would not be able to stop. Xianxia pushed off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He was like a blue dragon flying around. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 half-step martial monarchs in pursuit in the air sent all sorts of attacks at him. Xianxia weaved through the torrential rain and wind. The horrifying energy made one's heart palpitate. If one got hit, Xianxia would be finished. The attacks are too concentrated. At this rate, I will get hit sooner or later. Furthermore, my speed will be affected. I have to split them up. Xianxia did a somersault on the ground. As he got up, he thought to himself. With a flip of his hand, 3 more wooden sculptures appeared in his hand. Life bestowal spell. 3 white figures appeared around Xianxia. The moment they appeared, they immediately ran in 3 different directions. It was hard to tell which was the real one. If one asked Xianxia who he was most familiar with in this world, it would definitely be him. Hence, the wooden sculptures were the most charming. They could almost pass off as the real one. "Old Qin, what should we do? Where do we go?" When the 3 figures appeared, the 10-odd people in pursuit immediately stopped. They were at a loss. When they used their mental energy, they found that the 4 figures were all real. They could not tell which were which. Old Qin's expression turned sullen. After muttering to himself for a while, he quickly made a decision. This brat has many tricks up his sleeves. Let's not bother about him. We will split up and chase after him. We cannot let any one of them off. We cannot let this brat escape. The 10-odd people immediately split into 4 groups, each heading in a different direction. Old Qin and an old man quickly followed behind Xianxia's real body. Old Qin was 60% confident that this was the real body. However, he did not dare to be too sure. This was not the time to think too much. If he thought too much, Xianxia would run further. Hence, he could only split up and chase after Xianxia. With only 2 people left, the densely packed attacks immediately decreased by half. Xianxia felt much more relaxed. With a flip of his hand, another wooden sculpture appeared. It was Yin-Yu's sculpture. These 4 statues could have been used for a long time. Xianxia could only use them now. With a flip of his palm, Yin-Yu immediately brandished her spear and blocked the 2 people behind her with a flourishing aura. Old Qin's expression changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "This is the Great Qin nation's first princess. How can it be? No, it is a clone. Block her. I will continue chasing." An old man at the side nodded and said, "Old Qin, be careful. This brat is full of tricks. You have exhausted yourself. Be careful." Old Qin snorted coldly, "Don't worry. He is just an inferior grade martial king. No matter how many tricks he has, I can crush him with one hand." Finally, only one person remained of the group chasing after him. Xiaoqin heaved a sigh of relief. A beam of light descended from the sky and appeared in Xiaoqian's vision. Xiaoqian smiled gently. He had finally arrived at the exit of the demon battlefield. Trying to leave? How can it be that easy? Giant sand palm. Old Qin shouted and smashed his palm towards the ground. A huge, formless palm appeared out of nowhere and instantly imprinted itself on the ground. The hard ground trembled continuously. It was like the waves on the surface of the sea, rising and falling. In an instant, the entire ground turned into a sea of sand. Boom! A huge palm made of sand quickly formed. It was more than 200 meters tall. When it spread its fingers, it covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, it completely encased Xiaoqian. A large shadow appeared, and Xiaoqian's vision immediately turned dark. He felt a sense of danger. When he checked his surroundings with his spiritual sense, he was startled. The timing of this giant sand palm was very precise. It took into account Xiaoqian's speed. The instant it appeared, it enveloped him. As long as the 5 fingers closed in, Xiaoqian would be severely injured, even if he did not die, under the horrifying pressure. "I have to charge out quickly." Xiaoqian did not even think. He immediately infused some essence into the blood flame shoes. His body flew uncontrollably towards the only bright spot in front of him. Bang! The palm made of sand closed in, and there was a loud explosion. The power of the peak state of Earth surged forward. Xiaoqian, who had just escaped, was caught off guard and was struck by this force. Xiaoqian vomited a mouthful of blood and tumbled a few times in the air before crashing to the ground. Old Qin's complexion was frighteningly pale. There was no trace of blood at all. Clearly, that move earlier had exhausted a lot of his essence. When Old Qin saw Xiaoqian vomit a mouthful of blood and continue rushing forward, he said angrily, "Damn it! You let him escape like this. Sand cage." Old Qin shouted and landed on the ground. He pressed his right hand tightly to the ground. The entire ground immediately rippled like waves, moving continuously. Xiaoqian felt the ground under his feet loosen, and he immediately sank into it.